Hello everyone. We are pushing 2 videos a day with little to no budget. You can help with Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon. Link in the descriptions. Chapter 1776 Mist Company. Two minds intertwined with each other as Ves and Gloriana blissfully enjoyed each other's company. After so many weeks of separation, the joy they felt when they finally got back together was indescribable. Both of them put down all of their concerns and simply basked in each other's presence. Touching each other, kissing each other, and cuddling with each other cured the sickness that gnawed at their hearts. All of these weeks of spending their time alone taught them both a very serious lesson. It was a curse to remain alone, and a blessing to enjoy the company of their earnest lover. The love they held for each other hadn't diminished in the slightest. Neither of them had woken up or found any reason to reconsider their relationship. Instead, like junkies, they yearned for each other's company even more. Now that Gloriana returned to his side, she dropped all of her airs and turned into a happy girl who did not hold back in her delight. "I miss you, Ves," she sighed as she pressed her head on his chest. "I miss you too as well, Lucky." Meow. Lucky contentedly purred while he rested on her lap. Staying stuck with Ves all the time was not his idea of fun. At least Gloriana didn't kick him around or threw him in the air for no reason. For her part, Clixie purred while basking in V's warmth. As someone who made her owner happy, Ves had long earned her approval. The fact that he understood her at a deeper level also helped. Sometimes, it was hard being a cat. "How has it been back home?" Ves idly asked, his finger rolling one of Gloriana's locks of hair. "The LMC and your other organizations are doing fine. The Bright Republic hasn't touched the mech nursery or any of your property. Both the LMC's tangible and intangible assets are still intact. In fact, with how much you matter these days, your home state has an even greater reason to make sure your rights are respected." "Ha!" Ves released a cynical laugh. "That's rich, coming from the government that allowed one of their generals to trade me away like I'm nothing more than livestock. If we didn't design such a pivotal mech like the Deliverer, the Bright Republic probably wouldn't have reversed its stance so quickly." Gloriana shared his opinion. "How is the Deliverer faring?" "It's doing as well as you expected. The Eye of Ilvain that the Protectorate has formed some time ago is making a name for itself throughout the region. Every hunter of Ilvain has become a welcome presence on the battlefield due to their ability to channel the will of Ilvain. While every Ilvainin piloting a Deliverer is able to do so to an extent, their prophet is slowly concentrating his power onto the Eye of Ilvain." This development came as a surprise to Ves. He hadn't given Ilvain's spiritual fragment any instructions to restrict his powers to this small, elite group of Cronin mech pilots. It made sense for the sentient fragment to restrict the bestowal of its favor. If the Deliverer kept excelling with its supernatural abilities, soon millions of Ilvainans would adopt the mech. What happened if all of those millions of devout Ilvainin mech pilots requested supernatural aid? The fragment would quickly exhaust itself. In order to keep the Deliverer relevant without running a spiritual energy deficit, Ilvain's spiritual fragment evidently decided to make its blessing exclusive to this small group of chosen Cronin mech pilots. "How many mech pilots have joined Eye of Ilvain?" "There are about 5,000 hunters of Ilvain at the moment. It's quite a rapid expansion for the Ilvainans, as they don't have many Cronins who specialize in piloting space-borne marksman mechs. It's not that easy to recruit more because those who aren't as good in marksmanship will largely waste Ilvain's blessing." Ves already understood this. Though 5,000 chosen mech pilots didn't sound like a great figure, it was enough to cover many important star systems in the region. The Ilvainans should have lent their hunters of Ilvain to other states by now, right? Gloriana nodded. "That's right. Every other state has tried to make use of the deliverer model, to no avail. Only true Ilvanans are able to make adequate use of our mech model, which is exactly what you intended. The Protectorate knows this as well, and has made great use of this advantage. Over the last month, they have been both smart and generous about their terms for assistance. Tell me what they have done. The Protectorate negotiated deals with the Bright Republic, Vesia Kingdom, Reynald Republic, and every other state pressed by the Sandmen. The contents of the deals are secret, but the press has done a decent job at guessing the concessions the latter states have made to the Protectorate. Did they bleed themselves? Almost certainly, but not as much as you expect. The Protectorate is being farsighted by all accounts. They aren't demanding the Brighters and Vesians to give up their territories or empty their entire treasury. Aside from some direct transfers of wealth and resources, the Ilvanans mainly want to improve diplomatic ties, open up trade, and receive a guaranteed right to proselytize their faith abroad without any hindrance. I take it the states that are knocking on the doors of the Protectorate aren't entirely pleased about those concessions. Ves guessed. They're not very happy. She nodded. They acquitted, though. With the Sandmen constantly deepening their attrition, they have no choice but to beg the Eye of Ilvain for help. It sounds like the Protectorate could have taken more advantage of the distressed states. It's true that the leaders of the Protectorate have held back. Since the Deliverers have relieved a lot of pressure in their state, the three leading dynasties aren't fixated solely on the Sand War anymore. Instead, it's the Komodo War that is increasingly weighing on their minds. Both of them paused for a moment. Ves and Gloriana had always directed their efforts towards the Sand War because this conflict happened to be closer to where they stayed. It was also the conflict where their products would be best appreciated. The Komodo War was an entirely different beast. While Gloriana possessed the qualification to design second-class mechs, Ves was not at that level yet. He still had much to go before he became confident his products would be on par with the mechs designed by Hexer or Fridaymen mech designers. Now that the Sand War reached its turning point, there was even less of a reason for them to design a mech for this market. The later stages of a war and the recovery period that happened afterwards always resulted in a drop in demand. Both the military and the private sector exhausted all of their reserves, and even went deep into debt. With the cessation of most fights, there were no good reasons to buy any mechs at this time. In fact, many organizations would attempt to downsize at this time in order to cut costs and gain some liquidity. A lot of second-hand mechs would flood the market after every war, making it even harder to sell pristine mechs at their list prices. Therefore, the Bright Republic's mech market would enter into a very big depression period. Ves had no doubt that a number of struggling mech companies would either shutter their doors or get bought out by better-performing competitors. With all of this upheaval taking place, there wouldn't be many opportunities for the LMC to do business in those hard-hit states. The states that survived the Sandman onslaught won't be in any shape to participate in the Komodo War, Ves remarked. If the Protectorate helps them win the war, they'll probably earn a lot of gratitude from those states, most of whom happen to maintain friendly ties to the Friday Coalition. Gloriana smiled. That's why the Ilvanans are doing their best to make those coalition alliance states grateful to them. When the Protectorate has literally rescued billions or trillions of citizens from complete annihilation, it would be very difficult for those states to turn around and attack their savior. That is, if they have any forces left to threaten the Protectorate. The Brighters and the Vesians have pretty much exhausted almost every resource. Even the states that aren't affected by the Sand War will be reluctant to gang up on the Ilvain Protectorate, he cleverly noted. The Protectorate has acted very morally in extending their aid when they could have just let those states fall. The entire Komodo Star sector aside from the second-rate states will honor them for their contribution. Even the MTA will extend their appreciation to the Ilvanans for striking the critical blow against the aliens. While gaining the appreciation of many people was not a guarantee, it would be very hard for the Friday Coalition to persuade its vassal states to attack the Ylvain Protectorate. At the very least, doing so would inevitably tarnish their reputation and cause them to appear more tyrannical in the eyes of every third-rate state. Such an act might hand the hegemony an advantage in the longer term. For this reason, I think the Protectorate will be fine when the Komodo War heats up, she told him, as if to reassure him about the safety of his now favorite state. Ves wasn't sure whether he appreciated the Ylvain Protectorate or the Bright Republic the most. He still wanted both states to do well, though. He still cared for the Bright Republic because it was the state that the Larkinson family called home. Many of his family members still stubbornly stuck to the state despite the recent upheavals. For the good of his relatives, Ves could not wish his home state any ill. He felt a bit mixed about the Ylvain Protectorate as well. The Ylvainans had been very helpful to him, but that was predicated on the popularity of his work. The moment he stopped delivering the goods, he would stop gaining as much appreciation from them. Certainly, Ves could still coast along for some time by depending on his legacy, but that would probably fade in time. In truth, Ves did not wish to repeat his mistake by leaning too much on a single state. A faction in the Bright Republic had already screwed him over, so who could say that the same wouldn't happen again in the Ylvain Protectorate? For this and several other reasons, Ves did not plan to settle permanently in the Ylvain Protectorate. Of course, for now Ves had nowhere else to go, so he would probably stay in the Protectorate for as long as it took to reorganize the LMC. Moving his headquarters and main operations away from Cloudy Curtain was a very disruptive move that did not do his company any favors. What about the Larkinsons? They're still arguing about how to split themselves up. Now that you're back, you should get in touch with your relatives. Your lack of input is one of the biggest reasons why the talks within your family has stalled. Ves sighed and rubbed his hand against her thin arm. So the Larkinson family as we know it will come to an end. I almost feel guilty for precipitating this event. If you asked me, not every Larkinson deserves your patronage. I think it's good if you separate the chaff from the wheat. Your words have merit, but I doubt it will be that easy. The majority of Larkinsons have opted to stay with the old guard, right? That just makes it even better. She smiled. This means that only the Larkinsons who are truly committed to you will be left. All of those Larkinsons who have doubts or aren't willing to let go of their old ways are gone. You can do whatever you want with the family who are truly willing to follow you to the ends of reality. The way she framed the split sounded very compelling to Ves. He no longer felt as remorseful for splitting up the family. As long as I have some loyalists, it's not impossible for my branch of the family to surpass the one led by the Guard. Chapter 1777 Second Base. As much as Gloriana wanted to turn herself into a barnacle, she couldn't stick with Ves forever. She still had some responsibilities to attend to, though she didn't elaborate very much to Ves. It was for his own good, she claimed. Just because I've left the hegemony doesn't mean the hegemony has left me. Gloriana gently patted his head as if he was a puppy. Sometimes a girl's gotta work. I still have many obligations to the Wodens, and the customers of my old products are still entitled to support. He smiled and briefly pulled her into an embrace. All right. Go do your thing, then. I have plenty of tasks to do as well. After separating from my company for so long, I'm worried whether it will fall apart if I remain absent for much longer. Your subordinates are doing a good job in keeping the LMC together. You don't have to worry on that end. They don't depend on your leadership as much as you think. That was probably because Ves delegated so many duties, he conceded. He had never been a hands-on leader when the LMC ceased to be a one-man operation. Regardless, I'm sure they'll welcome my presence. I'm pretty much the only mech designer aside from you who can perpetuate its success. Before they separated, Gloriana made one more remark. There's one more thing, Ves. My older brother wanted to meet you, but subduing the Tyrannac and putting it under our control has taken longer than we thought. While our Glory Battalion has managed to take control of the ship, our fleet must soon leave this star system before any rescuers from the Friday Coalition arrive to block our escape. They were still in the middle of unfriendly territory. While the Cretia Republic was by no means an enemy of the Hexadric hegemony, it still hosted several known and unknown Coalition assets. Ves didn't look very concerned, however. Don't you have an expert pilot protecting you? Even if the Friday men somehow manage to scrounge 2 mech companies on short notice, your fleet won't come under serious threat. We can't underestimate the Friday men. Gloriana shrugged. Now that I have you back, I won't risk losing you again. Well, she had a good point. By the way, who is your brother, and what is he like? Gloriana grinned. My brother is the one who saved you earlier today. He's the pilot of the Star Dancer. The expert pilot? Ves widened his eyes. Exactly. Didn't I tell you that there is an expert pilot within my family? If I didn't beg him to save you from the clutches of the Friday men, you would have become their prisoner again. He wants to meet you when we reach our next stop. Be nice to him, okay? Ves recalled the earlier conversation between Gloriana and Rania. Doesn't your brother think poorly of me? He pointed out. She waved her hand in dismissal. I'm sure the two of you will get along with each other. You're a mech designer, and he's a mech pilot. I know you don't like to stay in the company of female hexers, so you should definitely be more comfortable with a hexer who shares something in common with you. Hi. He wasn't so sure about that. Ves recalled the time he inadvertently participated in the trials held by the Rim Guardians. He met his first hexer back then. The male journeyman was just as stuck-up and dismissive towards Ves as the female hexers. What if we don't get along? Gloriana swiftly stepped up to him and held him tightly on both arms. Her face almost pressed up to him with an intense expression. You have to befriend my brother, Ves. If you can't even get along, my brothers and sisters, how can you ever gain the approval of my mother? Our very relationship is at stake. Be serious and don't mess this up. I'll punish you if you make things difficult. I'll do my best, Ves hastily responded in shock. Gloriana had turned twice as frightening as the mummy that haunted him back on the Scarlet Rose. If he had a choice, he would rather deal with a centuries-old undead witch than an angry Gloriana. When she received the response she wanted to hear, Gloriana quickly regained her composure and gently kissed his cheek. It's for a good cause, Ves. We can't move our relationship forward until my family and my mother are okay with it. What I'm doing is already at the limit of their tolerance. If not for all of the promises I've made and the turmoil back home, my mother would have recalled me by now. I understand. We always knew it won't be easy to get the Wodens to like me. If my contribution to the Sand War hasn't changed their minds, then it will probably take a huge effort for us to change their minds. It's not as difficult as you think. You know what we need to do to change their perception of you, she reminded him. As long as we make one good masterwork mech, everything will change. Ves hadn't spent all of his time aboard the Scarlet Rose for nothing. He already formed some ideas to improve his odds of fabricating a masterwork mech. He couldn't wait to put some of his ideas into action. They finally separated from each other. While Gloriana approached the bridge, a guard escorted him to his quarters, which was right next to Gloriana's stateroom. Their cats followed their owners as well. You are free to move around, but we suggest you stay in place until you are called, the female guard perfunctory said. Our fleet will continue to remain on yellow alert throughout our journey back to the Ylvain Protectorate. I understand. I'll stay put. The guard left him alone in his quarters once he got the message. Not that he enjoyed any actual privacy. This was Gloriana's personal starship, and Ves bet that every corner of his quarters was bugged to an insane degree. He smirked and patted his lower waist. It's a good thing I'm still wearing the right pair of underwear. While it disconcerted him somewhat that he was still wearing the same article of clothing for more than a month, with the existence of advanced washing options, he was still able to maintain a satisfactory hygiene standard. It's not like my Sintra Umbra underwear has turned smelly. Ves sniffed the air just to be sure. Meow. Thank you. Meow meow. Are you happy that you reunited with Clixie? Meow. Ha ha ha, don't delude yourself. The two of you are completely different beasts. Meow meow. Ves ignored Lucky's complaints and sat himself down behind a desk. He activated its terminal and saw that Gloriana thoughtfully loaded it with his favorite software and settings. In fact, the configuration of the desk terminal was virtually identical to that of his old office at the Mech Nursery. Did she copy my files? Ves frowned. He shrugged. He didn't really store anything too important at the company. Ves always stashed the truly important data in his system comm, which he already placed back in his intangible inventory. The comm he was wearing now was just a generic device he fabricated on the fly. I should ask Gloriana for a replacement comm. No. That's a bad idea. I should get one from another source. His girlfriend already possessed an uncomfortable degree of access to his life. There was no reason to make things easier. He shook his head and focused on his priorities. He should really get in touch with his subordinates. He first decided to call Calcy. It only took a moment for her to accept the call. Ves! We've heard that the Hexers managed to rescue you. I can't tell you how much of a relief it is to see you again. Ves chuckled. I'm glad to be free as well. How much do you know? Not much. Gloriana only sent a brief message to us. She estimates that it will probably take a week or so to bring you back to the Ylvain Protectorate. Do you know where exactly they are bringing me? Ves asked. Where are you residing, by the way? We're currently based in the Kesseling system. While it's not exactly our first choice, the Protectorate heavily encouraged us to found our second headquarters at Kesseling 8. Wasn't that the star system where he designed the Transcendent Messenger? Wasn't it also the place where the Ylvanian Inquisition put him on trial and almost sentenced him to death on spurious charges? The Kesseling system is not my first choice. There are good reasons to settle on Kesseling 8, Calcy calmly replied. First, it's an industrial planet that has managed to fare well in the Sand War so far. While it's not the biggest production center in the Protectorate, its significance has increased due to all of the events that took place in the past. It's becoming a real pilgrimage site, you know. Local support for the Bright Martyr is the highest here. You won't get a better reception elsewhere. That's not enough. Some of the companies there have also been contracted by the Kirin dynasty to produce the deliverers for the Eye of Ylvain. This makes it easier for us to partner up with or potentially acquire these mech companies in the future. That sounded viable to Ves, though he preferred to raise his own facilities rather than taking over someone else's company. What else? We already formed a branch office here. Do you remember the LMYC? The subsidiary you've formed between the LMC and Madame Cecily Kirin has grown significantly, to the point where it is able to materially assist our integration in the Ylvanian mech industry. Without their assistance, it would have been multiple times harder for us to root our company in a foreign state. Ah, he forgot about that. With Calabas pulling the strings through her holding company and her influence within the Ministry of Trade and Industry, she could provide a lot of assistance. So how is the current state of the LMC? We're building a second manufacturing complex in the outskirts of Krent, the capital city. It will be just as impressive as the Mech nursery. There was some discussion within the company whether we should invest more or less in this complex, but we decided to stick to the same and wait for your input. Ves paused for a moment to consider his plans for the future. Try and make the second complex more secure, but don't invest too much in its production facilities. It's fine if you leave a lot of room for future growth, but don't sink too much money in too many production lines. How is the company holding up financially? We're doing very well, even if most of our cash reserves have dwindled in value due to inflation. Whether it's bright credits of Reinalden marks, we've only earned a fraction from the sales of the Desolate Soldier and other mechs. They're still worth something, though. It's more than enough to rebuild the LMC. She provided him with some figures and explained all of the foreign cash reserves the LMC accumulated during its peak. Even now, the LMC continued to make at least some business in selling its existing lineup of models. Plenty of states outside of the ones affected by the Sand War discovered the usefulness of the Desolate Soldier and its glow. While the Soldier product line wasn't optimized to fight against mechs, their glows made them very useful for various purposes. Its enduring popularity, along with the modest sales of the other models of the LMC, ensured that it earned plenty of money to sustain its operations. Best of all, the revenue earned from the more stable states came in currencies that weren't affected by hyperinflation. This will be the foundation for our second rise, Ves declared after he got the gist of Kelsey's explanation. Transmit all of the documents you think I'll need to read in order to get back up to speed. I've already formed some plans while I was away, but I want to study our exact circumstances before I make up my mind. Will do, sir. He ended the call shortly after she transferred the relevant documents. Ves still had several people to talk to before the day was over. After I call Benny and Raymond, I suppose it's time to talk to my grandfather, he mused. Chapter 1778 Points of Contention. Before Ves called his grandfather, he first sent him a message to see if he was available to talk. He also wanted to give his grandfather some time to prepare for their conversation. Fortunately, his grandfather wasn't asleep or restricted from talking to him. After setting a quick appointment, Ves soon moved on to call his other helpers. Benny! Ves smiled. How's my favorite assistant? Gavin's projection awkwardly smiled. Do you have any other assistants? Well, I've met several of them, but all of them seem more capable than you. How come you're the only Benny I know that can't fight? That's not my job description. That's the main reason you're my favorite assistant. I don't have to be on guard against you. You're the most incompetent Benny out of all of the ones I know. You deserve a prize for that. Excuse me? On second thought, it's kind of embarrassing that my Benny isn't up to standard. I should drop you off at an elite commando training camp or something. You should really pick up some of the necessary skills that is expected of someone in your position. If you can hijack a second-class starship with minimal assistance like me, you're qualified to call yourself a Benny. My name is Gavin, boss. The perplexed assistant reminded his employer with gritted teeth. I know, Benny. Your name is one of the most important parts about your identity. Cherish it well. For the next 10 minutes, Ves let go of everything and continued to ramble to Gavin like a demented teenager. He hardly asked any questions about the LMC other than to gain his assistant's perspective on the LMC's market position. Of course, what Gavin told him did not differ much from what Kelsey already mentioned. Ves truly felt he was back in the saddle now that he got in touch with Gavin again. It was too bad that Gloriana hadn't taken him aboard her ship when she mounted her rescue. After he finished getting back in touch with Gavin, he regained his composure and called Raymond Billingsley Larkinson. As the most senior executive of the LMC who actually ran the company, Raymond possessed a much more comprehensive understanding of its current condition. Ves first quizzed the COO about the areas which Kelsey already explained. He received both a confirmation and some elaboration on what he already learned. The LMC is running on autopilot pretty much, the business-minded Larkinson elder remarked. Even if you are absent for half a decade, our company will still be able to turn a profit. While our mech catalog is still small, the Soldier product line is such an enduring success that it will continue to function as our cash cow for many years to come. So there is not a lot of financial pressure on the LMC, is that right? Raymond nodded. Part of that is also because we don't have that many expenses. While we are investing a significant amount of money in building our second base at Kesseling 8, our war chest is still replenishing. It's enough to expand our reach in every third-rate state that is open to using our products. VS pressed his lips with his finger. That sounds nice, but I take it we don't have enough money to compete in a second-rate state, right? Is that what you plan to do? Expand the LMC to a second-rate state? It's in consideration, VS vaguely said. I already told you that I intend to become proficient in second-class mech design. I'm still committed to this. In fact, if there's one benefit to my impromptu vacation, it's that I've made a lot of progress on this front. Who will you sell your mechs to, VS? The Friday men? Ordinarily, they should be quite receptive to your products once they discover the benefits of your glows, but… VS chuckled. Slaughtering an entire crew of Friday men is a good way to block my access to their mech market. Quite. As for entering the hegemony mech market, will the Hexers even approve of your designs? From what I've learned, a panel of matriarchs must approve every design, and I doubt they will take you seriously. That's only in the cases where men are the lead designers, VS added, showing little concern. Even if my involvement is problematic, one of my partners is already working on this issue. I'll let you know if we have made a breakthrough on this matter. If Calabast and Gloriana's arrangements somehow fell through, then VS would just have to find another market to push his products. Vicious Mountain had always been known as a hotbed for low-level conflicts. Its odd culture of putting mech pilots in charge often led to spats between rivaling states and groups. While the warmongering states of Vicious Mountain generally didn't fight each other to the death like what was happening in his home star sector, the wars occasionally escalated into major conflicts that only ended when one side gained a significant advantage. This pattern persisted for centuries, which meant that its sector-wide mech market had grown very vigorous. Aside from mech pilots, mech designers also enjoyed a lot of respect there. VS would probably be able to find a very willing audience if he decided to enter this market. Of course, VS hadn't made his choice yet. He still had to find a way to get into the good graces of Madame Constance Woden and the other Wodens in order to advance his relationship with Gloriana. This was why he still wanted to enter the hegemony's mech market despite all of the difficulties he faced. VS continued to discuss some other matters about the LMC with Raymond until he became satisfied with what he learned. Before you go, I'd like to hear from you what you think about what is happening within our family, he said. What is your opinion on the impending split? The tension between the factions is irreconcilable, Raymond stated with absolute certainty. While your words managed to wake a lot of Larkinsons up, how they responded to your rant is different from individual to individual. Some have reaffirmed their old values and commitments. Others decided that following you is worth giving up outdated vows. Why have most Larkinsons decided to remain in the Bright Republic? Taking part in your ventures is considered a risk, VS. Not everyone is willing to take a major gamble that will decide how they will live out the rest of their lives. It's mostly the younger and more restless Larkinsons who have decided to follow you to the Elvain Protectorate. The Larkinsons who decided to remain in the Bright Republic are mostly those who are already content with their lives and station. They're not ambitious for anything greater, and they're not in the mood for an adventure. Understandable. I take it many of them decided to stay for the sole reason they are already tied down by their families, right? Raymond nodded. When you are a husband with numerous young kids to take care of, uprooting your entire life in order to pursue an uncertain future is the last thing you want. This is actually the main reason why many Larkinsons who are neutral in the dispute within our family have decided to decline our invitation. How many true-blood Larkinsons have followed us? Those who share our blood, I mean? I'd say about 10% so far. Almost none have reconsidered, though. A steady number of Larkinsons in the Bright Republic who haven't joined us at the start are still signing up with us. I think this situation will persist over the next years as more and more younger Larkinsons grow up and want to take part in a more exciting venture. There's also the Larkinsons who are still serving their tours in the Mech Corps, Ves recalled. I imagine that some of them will likely defect to us once they finish their commitments. That's why I suggest that you keep our doors open to the other Larkinsons for the foreseeable time. None of the Larkinsons who approach us come with bad intentions. It behooves us to accept their applications as they come. Ves thought about it for a moment before nodding in agreement. That sounds fine. I'm about to talk to my grandfather Benjamin about the future of the Larkinson family. Do I need to know anything before I call him? What we'll decide will very likely affect our direction. Benjamin will tell you all you need to know. Just keep in mind that Ark and him are in the neutral camp who decided to stay where they are. Both of them have lived a full life in the Bright Republic, and they both feel they have a responsibility to lead the rest of the family. That was something Ves had already expected. Though disappointing, he agreed with their stance. Where Ves was taking his side of the Larkinson family was anything but stable and conventional. In this regard, he was more than happy to pick up the Larkinsons who were still young and retained their ambitions. At least Ves wouldn't feel guilty if he led them to disaster. He cut off his call with Raymond shortly afterwards. After a brief moment to collect his thoughts, he pulled the trigger and called his grandfather. Since he had already been notified beforehand, Benjamin Larkinson picked up his call in an instant. His grandfather looked much more fatigued than before. His projection practically oozed exhaustion. His gray-white hair and wrinkles had grown even more intense, making him appear as if he was one step closer to the end of his life. Fortunately, seeing his grandson's projection lifted some of his weariness. Ves. I can't tell you how happy you're free again. You look overworked. Are you still hanging on, Grandpa? Don't worry about me. I still have plenty of years in my bones. I won't drop down tomorrow because of what has taken place. The Larkinsons still need a steady hand at the top to guide them through our current difficulties. Ves looked steadily at his grandfather's projection. Despite his age, his customary formal attire still conveyed a lot of strength. He was still the bedrock of the Larkinson family. What's your take on the split? I have already discussed this issue extensively with Raymond. We're on opposite sides of the negotiating table, after all. Both of us agree that a split is inevitable. The problem is that the old family and the new family both disagree on who gets what. What are the most important points of contention? It all boils down to two broad categories. Benjamin raised his finger. First is the issue of identity and heritage. Our Larkinson family is a very successful military family with a very stellar reputation in the Bright Republic. The old family wants to retain sole possession of the Larkinson name. They're afraid that the new family under your lead will do something that will tarnish the honor of the Larkinson name in the Bright Republic and abroad. Ves wanted to rub his ears. What? Those selfish conservatives want to strip us of our very own family names? Are they serious? It's a very major sticking point to them, Ves. Honor is everything to them. You've already proven yourself to be a Larkinson who doesn't shy away from a pending tradition. We're never going back to the Bright Republic, Ves angrily exclaimed. We'll be going far away from the Bright Republic in the future. Whatever we do won't affect the old family at all. Plans can change. Let's not go into this right now. Ves forced himself to calm. It wouldn't do to yell at his grandfather, especially since it wouldn't do any good to his health. What is the second point of contention? The distribution of assets. I think it's pretty clear that the old family will retain possession of the Larkinson compound and most of its existing assets. I'm not interested in the real estate portfolio of the Larkinson estate, Ves confirmed. The only asset that the old and new family are arguing about is how to split up the shares of the LMC. Currently, our family owns 25% of the LMC. The old family wants at least 20% of it. They claim that you owe much of your success to your Larkinson heritage, so they are entitled to some of the fruits of your labor. That's absurd. Chapter 1779 True Negotiation. Ves went through several negotiations throughout his career. He learned how to give and how to take. He learned how to understand the needs of his counterparts and match them against his own to seek out a harmonious agreement. The most ideal outcome for both parties involved would be to reach a win-win arrangement. When both sides obtained the concessions they wanted while giving up something they didn't value as much, both of them would do their best to uphold the deal. Yet how easy was it to reach an amicable deal like that? The very need to hold a negotiation implied that a straightforward agreement was out of reach. This meant that in order to reach a deal, both sides had to give up some advantages they would rather retain. The more a side conceded, the more they felt pained about the deal. Compromises were never clean. Both sides had to give up so many significant concessions that the end of a negotiation always left a sour taste in their mouths. When he heard the demands from the conservative faction that led the old family, Ves forcibly paused and forced himself to think. He saw beneath the surface of the old family's outrageous demands. The faction that counted Venerable Ganso Larkinson among its supporters certainly asked for much. First, the old family wanted the new family to lose the right to call themselves Larkinsons. This was nothing else than robbing Ves and the other Larkinsons who followed him of their heritage. Second, the old family wanted to claim most of the shares the formerly united family held in the LMC. For the old family to covet 20% ownership in the LMC while leaving the new family with the remaining 5% was nothing more than pure greed. Ves couldn't help but chuckle. Aren't the traditionalists being hypocritical? On one hand, Ganso and his ilk detest the so-called corrupting influence of money. Yet now they are shameless asking for 20% ownership of an unimaginably wealthy mech company. There isn't a contradiction as long as the wealth is put to good use, Benjamin answered in the stead of the conservative faction. The purpose of claiming ownership is not to enrich individual Larkinsons. It's to secure the prosperity and continuation of the old family. The dividends would flow into the family's coffers, which will mainly be used to fund our mech academies, upgrade the training of our mech pilots, and ensure a generous pension for our retirees and any families our deceased family members have left behind. All of that sounded noble, but that was hardly different from what Ves already intended. He was just a bit more direct about how he could benefit the Larkinsons. What a dumb excuse! Ves did not hesitate to tear down the veil in front of his grandfather. The conservative faction is being hypocritical, and you know it. Why are you even speaking on their behalf? I thought you didn't pick a side. Someone has to speak on their behalf in front of you, he said. Being neutral doesn't mean we lack sympathy for the conservative faction. Even though I dislike Ganso as much as any decent Larkinson, the values he is standing for are still worth fighting for. While I'm your grandfather, I'm also a Larkinson. Since you are more than capable of standing up for yourself, it falls on me to represent the Larkinsons who have decided to stay in the Bright Republic. Though Ves resented these circumstances, he knew that his grandfather was doing the right thing. As one of the oldest and most respected Larkinsons in the family, Benjamin took his responsibilities seriously. That was just the kind of man he was. Ves did not expect his grandfather to be anything less. Though facing a family member who was dear to his heart made Ves inclined to soften his stand, this was too important for him to give any ground. The Larkinson family owned a fourth of the LMC. One of his goals in usurping the leadership of his family had always been to reclaim this ownership stake. Of course, if Ves really wanted to, he could turn his back to the first company he founded and start anew with an entirely new venture. While it would hurt him a lot to give up the tangible and intangible assets of the LMC, as a journeyman he could still rely on his personal reputation to accelerate his second attempt. The only issue was that Ves really didn't want to part with the constant revenue earned from the continued sale of the soldier product line. He also didn't want to lose the rights of all of his designs, which had all been put under the umbrella of the LMC for administrative reasons. Ves always contemplated refreshing the Blackbeak, Crystal Lord, and other legacy designs. Losing the right to continue to work on pivotal designs like the Aurora Titan would be an exceptionally painful loss. More than losing all of the assets as well as the formidable reputation of the LMC, Ves would also break some of his principles by abandoning the venture he started. In the mech industry, it was considered to be dishonorable for a mech designer to abandon a company over something as banal as disputes over stock. Mech designers always needed cash in their earlier years. When they were at their weakest, money was often difficult to come by. For investors to take a leap of faith and invest in the company of a mech designer was a very essential step in the rise of many successful mech designers. For these mech designers to profit from the risks their investors had taken, only for the now successful entrepreneurs to stop developing mechs for the company in order to start another company was very dishonorable behavior. Of course, what use was honor in the face of concrete benefits? With the power and personal wealth of a mech designer of their station, journeymen no longer had to beg for scraps from wealthy industrialists and greedy investors. They could own a company completely, or as much as the state where they incorporated their new business allowed. Yet, as Ves already discovered, honor, fame, and reputation played a very outsized role in the interactions that took place in the upper echelons of power. When trust was hard to come by and laws too weak to be enforced, only trust and mutual benefit ensured that an agreement would continue to be upheld. Ves knew he would have to pay an invisible but very severe price if he abandoned the LMC when it still held much promise. The stain on his record would be one he could never wipe out. The stain on his principles would also be something that would haunt his mind for centuries to come. For all of these reasons, Ves deeply preferred to avoid this outcome. The price was much more unbearable compared to the petty material gains of starting anew. He turned his attention back to his negotiation with his grandfather. Though he ruled out the possibility of abandoning the LMC, that did not mean he had to take the opposite side's opening bid seriously. What he should ordinarily do was to raise his temper, vent his thoughts on the conservative faction's unreasonably high demands, and offer a ridiculously low counter-offer. From there, the conservative faction would do its best to raise a stink and take the moral high ground, demanding a little less, say a 19% stake in the LMC, as a show of giving ground. Ves slowly shook his head as he realized the pointlessness of this dance. He had been through several negotiations to make a very important realization. He wasn't compelled to play a game of chess just because someone shoved a chess board in front of his face. If Ves was strong enough to flip the chessboard and make the entire game invalid, then he might as well do so. Why should he pay any mind to family sentiment and fall into the conservative faction's insidious trap? A grin appeared on his face as he leaned back on his luxurious desk chair. He wrapped his fingers in front of his chest. He did not look like someone who contemplated a painful concession. Instead, he exuded the vibe of a conqueror. Grandfather, I think you are very mistaken about some facts. While I respect the values the old family continues to uphold, the whole point of breaking our traditions and embracing new ways is to expand our prosperity and leverage the power it conveys. The new family that is led by me is very different from the old family that you have stuck with. Unlike you old fogies, I'm more than willing to throw my weight around. Benjamin started to have a bad feeling about this conversation. What are you on about, Ves? Why should I even pay attention to the conservative faction in our family? The old family has nothing except for its honor and its storied legacy. While I admit that these are very valuable accumulations, they don't convey any concrete power. It's one of the main reasons why I wanted to change the Larkinson family, after all. Since people like Ganso reject any changes, let me teach them why it is a mistake to discount my ways. What is it you are intending to do, Ves? His grandfather grew alarmed. Ves grinned. The old family is not qualified to negotiate with me. You and the conservatives you shelter are too weak to decide your own fate. Since you continue to subject yourselves to the laws of the Bright Republic, I'll just switch to negotiating those who master these laws. Unfortunately, unlike you, the government doesn't necessarily have the old family's interests at heart. Wait. Don't be so hasty, Ves. I'm just conveying the initial stances of the most stubborn members in the family. Let me talk to them so that. Too late. Ves cut his grandfather off. I'll proceed to negotiate with someone who isn't as stodgy and hypocritical as Ganso's ilk. He cut the calm connection before Benjamin could put in another word. Though he found it hard to treat his grandfather this way, Ves was acting as the leader of an entire faction of Larkinsons right now. To mistake this negotiation as a grandson talking to his grandfather was a very irresponsible mistake. In order to maximize the benefits of his Larkinsons and prevent the old family from gaining concessions that they didn't deserve, Ves had to act like a leader. Though his heart bled a bit, his vindictiveness against Venerable Ganso and his like-minded idiots quickly pushed out the sympathy he held for his grandfather and all the other neutral Larkinsons. While the neutrals weren't his enemy, their stance essentially coincided with that of the conservatives. They were two sides of the same coin. They were joined at the hip. Even if Benjamin and Ark Larkinson were more respectable than the likes of Venerable Ganso, Ves would be a fool to grant them any favors. After he regained his composure, he decided to call someone who could represent, or at least liaise on behalf of the Bright Republic. He called Leland. As if expecting the call, the flashlight operative quickly picked up the call. Ves. It is good to see you again. The Slimebag's projection smiled at Ves. I've heard of some of your exploits. For some reason, it doesn't surprise me at all that you managed to outwit and outfight the Friday men. I have always judged that you are one of the most remarkable mech designers our state has ever produced. Spare the meaningless flattery. We need to talk. For whatever reason? Leland innocently asked while adjusting the tie of his formal suit. Let's talk about the future of my relationship with the Bright Republic. Are you able to represent the will of the state? Not exactly, but give me some time to contact my superiors. I'll make myself available so that you can convey your wishes to the officials who can make the decisions you seek. Senator Tovar will definitely be interested once he hears what you have to say. Ves nodded in satisfaction. That sounds great. It's nice to talk with someone who understands the true score. The true negotiation soon commenced. Chapter 1780 Ownership Shuffle. Over the span of his short career, Ves rapidly rose in prominence. His grand accomplishments as well as his success raised his stature to a height that put him above the level of commoners. While Ves still took his humble roots to heart, it was undeniable that he had gained enough power, wealth, and influence to negotiate with entire states. Even a great statesman like Senator Tovar had to take him seriously. With such a status, why should he continue to entertain his grandfather who attempted to mediate on behalf of the old family and the conservative faction? They were barely different from the common citizens of the Bright Citizens. Despite all of their accomplishments, the traditionalists in the family still abided by the laws and customs of their home state. Though this was a very righteous and honorable stance to uphold, the true beneficiary of this tradition was the Bright Republic rather than the Larkinson family. Ves literally pointed out this truth on the day that Venerable Ganso took him away, but it seemed his grandfather and the rest were still too accustomed to the old status quo to realize the old family possessed no bargaining power to speak of. Without real power, how could they ever think to push their demands onto a journeyman, a galactic citizen, a war hero, and most recently a savior of many states? He was the bright martyr. He enjoyed the worship of almost every Ilvanan. He was a journeyman. His mechs were celebrated throughout the star sector. He was a Larkinson. Unlike his more indoctrinated relatives, he was actually willing to wield his power for his own ends. The difference was too vast. Not even the former and current expert pilots in the family were capable of dragging him to the negotiating table. Like feeble slaves trying to push a statue, their paltry arms would just break if they attempted to drag his vast might from his place. The Larkinsons who were used to their old ways didn't understand. Why should they? None of the older Larkinsons ever thought to use and abuse their power to enrich themselves or pursue greater benefits. It went against their principles. The Larkinsons ought to be humble servants of the Bright Republic. The family always kicked out the relatives who disagreed with their ways like Riella, thereby ensuring that the long-standing consensus was never threatened. The continuous lack of challenge to the tenets the Larkinsons abided by would prove to be the downfall of the old family. Ves was in no mood to be generous to them, not after Venerable Ganso sold him to the Friday men like livestock. If Ganso was heartless enough to sell out his own family, then the faction he belonged to shouldn't complain if Ves paid them back. Once he contacted Leland, he patiently waited as the spy got in touch with his superiors, who in turn contacted the relevant higher-ups. It took some time to set up this daisy chain, especially when Ves requested to talk to Leland only. He wasn't in the mood to talk to a shrewd official like Senator Tovar. His tolerance towards these high-minded power players was very poor after they allowed General Cavendish to. Knowing that Ves would react poorly if he faced a senior representative of the government, the state was okay with allowing Leland to be their spokesperson. The fact that the government readily made this concession to Ves was very telling. The Bright Republic still wanted to maintain relations with him. Perhaps it even wanted to repair the damage it had done in the last month. Certainly, Ves did not feel very inclined to treat his home state earnestly, but for the good of the Larkinsons, he would not tear the veil of civility between them unless he had cause to do so. If the government knew what was best for them, they ought to play along. My apologies, Ves. This took a bit longer than we thought due to the suddenness of your request. Leland interrupted his musing. So can we actually talk frankly now? Certainly. Leland's projection exuded more certainty now that he was tasked with representing the will of the state. For his part, Ves did not only represent himself, but also the LMC as well, the new family. An unspoken understanding had formed between the two. The agreements they made today would have far-reaching consequences. Before we begin, let me inform you of some developments that pertain to the ownership structure of the LMC. In the weeks you were gone, some of the shares have exchanged hands. Oh? Two major transfers have occurred. First, Sibilant Asset Management managed to buy out Marcella Bollinger's stake in the company. That increased the holding company's ownership in the LMC to 26%. Sibilant Asset Management was a front for Flashlight, which in turn represented the government. All of this basically meant that the Bright Republic's stake in the company had grown. Ves couldn't help but smile suspiciously at Leland. Mrs. Bollinger is a shrewd businesswoman. Her entire career is built on her business acumen. I can't imagine why she would ever relinquish her 5% ownership in a mech company that has already earned an astronomical amount of money and is on track to enrich her even more. Everything can be negotiated, Leland replied with a coy expression. After much persuasion, we have managed to convince Mrs. Bollinger to sell her stake in exchange for a rich reward. We made sure that she hasn't suffered a loss. That was pure nonsense. Ves did not have to think too hard to guess that the government essentially did the same to his old backer as he did to his grandfather. This was yet another lesson in why it was best to pursue greater power. If Ves was as powerless as the likes of Mrs. Bollinger, he would have never been able to drag the state to the negotiating table. They would merely take advantage of their power and dictate the terms as they did to other powerless people. So does that mean the state owns more of the LMC than the Larkinson family? That sounded very concerning. It essentially signified that the Bright Republic could potentially team up with the Larkinson family and gain total of the company. Ves, who owned 49% of the shares, could not legally go against the wishes of the holders of 51% of the shares in his company. The only caveat was that such an outrageous takeover would definitely burn the few bridges between them that still remained. Despite the damage to his reputation, Ves would rather turn his back to the LMC than subject himself to the control of a majority that did not deserve to profit from the fruits of his labor. Leland, Flashlight, and the government knew that as well, Ves could tell. Their reaction wasn't as pushy as it could have been. The Larkinson family is not affiliated with Sibilant Asset Management. The two are two separate shareholders. I can't imagine that both will march in lockstep, Leland described. Openly, Leland didn't lie. Yet Ves did not believe the government was above co-opting the Larkinson family in order to influence their votes whenever a decision was brought up to the company board. Ves did his best to remain reserved and crossed his arms. What else has happened? The Bright Republic has recently signed a treaty with the Elvain Protectorate. I'm sure you have heard of it, right? How could he not? He couldn't help but smirk. If General Cavendish hasn't driven me away, I would have facilitated this agreement myself. Leland looked a bit ugly. It's a pity that such a shameful event has taken place. In any case, the Elvain Protectorate agreed to lend us their Hunters of Elvain and their remarkable deliverers in exchange for a number of concessions. One of them happens to pertain to the shares owned by Sibilant Asset Management. Ves widened his eyes. Don't tell me. Your guess is on the spot. We have sold a portion of the shares to the Elvainans. They've driven a hard bargain, from what I'm told. I won't tell you how these secret negotiations proceeded. I don't know the details myself. The result of these talks is that our government has agreed to relinquish 19% of our shares to the Transcendent Investment Authority, an Elvainan sovereign wealth fund. That much? Ves didn't hide his surprise. The Ilvanans truly made good use of their superior bargaining position. With the power of the Deliverer Mechs under their control, the Ilvanans succeeded in fleecing the Briters. Ves clapped. Bravo! It turns out the Ilvanan people are good at something other than praying to their prophet. Is that the tone that a bright martyr should adopt to the people who hold him in high regard? Leland asked with an intrigued look in his eyes. Oh, I have nothing but respect for them. Anyway, does this mean that the Ilvanans own 19% of the LMC while you are left with 7%? Not exactly. You're correct about our ownership stake, but from what I've been told, the Protectorate has already let us know that it intends to transfer a 10% stake to you at some point in the future. What? Why? Ves never heard of this. Neither Calcy, Gavin, or Raymond informed him of this development. The Ilvanans are waiting for you to arrive at the Protectorate before approaching you with this matter. We believe that they are partially willing to offer you to buy back some shares out of gratitude for what you have done to their people. Another reason for doing so is to secure your continued support for the Ilvanan faith and its people. That made a lot of sense, Ves considered. As the bright martyr, his products stimulated their faith like nothing else. The transcendent messenger, holy soldier, and deliverer Mechs all proved that Ves possessed an exceptional connection to one of the objects of their worship. Almost no one was able to channel the great prophet as him, let alone allow others to experience the notable figure's majesty through his mech designs. I guess another important talk is in store, Ves muttered with anticipation. In any case, are you content with our diminished amount of shares in your company? Leland pressed. It was very difficult for us to come to this decision. We gave up much in order to accommodate the Ilvanans and you. Many people within our government strongly opposed the sacrifice. The deliberate use of the word sacrifice was meant to make Ves believe that the government attempted to make amends for his kidnapping. Though Ves still did not forgive the Bright Republic for allowing this scheme to happen, Ves had to look past his private grievances this time. It would not behoove him to blow up at Leland. He wouldn't be able to get anything out of it other than to worsen his already tense relationship with the Bright Republic. He had to admit that allowing the state to retain just 7% ownership in the company was a palatable outcome. It was a bit too much than he was comfortable with, but not enough to surpass his tolerance. Ves had already decided beforehand that he would never allow the state to retain possession of 21% of the outstanding shares of the LMC, let alone 26%. The Bright Republic, which was led by many smart and wise officials, likely predicted his stance and moved to forestall his response. Allowing them to keep 7% despite everything that happened was barely acceptable to Ves. At the very least, he didn't feel like quibbling over this matter. Let the state hang on to these shares. As long as the Bright Republic possessed a meaningful stake in his company, it would still be in their best interest to protect the Larkinson family and treat them right. For the sake of Benjamin, Ark, Melinda, and Riella Larkinson, Ves did not wish to break this protection. This was especially important if the Komodo War ever spread to this region. He could not allow the Friday Coalition to pressure the Bright Republic in mistreating the Larkinsons who still stuck to the old ways. Chapter 1781 Dictating Demands. Compared to the significance of the transfer in shares to the Ilvain Protectorate and Ves, the matter of shares in the hands of the Larkinson family was much more trivial to solve. The Larkinson family owns 25% of the outstanding shares in the LMC. Ves summarized. As you know, the inner turmoil in our family has led to an imminent split. A minority of Larkinsons are willing to follow me. The rest of the Larkinsons, like my uncle and grandfather, still have too many attachments to your state to start anew. Leland looked amused. I understand the nature of the problem. There is no agreement on how to split the shares between your side of the family and the other side of the family, is that it? There isn't any rule or existing framework that describes what must be done because your family never imagined that it would split. The spy hit the nail on the head. Well, I just had a talk with my grandfather. It was not a good talk. The old family, as I call them, is being very presumptuous. I can imagine. They are Larkinsons. For all of their bravery and confidence in battle, they are not as adept in the delicate art of business and politics. Of course, whether Ves shared this common flaw was still in question. While Ves was not as good as the likes of those born of higher station, he at least considered himself to be better in this regard than his mule-headed relatives. The point is that rather than dealing with them further, I might as well bring my requests to the government. I hope you can facilitate our family's impending separation and manage the transfer of assets in our stead. Leland paused for a moment and looked at him in the eyes. You wish to go over the heads of your relatives who aren't inclined to follow you. That is not a proper course of action, if I may say so. No matter what you think about them, they are still your family. We know that matters a lot to Larkinsons like you. I advise you to reconsider and seek a more amicable settlement with your relatives. Ves shook his head. He refused the advice out of hand. Our relations have deteriorated too far for us to have any amiability left between us. I don't have any patience left to deal with their obstinance and presumptiveness. Now, is the state willing to enforce a settlement or not? Tell me now so that I know I shouldn't waste my time any further. Oh, I am sure we can manage something as long as it is in the purview of our state. Leland immediately replied, though he showed a bit of hesitation. Both the LMC and the Larkinson family are within our jurisdiction, though our effective control only extends to the borders of our state. A matter like this is well within our means. However, just because we can, doesn't mean we should. Do you really want to deal with the other side of your family in this fashion? I'm sure. Ves curtly affirmed. What is it you wish to impose on the family? Ves took a deep breath. Our Larkinson family will split up. This is inevitable, and I don't object to this in principle. There are two important points of contention. First is the right to draw on our heritage and continue to call ourselves Larkinsons. The old family wants to deprive the new family of this right. Suffice to say, I heavily disagree. This won't be a problem, Ves. I don't think the Larkinsons in the Bright Republic can even enforce such a demand. Our laws certainly won't, and the Ilvain Protectorate is likewise unsympathetic. I know the conservative faction of the family. Ves spoke, recalling Ganso's self-righteous words. They'll kick and scream about this issue if they don't get their way. They are so stuck up about their honor and the supposed risks we pose to their reputation that they'll never be willing to give any ground. Rather than deal with their whining, I just want your government to dictate once and for all that my side of the family is just as tied to the Larkinson heritage as their side. If the government itself put down its foot, how could the old family resist? The very identity of the old family made them incapable of resisting the commands of the state. Ves essentially took advantage of this weakness of the traditionalists. The only way to push back against this tyrannical imposition was to break the very tenets they swore to uphold. He resisted the urge to laugh about how easy it was to outmaneuver his own family. This just showed how badly the Larkinsons needed to move on and change with the times. What else do you require our assistance with, Ves? The second point of contention is how to split up the shares in the LMC that the formerly united Larkinson family once held. The old family wants the lion's share of the stock, which is wholly unacceptable for me. Their reasons are contradictory and their motives are hypocritical. Since they're incapable of negotiating in good faith, I'll do it for them. Though their tone is presumptuous, I'm not unsympathetic to their reasoning. I can be generous if I want to be. I'll leave them with 1% ownership for old time's sake. That sounds rather small, Leland commented. This means your side of the family will take 24% of the outstanding shares. Doesn't this sound a bit too lopsided to you? Ves grinned. The Larkinsons never invested in my company until it was already up and running. I only agreed to bestow them with a fourth of the company because they offered to stand up to me. Even though I knew it was a bad deal, I still accepted it because they were family. Well, you know what happened next. Since Venerable Gansel Larkinson himself stabbed him in the back, Ves already possessed the right to tear his covenant with the family. I won't comment on the contentions within your family. If you truly wish to proceed with this distribution, then we will do our best to facilitate this outcome. Leland carefully responded. Good. I expect nothing less from the state, who has the old family at their mercy. Please don't misrepresent our state due to the actions of the few. No matter what you believe, our state still acts according to our laws. We would never engage in arbitrary meddling. Ves couldn't help but chuckle. The cynicism within him infused his laughter with resignation. What happened to me must have happened to countless Briters over the years. My respect for my home state is completely gone now, and it's all your fault. You made me like this. If you guys haven't acted duplicitous to me and simply uphold your end of our deals, I wouldn't have been forced to relocate to the Protectorate. You are making a mistake. The Bright Republic is not a single entity, and our government is not a monolithic whole. Our state would be a tyranny if we do not allow for a diversity of interests, opinions, and representation to have a say in its running. It is unfortunate that our commitment to sharing and delegating power has led to an instance of abuse. We promise you that we will make sure this will never happen again. Oh, you'll meet your promise all right, because I'll never be in the position for the Bright Republic to take advantage of me again, he shouted before abruptly calming himself. I should thank you, actually. Your state has opened my eyes to the true nature of people and power. If I hadn't learned this very painful lesson, then I might have continued to be blind to threats from this direction. Leland truly looked perplexed this time, though Ves was certain the spy was still meticulously controlling his expressions. Ves. We are not your enemy. Not now, and only because you guys are remorseful for what you've done. Again, General Cavendish does not represent the rest of the government. Ves dismissively waved his hand. Blah blah blah. Whatever. I've already conveyed my main requests. I don't have any further demands. The old family can keep the rest for all I care. Now, will the government meet my request or not? I want it done quickly if possible. Leland paused as he seemed to listen to instructions passed through another channel. I can assure you that the Bright Republic will meet your requests as fast as possible. We will get in touch with the representatives of both sides of the Larkinson family and facilitate an accelerated settlement along the lines of your requests. There will be no problem in making the old family accept our terms. It was as if this was already a done deal. This was exactly the reason why Ves skipped negotiation with his grandfather in favor of approaching the government. Sure enough, as long as it was worth its time, the state was more than willing to intervene. Performing this favor would do much to lessen V's animosity towards his home state. This in turn allowed the Bright Republic to feel more confident that it could maintain hold of the 7% ownership in the LMC. The politicians and bureaucrats weren't stupid. They studied Ves and his possible growth trajectories in great detail, and knew that he was definitely meant for greater things. Even if he failed to advance to master in his timeline, as a senior he would already be one of the most impressive mech designers of his rank. If the insanely wild success of the Desolate Soldier and the immense impact of the Deliverer were any indications, the LMC in a decade might grow to become a behemoth that spans several star sectors. With such bright prospects on the horizon, how could the Bright Republic ever allow itself to miss out on the party? For this reason, the state should be just as eager, as the Ylvain Protectorate to maintain hold of some of the shares in his mech company. Ves knew what the Bright Republic was thinking. He could accept their desire to cling to the LMC. As long as they didn't mess with the Larkinsons who continued to support the state out of misguided loyalty, then Ves could fully put down his worries and set his sights higher. After discussing some lesser matters such as the future of the LMC's presence in the Bright Republic, Ves and the government of the Bright Republic finally forged a new understanding. Through Leland, Ves conveyed all of his wishes, and the government almost bent over backwards in order to meet his needs. It felt good to hold upper hand in a negotiation this time. Ves couldn't help but crack a smile as he considered the absurdity of imposing his demands on a powerful state. An ordinary journeyman would have never been able to make the government sit down and talk like this. Perhaps not even a senior commanded as much respect. The major difference between him and his fellow colleagues was the strength he possessed and the successes he accomplished. Reality-defying mechs like the Desolate Soldier and the Deliverer served as the basis for his power. As long as he remained an exceptional mech designer whose products were enormously influential, Ves would continue to be treated with care and respect. Naturally, this also served a warning that he should never slack off and grow complacent. A continuous decline or an abrupt fall from grace would topple everything he built and strip him of the power he wielded with relish today. Ves was not a politician. He was not a head or state, nor was he adept at leadership. He was a mech designer. Everything he earned and everything he deserved rested on the basis of his ability to design fantastic mechs. He had to continue to progress. Spending too much time on these distracting matters would only weaken him over time. To a mech designer, designing mechs always came first. Chapter 1782 Reconnecting. The Stellar Chaser, Serendipity, Frozen Leaf, Scarlet Rose and Terranax silently cut through the higher dimensions with utmost stability. As second-class ships, their FTL drives were rated to withstand much greater gravitic instability. Even the Scarlet Rose's unaddressed battle damage and recent lack of maintenance did not hinder the operation of her FTL drive too much. The prize crew dispatched by the Woden's expertly performed spot repairs and temporarily addressed many of the faults that had started to appear. During these days, Ves spent a lot of time communicating with his allies, partners, and subordinates. Now that he was with the Hexers, he no longer held any scruples towards accessing the galactic net. He had been out of touch for a long time. Too much had changed, forcing him to devote all of his time to getting up to speed and arranging some urgent decisions. In the meantime, Bright Republic approached the two sides of the Larkinson family, which fell outside most people's expectations. The Larkinsons became even more shocked when the Bright Republic essentially imposed V's demands. The state did not even bother to appear impartial this time. The government's actions chilled many people, especially the venerable Ganso and the traditionalists within the family. They did not expect the state they served for all these centuries to favor their side. However, the conservative faction at least assumed the government would stay out of their internal dispute, or at least advocate for a middle ground. For the Bright Republic to disregard centuries of loyal service by countless Larkinsons in order to favor an upstart was a big blow to their beliefs. Benjamin Larkinson and Colonel Ark Larkinson all stood helpless as the executive and legislative branches of the government both colluded to push forward Ves Larkinson's will. The Bright Senate even passed a law overnight to enforce the terms originally proposed by Ves. From this, every Larkinson gained a very shocking understanding how much power the only mech designer in the family really wielded. To be able to convince the state to move on his behalf was a terrible ability. Though the conservative faction regretted some of its actions enormously, most ordinary Larkinsons among the neutrals did not really think they paid a price. What did it matter if Ves and his followers got to keep the Larkinson name? Soon enough, the division between the old family and the new family would become very clear. The old family's insistence on monopolizing the family name was nothing more than a matter of honor. They wanted to preserve their heritage and be able to call themselves the most authentic line of Larkinsons descended from the Larkinson ancestor. Losing this monopoly did not really impact the material interests of the old family. As for losing 24% of their stake in the living Mech Corporation, why should the old family complain? They originally railed against Ves and his emphasis on increasing their prosperity. Why should the true Larkinsons be greedy for money they never depended upon? The Larkinson family survived and thrived without relying on excessive for over 4 centuries. The old family would just return to the old status quo after losing most of its shares in the LMC. In fact, they were still better off than before because Ves at least left them with 1% of outstanding shares. Compared to the 24% bestowed to the new family, this was an extremely paltry prize. Only a handful of shrewd or business-minded Larkinsons comprehended the true value of these remaining shares. Their value was already formidable, but they would continue to grow in value as long as Ves did not meet with calamity. This last kindness from Ves was enough to placate Benjamin and Ark Larkinson. Under their lead, the neutral faction did not show any objection to the Bright Republic's intervention. The lack of support from the rest of the family robbed the conservative faction of any chance to resist the changes. As the state's intervention forcefully ended the turmoil within the Larkinson family, Ves already took the next steps and busied himself by organizing his kingdom. The LMC, the Ves Larkinson Foundation for Wounded Veterans, the Larkinson Exobiology Institute, the Avatars of Myth, and the Living Sentinels all exhibited some disarray after their hasty relocation from Cloudy Curtain. Each of them lacked direction because Ves neglected to flesh out the next steps in his contingency plan. Though Ves tired of the tedious discussions and arduous decision-making, he slowly reintegrated into his old place in the center of his expansive network. Even the battle criers finally returned from their months-long excursion to parts unknown. V's eyes lit up when he heard from Commander Cinnabar. He issued a lot of errands to his band of former Kinner mercenaries. Now that they returned, Ves looked forward to harvesting their gains. Good job, Commander Cinnabar. Did you lose any men along the way? We went through a few scrapes and lost a couple of men, the bearded Kinner grimly responded. We avoided battle whenever possible, but the Sand War has destabilized the surrounding regions. Many pirates, criminals, and other troublemakers have taken advantage of the lack of patrols to threaten trade convoys and refugee fleets. Some of them were even crazy enough to attack my mercenaries. Oh, those are good Kinner men we lost. Let's talk about how to replenish your ranks later when I arrive at Kesseling 8, okay? This was a fairly delicate issue as the battle criers predominantly consisted of loyal Kinner bondsmen. While Ves was not averse to adding a few non-Kinners to their ranks like Dietrich Kratz, he wanted to maintain absolute trust in his second most important mech troop. To maintain his confidence, Ves seriously contemplated buying additional bondsmen from the Kinner tribe. With his reputation and prestige, there was no need for him to venture back to the Kinner tribe to pick up his new human products. He could just leave the matter to Gavin and have him contact one of the tribe's agents to arrange a shipment, or something. Aside from reconnecting with the battle criers, Ves received another surprise when he finally talked with a representative of the Ilvain Protectorate. What Leland told him turned out to be true. The Protectorate's attitude towards him was filled with gratitude and worship. In return for all he had done for the Ilvainans as their blessed bright martyr, the Ilvanian government gifted him with 10% of the shares in the LMC. The paperwork was already done, and the shares all came under his name. Ves was inordinately pleased that the Ilvanians bestowed these shares to him without any strings attached. They truly treated him with sincerity this time. Now that he essentially controlled 59% of the LMC, Ves finally felt he was truly in control of his own destiny. The arrangements imposed by the Bright Republic's Ministry of Economy Development had finally been undone. Now that Ves almost completely cut himself off from his home state, this artificial solution to restrict the power he wielded in his company had become completely meaningless. As the bright martyr who contributed immensely to the Ilvanian people, the three leading dynasties did not dare to push for a similar arrangement. Ves felt pretty good about this outcome. After all of the recent stock transfers, the new ownership structure of his company had been set. The Bright Republic and the Ilvane Protectorate owned 7% and 9% respectively. This turned them into minority shareholders with virtually no say in the running of the company. Ves did not have to pay attention to their opinions at all. The second largest shareholder after Ves was the New family. With a whopping 24% stake in the LMC, they became a shareholder who Ves could not easily dismiss. Luckily, the New family is completely in my grasp. Those shares are as good as mine, Ves exulted. Yes. Ves essentially controlled the branch of the Larkinsons that left the Bright Republic, which meant that he could do anything with the shares, including transferring them back in his own possession. He did not wish to do so, though. Those shares served as a foundation for the New family's commitment to the LMC and himself. If Ves selfishly took away those shares, what assets did the New family have left? They would have to directly depend on his charity to survive. I can't hog all of the benefits for myself, he judged. Not if I want to continue to borrow from the strength of my relatives. Though Ves felt tempted to buy back at least half or more of the shares in the possession of the New family, he restrained himself. While a 24% stake sounded way too extravagant in relation to its current and future value, Ves knew he couldn't do everything alone. He needed to follow the ways of other power players and cultivate his own power base. Of all of the choices available to him, relying on his own family was the best choice. Many other influences made the same decision because sharing the same blood offered an extra way to tie people together. The Larkinson family, the Tovar family, the Cronin dynasty, the Gage dynasty, the Woden dynasty, and so on were all examples of powerful groups who managed to maintain high cohesion. This allowed them to withstand the test of time and thrive for centuries where many other groups had fallen. Of course, that was not to say that relying on family was without flaws. Nepotism and decadence often infected the families that forgot the drive that propelled them to success. If Ves wanted to keep the New family useful, he needed to govern it with a firm hand. He could not afford the Larkinsons under his lead to grow fat and lazy. He needed to employ both the carrot and stick to motivate the Larkinsons. Those shares formed a very attractive carrot. As long as he dangled it in front of their faces, they would do anything to earn their reward. He contemplated various changes to the New family in order to hone their drive and compel them into dedicating their lives to him. All of this was very complicated, and would likely provoke an intense reaction from his relatives. I should discuss this carefully with the elders of the New family. In order to restructure the New family, Ves needed the involvement of other respectable Larkinsons such as Clinton Larkinson and Raymond Billingsley Larkinson. If he just imposed his new structure onto the Larkinsons without bothering to listen to anyone else, then Ves would quickly lose support. Just because he appointed himself as the leader of the New family didn't mean he could rule it with impunity. Ves understood that he still needed to keep his approval levels high and avoid crossing the bottom line of his relatives. He scowled for a moment. The larger the organization, the harder it is to retain control. I can't run everything by myself. This made it all the more important to reimagine the New family and guide them towards a new identity. The new family was no longer the Larkinson family of before. It had already diverged from its original direction. Now Ves had to finish the realignment and point the forward for his splinter group. He smiled. He already formed some promising ideas during his time aboard the Scarlet Rose. All of the time he spent in thought culminated in a blueprint for his interpretation of the Larkinson family. In other words, Ves had formed a grand design of the new family. Within 5 to 10 years, the new family will chart its own course. Aside from some shared values, its trajectory will no longer intersect with the old family. Brothers and sisters must eventually leave the shelter of their own parents and find their own path in life. If Ves had his way, the new family would turn into an entity that could fully keep up with his development, including his transition towards adopting second-class mechs. Chapter 1783 Doggy. It took less time than he thought to get his organizations back in order. The people he put in charge, such as Raymond and Melker, weren't incompetent. Even if they failed to get a handle on the situation, they still had each other to call for help. In addition, most of the uncertainties plaguing the LMC and other organizations came from an inability to set a new direction. None of V's deputies wanted to commit to far-reaching decisions without his input. What if Ves never intended to settle on Kesseling 8? Investing in an extravagant headquarters on the Ilvanan planet would be an expensive mistake. Therefore, Ves only had to spend enough time to settle these major issues. After that, he could leave the rest to his capable subordinates. Calcy and Gavin proved to be very helpful in supervising his men. They acted as his agents and made sure that everyone followed his will. Since everything started running smoothly, Ves took a step back and put his trust in his subordinates. Now that they received some direction, he didn't need to step in any longer. During his stay on the Stellar Chaser, Ves occasionally met with Gloriana during mealtime and in the evening. His girlfriend was very occupied these days, forcing her to work by herself. She never really explained her burdens to him in detail. She just brushed the matter off as make work and chores, but Ves didn't think it was so simple. Unfortunately, Gloriana was too strong-minded to let him help. "You should take care of your own business, Ves," she said while they were relaxing in the lounge compartment. "I'm a big girl, you know. I can take care of myself. It's just a bit of work. I won't be able to accompany you in designing another mech for some time." Her rosy scent wafted over his nose like poison, lulling him in a state of fascination. He dearly missed her presence during his time of captivity, and couldn't get enough of Gloriana's company. "How long will you be preoccupied?" Ves asked. If Gloriana became indisposed, Ves would lose the advantage that their collaboration brought. Not only would he lose out on her specialty, but he would also lack the synergy that gave his designs an extra edge. "It depends. Don't worry. There aren't any urgent design projects on the agenda, right? The Ilvain Protectorate is in a decent shape these days. The Deliverer is already doing great work in repelling the Sandmen. That will only last until the Sandman race evolves their fleets yet again," Ves cautioned. "They've already changed their methods several times over the course of the Sand War. What if they stop forming Sandman swarms and instead rely completely on monolith configurations?" This was a very valid worry that weighed on everyone's minds. The Sandmen may not be particularly smart or quick in their thinking, but they weren't averse to change. Once the Sandmen switched gears and rendered the Deliverer's Ilvain-blessed abilities irrelevant, how could his latest mech design play a meaningful role? There was no need for accuracy or guidance to land a hit on a humongous, capital ship-sized monolith. Even the worst mech pilot could hit the broad side of a barn. "The possibility does exist," Gloriana conceded. "Yet the Sandman Emperor is dead now. Without their highest direction, are they still as capable?" Who knows if they will appoint a new Sandman leader to the position? In truth, Ves knew that Sigrand was the true mastermind behind the suicidal Sandman invasion. The Sand War had raged long enough and plenty of changes had occurred. There was no way Sigrand seriously banked on the Sandmen to wipe out every human in the Komodo star sector. Even if this highly unlikely outcome took place, there was no way the CFA and MTA would ignore this supposedly weak alien race any longer. No alien race massacred trillions of humans and got away with it. The dignity of the human race must still be maintained. His intuition told him that whatever Sigrand was up to, he might have gotten what he wanted at this time. There was no need for the hybrid AI to strengthen the Sandmen any further, especially because his actions had already started to touch V's bottom line. Ves sighed and leaned against Gloriana's body. We'll just see what happens. I'm not the only mech designer who contributed to the war effort, and the states under siege aren't princesses who only need saving. Our existing designs are more than adequate to handle any further challenges. The soldier product line still served a very prominent role in bolstering the states engulfed in the Sand War. The handful of news articles he browsed when he wanted to catch up with current affairs even attributed the continued survival of several states to the spread of the desolate soldier. One of the most prominent examples was the Reinald Republic, which has lost over half of its territory and population to the Sandmen. Though the state suffered enormously, many Reinaldans still managed to live with the help of his products. Ves felt rather mixed about this outcome. He had no love for the Reinald Republic and would not shed a tear if it fell. For him to contribute materially to the survival of this half-rotten did not make him proud at all. Even now, they were probably attempting to pirate his designs. Still, as much as he resented Reinald, the state had to survive, or else the other beleaguered states would fall. It's a shame you don't have the time to work on a project with me, he sighed. I was planning on embarking on a new and revolutionary design project, but I guess I'll have to wait until you are free. Oh? Gloriana raised her eyebrow. What strange idea do you have now? I was partially inspired by Aisling Curver's design philosophy. When I read some of the books and notes she left behind, I gained some inspiration from her research direction. Studying the 4 bodyguard mechs I've adapted into BattleBots has given me even more ideas on how I should make use of this idea. It's quite radical, and I don't think there is anything like it in the existing mech industry. While Ves revealed some of his intentions, he didn't notice Gloriana dropping her smile and glowering when he mentioned Lady Curver's name. The fact that his latest inspiration came from the woman who attempted to steal her precious boyfriend was a huge affront. She clutched his shirt with an iron grip. Enough! Is your kidnapper your only source of inspiration? You'll love it when I'm ready to explain it. Even I can't imagine I would ever come up with such a revolutionary new idea if not for this turn of events. I have to thank Aisling for pointing out this direction for me. If not for all of the help she inadvertently provided to me, my next mech design would never be as innovative. Ves! Shut up! Gloriana grabbed him by the collar and attempted to shake his upper body back and forth. Unfortunately, his augmented physique turned him into a solid brick. There was no way her feeble arms could shake his body. It was at this time that Ves finally realized the mistake he made. He got so caught up in his fantastic new design concept that he overlooked the impact of his words to his girlfriend. Stop, please. Calm down. After grabbing hold of Gloriana's arms and forcing her to stillness, Ves pressed his forehead against her own while looking intimately in her eyes. Inspiration can come from many sources. I know you don't like Aisling. I hate her as well. Yet that does not hinder me from taking advantage of my exposure to her and her specialty. We're mech designers. We should grab any chance to progress our design philosophies further, whether it comes from friends or foes. Understand? As a mech designer herself, she knew that VS had a point. She subsided a bit. Sorry, VS. You're right. I don't want you to give up a way to improve just because I don't like the source of your inspiration. It's the same as if I held an exchange with a peer. By exchanging our views and learning from each other's methods, we can always crystallize radical new design possibilities. Though the tension between them hadn't entirely dissipated, both of them missed each other too much to allow a minor spat to get in the way of their reunion. It was as if they entered a honeymoon period. Each time they met each other, they ignored everything else and blissfully enjoyed each other's company. Not everyone was happy with their silly moments together. Dr. Rania Woden, who opted to stay aboard the Stellar Chaser in order to supervise V's recovery, faked a gag when she saw the lovebirds embrace each other for a kiss. "Can I enjoy my breakfast in peace?" She slammed her fork against the table. "The two of you have been acting like love-drunk idiots all morning now. Mr. Larkinson, don't you think you are being presumptuous against a hexer? And Gloriana, have you forgotten your station?" Though VS quickly withdrew as if chastened, Gloriana dragged him back and leaned on his arm and shoulder. "Don't be so serious, Rania." Gloriana smiled teasingly at her cousin. "VS isn't like the other boys. Besides, this is my ship. I get to do anything I want here. You're not my mother." "I think your mother would be disgusted by how you are fawning over a mixed breed." "As long as my doggy can bite, who cares about his breed? The other puppies from the hegemony are more known for their bark than bite." "Not every dog from the hegemony is useless, Gloriana. Your older brother is a prime example of that. There are more boys like him out there. I can introduce you to some if you want." "No thanks. VS is perfect enough as it is. You just don't know it yet." VS raised his hand. I'm a cat person." "I know." Gloriana giggled. "It's just a figure of speech, VS. It seems I will need to accelerate your treatment schedule." Rania muttered and turned her attention away from the two divergent lovers. They were too different. In Rania's eyes, there was hardly any for them to be together. Gloriana was way out of this Brighter's league as far as she was concerned. In fact, the Woden dynasty shouldn't have tolerated their relationship in the first place. How Gloriana managed to convince her famously strict mother to remain with VS was a mystery. After this small incident, Rania promptly dragged VS to the ship's infirmary and forced him to undergo numerous examinations and treatments. Even if not enough time had passed for the next round to begin, Rania still wanted to make VS suffer. "Ah!" he screamed as an awfully long needle poked his buttocks. "Didn't you swear some kind of oath?" "I'm merely doing what is best for you." Rania grinned as she brushed aside her odd green hair from her face. "Besides, didn't you originally invite me to perform an implantation surgery? I need to study the properties of your physical body in great detail to ensure it goes smoothly. With the sheer number of abnormalities in your body and genes, installing a cranial implant is anything but simple. The further you are from a baseline human, the harder it is to perform operations on you. Didn't anyone teach you this lesson?" VS was already aware of this to some extent, but he didn't know it added to the difficulty of installing implants. "You know about the Archimedes Rebel implant, right?" "Gloriana informed me. One of the exobiologists in your employ sent me the relevant data," Rania notified. "It's a very sophisticated implant. Even if it's outdated, it is still very useful. I'm surprised you managed to stumble upon this relic. You'd be surprised what kind of treasures you can pick up from the frontier." Rania scoffed. "From the looks of it, you belong there." Chapter 1784 Protective Blanky. Though Dr. Rania hadn't warmed up to VS at all, he wasn't concerned. Gloriana was insanely protective of him. Now that she got him back, she turned into a veritable mother hen. Though Ves was touched by her concern, he knew he needed to stand up for himself. How could he continue to rely on her girlfriend for protection? The Glory Battalion wasn't under her control. Madame Constance Woden was the true individual in charge. Ves felt as if he had inadvertently been caught in the web of this woman's own design. The only problem was that he didn't know what Gloriana's mother thought about him. Was she disdainful towards him like other hexers? Was she just allowing Gloriana to indulge in her latest fancy in order to mature her personality? Whatever the case, he doubted that Madame Constance was sympathetic towards him. In the words of the hexers, he was a mixed breed, a mangy mutt whose filthy paws muddied Gloriana's shoes. His stay aboard the Stellar Chaser fully allowed him to experience the treatment he could expect if he traveled to the hexadric hegemony. Every woman, even the lowliest ship rating, plainly looked down on him because of his gender. Ves did not consider himself to be a vain person. He did not insist on earning everyone's respect. What did it matter if some strangers despised him for some inane reason? Yet this was different. The constant denigration and casual dismissal towards the male gender did not reach the level of abuse, but came very close to it. Ves truly started to chafe at the prejudices expressed by Gloriana's crew. These experiences made him even more determined to avoid the hexadric hegemony like the plague. There was no way he would ever be able to hold himself together if he visited Gloriana's state. "I'll kill myself if I have to endure this nonsense on a daily basis." From his occasional interactions with hexers who weren't Gloriana, Ves gained a very visceral understanding on their perspective on boys. The very fact they refused to call any human of the opposite gender a man spoke for itself. For their entire lives, the hexers had been taught to look at males as inferiors. Boys were immature. Boys were incapable of controlling themselves. Boys became naughty if left to their own devices. All of these underlying assumptions had been baked so thoroughly in hexer culture that none of the hexers questioned their beliefs. Even the male ship ratings did not show any dissatisfaction at being treated in such a poor fashion. For them, the worst thing that could happen is to be seen as incapable. Ves noted that every hexer male yearned for validation. Nothing made them happier than when their female superiors complimented them for being a good boy. As Ves wasn't a prisoner, he casually strolled the sections of the Stellar Chaser. Everywhere there were people, he continually witnessed this degrading treatment towards the hapless hexer males. Even older males who developed numerous skills and competences over their careers were regarded as boys by female officers who were young enough to be their grandchildren. Witnessing all of these travesties made Ves sick. He dreaded the infamous hegemony even more. He swore to himself that even if Madame Constance Woden summoned him directly, he would do everything to run away. Not even Gloriana's pleadings would deter him from avoiding her home state. Ves instinctively knew that if he ever dropped into the murky pool of the hegemony, he would definitely drown. At this time, Ves finally encountered a male hexer who was a little different from the spineless males who served as low-level crew members on Gloriana's ship. As soon as the small fleet of hexer vessels emerged from FTL, the hexers carefully scanned their surroundings as their FTL drives started cycling. The expert pilot who rescued him from the Friday men finally gained the opportunity to visit the Stellar Dancer. Gloriana practically snatched his collar and dragged him all the way down to the shuttle bay in order to meet his savior. In addition, Dr. Rania dropped by as well, but she didn't appear as ecstatic. Obviously, Gloriana possessed a lot of affection for her brother. Ves half expected that the stiff and powerful Wodens exhibited frequent internal competition. Perhaps he wasn't wrong, but it didn't appear to apply in this case. His girlfriend happily bounced on her feet as she waited for the arrival of the shuttle. "What's your brother like?" "Brutus is my closest brother," she replied. "He's the closest to my age in my family. My other brothers and sisters are a lot older than us, so I never played with them a lot. They were so busy with school or work that they weren't home very often." "Is he like the other boys in your state?" "Of course not, VS!" She slapped his arm. "Not every boy is the same. There are differences between females. Why can't there be differences between males?" "What makes your brother different?" "He's of higher birth, for once," she answered. "While our Woden dynasty isn't as powerful as the 6 matriarchal dynasties, anyone born in our family is destined to become remarkable. Just because Brutus is a boy doesn't mean he's allowed to shame our bloodline. Seeing that he's not only a mech pilot, but also an expert pilot, I'd say he's pretty successful in that. The Wodens must be proud of him. Right?" Gloriana smiled with pride. "Every expert pilot is useful, regardless if they are boys or women. We don't look down on male expert pilots if that's what you are thinking. Brutus has proven himself. He even took upon himself to be my protector." The amused twinkle in her eyes signified that she didn't take Brutus seriously in that regard. Anyone would be glad to obtain the protection of an expert pilot, but Gloriana still considered Brutus to be her childhood playmate. VS mentally shook his head. He heard enough. He still didn't entirely understand how males were treated by female hexers. A male expert pilot evidently enjoyed some actual respect, but it wasn't enough to turn them into equals. The shuttle finally arrived. VS studied the shuttle carefully and noted that it was a vastly superior model from other second-class shuttles. Though its acceleration and maneuverability was not much better, its armor and protective measures were on a different level. Once the craft landed on the deck, the hatch opened up, revealing a single man in the blue and gold uniform of Glory Battalion. Compared to the other mech pilots of the Glory Battalion, the newcomer's uniform was decked with various decorations. Some of them immediately made it clear that he was an expert pilot. In truth, VS did not need to read these markings to realize that the man was an expert pilot. A strong, protective will radiated from the male hexer's mind like a bonfire in the night. The entire shuttle hangar became charged in a faint, invisible embrace. This was Venerable Brutus Woden, the famous 5th offspring of Constance Woden. He was several years older than Gloriana, but already exuded the spiritual strength of a seasoned expert pilot. His tall body and balanced physique immediately made it clear that he was a professional soldier. His strong, measured strides conveyed both strength and control. VS was very familiar with this kind of cadence. He had heard it from enough Larkinsons to get a better sense of Gloriana's brother. As soon as Brutus came near, Gloriana instantly left her boyfriend's side and threw himself onto her brother. "Brutus! Welcome back!" The expert pilot's serious face cracked into a smile. "I was only gone for a few days, sister." "Hee, I know. It's not about us this time. Let me introduce you to VS." Gloriana cheerfully grasped her brother's arm and dragged him over to VS. Even though her strength paled in comparison to her much bigger brother, Brutus never showed a hint of resistance. "VS. Meet Venerable Brutus Woden. Brutus, meet VS Larkinson." For Gloriana's sake, VS pushed down his skepticism and offered to shake Brutus' hand. "I'm pleased to meet you, Venerable Brutus. Thank you for coming to the rescue a few days ago. I appreciate your aid." Brutus stopped smiling as he turned away from his sister. His lips curled into a faint sneer. He stared at the offered hand as if it was covered in mud. Before this moment grew more tense, Gloriana forcefully intervened. She used her continued hold on her brother's sleeve to force his hand to accept the handshake. She clasped both hands and vigorously shook them up and down. "Brutus! Be serious!" Her brother was less than enthused about this meeting, that was clear to Ves. Just like Rania, Brutus looked down on him. Changing his opinion would be an uphill battle. Let's head up for a drink," Gloriana suggested. Under her lead, the two males followed her up to the lounge. Rania followed them as well and casually chatted with Gloriana. In the meantime, Ves walked alongside Brutus. He became unnerved when the expert pilot scrutinized him like a potential threat. This became clear when Brutus unconsciously applied pressure on Ves with his force of will. Ves was no vegetable. While he did not actively push back, he nonetheless showed no discomfort. He had seen his fair share of expert pilots, and Brutus was still too young to match the stronger ones. As excellent as he appeared, he wasn't necessarily better than his Uncle Ark or Venerable Relia Foster. This silent game served as an excellent opportunity for Ves to get a sense of Brutus' personality and core conviction. Every expert pilot developed a single dominant emotion or ideal to dedicate their lives towards. Ves experienced enough varieties to identify the direction of an expert pilot's focus. He immediately noticed some differences from the likes of Venerable Foster. The Vesian expert pilot possessed an aggressive and domineering force of will. This turned her into an awful opponent against her enemies. Ves expected Brutus to adopt a similar force of will, but it turned out that the Hexer expert pilot followed the opposite direction. The force of will emanating from Brutus possessed a very protective component. Ves found it similar to Kalankso and Ves Larkinson's flavors. While their overall directions were similar, each of these protective individuals interpreted protectiveness in a slightly difficult fashion. These small differences often resulted in drastic differences in their personalities and approach towards conflicts. Kalankso's protectiveness was tinged with motherly love. As an ancient sacred god who lived for multiple centuries, she spawned many offspring, some of which grew up into formidable giant exobeasts. Her protectiveness towards her children had honed her spiritual character down to her very soul. Janzi, on the other hand, was not as old. She didn't possess the life experiences of her patron, nor did she have the experience of a mother. However, she had the blood of a Larkinson flowing in her veins. As a Larkinson mech pilot, the call of duty was carved in her bones. When the broke through to expert candidate, Janzi inherited Kalankso's protectiveness, but also put her own spin on it. She began to see herself as a guardian and a protector to those who were vulnerable. From what he heard, Janzi improved by leaps and bounds when she participated in the Sand War. There was hardly a higher calling than protecting entire planets' worth of civilians from heartless alien threats. What Ves sensed from Brutus was very similar to Janzi. It was almost identical in that Brutus saw himself as a guardian. There was a crucial difference, however. Whereas Janzi dedicated herself to protecting people regardless if they were strangers, Brutus dedicated himself solely to protecting his family or loved ones. Ves could tell because he noticed something remarkable. Brutus' force of will seemed to flow towards Gloriana and wrap her up into a protective blanket or shield. Even Rania received a spiritual blanket, though it was a bit weaker than the one around Gloriana. Chapter 1785 Brotherly Affection. 3 Wodens and 1 Larkinson settled down at the lounge. To the consternation of the Hexers, Gloriana chose to sit beside Ves and compel him to wrap his arm around her. Though they often sat together like this, how could her brother and cousin feel at ease when a grubby third-rater put his paw on an exalted Hexer? Though Ves noticed their dissatisfaction, most of his attention was placed on the strange activity exhibited by Brutus' force of will. He encountered several expert pilots over his lifetime. The most recent one besides Brutus was Venerable Ganso, who possessed a very offense-oriented force of will. Both Ganso and Brutus appeared to be ranged mech specialists, but they adopted different convictions. Ganso's force of will mostly centered around himself. His offense-oriented force of will was an expression of his belief that defeating his enemies was the best way to do his duty. His force of will mostly honed his aggression and strengthened his commitment to duty. Part of the reason why he obsessed so much about obeying authority and completing his mission was because these values formed the spiritual foundation of his force of will. In contrast, despite specializing in an offensive mech, Brutus piloted mechs for a very different purpose. His main priority was to protect his family, or the people he cared about. As Ves carefully sampled the protective blanket that Brutus unconsciously formed around Gloriana, he knew that the brotherly love the expert pilot held for his sister was incredibly strong. Ves quickly realized that this kind of love and devotion surpassed most instances of affection between brothers and sisters. When any expert pilot to dedicate the essence of his will towards a cause, they formed a lifelong obsession around it. Their spirituality, their personality, their thoughts and their emotions had all gathered together to birth this force of will, and in turn the incredible might of an empowered will fed back to its originators and warped them further into its image. In essence, when expert candidates and expert pilots formed their empowered wills, the latter essentially began to hypnotize the former. When a force of will further contaminated the rest of the mind of an expert pilot, their mentality became more and more compatible with the force of will. This was a mutually reinforcing cycle and one of the ways for expert pilots to advance and grow in strength. As long as an expert pilot dedicated himself further towards the pursuit he had chosen, he would be rewarded by increasing the foundation of his strength. Just like Pavlov's dog, the positive feedback stimulated the expert pilot into dedicating himself further towards his conviction. What did all of this mean? Expert pilots placed a very high emphasis on sticking to their values and acting according to their principles. This made them incredibly stubborn whenever these core values and principles were involved. It was virtually impossible to change their minds on the matters that touched their hearts and wills the most. So when Ves witnessed Venerable Brutus caring so much for Gloriana that his force of will freely enveloped her like a shield, he knew that he had no choice but to overcome this hurdle. An overprotective brother was bad enough, but when this person also happened to be an expert pilot, Ves could not brush him aside like he planned to do with every other hexer. No matter what, Ves could not avoid this test. Once Brutus opposed his relationship with Gloriana in earnest, how could Ves rest easy? Even if Brutus was just a boy, he was still a Woden and an expert pilot. His ill impression towards Ves would definitely affect the stance of the rest of the Woden dynasty. On the other hand, if Ves managed to gain Brutus' approval, he would get a very powerful helper. While winning Brutus over was not as good as winning over a female hexer, at the very least his protectiveness towards his sister could be exploited for many ends. Once Ves made these silent calculations in his mind, he suppressed any dissatisfaction towards Brutus. When his interests were at stake, what did it matter if Gloriana's brother was less than enthused? The only complication was that Brutus' dislike towards Ves actually affected the operation of the protective blanket. Even as Ves kept trying to make small talk, as long as Gloriana's body continued to press against his own, her protective blanket continued to prickle him. It was as if 1,000 spiritual needles were pressing against his skin. A normal human would have felt incredibly uncomfortable, or even pained if they faced this manifestation of Venerable Brutus' force of will. Fortunately, Ves was very experienced in spiritual matters and possessed a certain degree of strength in this aspect. The protective blanket may be threatening, but it mainly attacked the minds of those Brutus regarded with hostility. Ves was very confident in his mental strength. Compared to spiritual attacks he experienced in the past, this kind of pressure was not enough to shake his intentions. His continued proximity to Gloriana began to annoy Brutus further. Perhaps he wasn't used to seeing that the pressure he exerted had failed to make a difference. Gloriana, he spoke up, directing his attention towards his loving sister. His previous frown turned into a gentle smile now that he faced his sister. When will you return to the hegemony? We have all been waiting for you to go back. There is no point in continuing to meddle in the Sand War when the Komodo War will soon reach its peak. Our home state needs you. Continuing to play in this impoverished region and remaining vulnerable to Friday-man predation is highly inadvisable. I already told you, brother. I'm staying with VS until we are ready to return. Right now, we are still in the middle of exploring our synergies and finding ways to strengthen our specialties. You're not a mech designer, Brutus. You don't know what it's like to finally find a mech designer who can enable my passion. Let me show you what we have done in the last year. Gloriana enthusiastically activated a central projector and began to highlight all of their successful design projects, starting with the Desolate Soldier. Don't underestimate this work just because it's a third-class design. Underneath its plain exterior, this mech hides a lot of strengths. Let me explain it all to you. To his credit, Brutus sat calmly and listened to his sister in earnest. He showed faint surprise when Gloriana mentioned the Desolate Soldier's glow, but he quickly grew disinterested. As an expert pilot of a powerful second-rate state, he had encountered plenty of mechs with strange and powerful features. The only notable part about the glows was that they seemed entirely unique. Perhaps mundane mech pilots might be more appreciative towards glows, especially if they experienced their effects in person, but expert pilots were not so easily shaken. Their strong conviction and their iron wills made them even less appreciative towards external means of influencing other people's emotions. Gloriana did not take notice of Brutus' dismissal towards glows. She continued to ramble on about her many collaborations with VS. From the Adonis Colossus to the Deliverer, she poured out her passion for her recent works with no reserve. Against her boundless enthusiasm, Brutus slowly shifted his expression. As someone who loved his sister dearly, he could never dismiss all of her words. By the time her rambling finally subsided, Brutus took a deep breath and looked at her sister in the eyes. Are you happy with this boy? You already know the answer to this, brother. She emphasized her words by pressing on to VS even deeper. The happiness that overflowed from her could not be faked. Why him? Why not a proper hexer? You know the answer to this as well. You know what I think about those other boys. Even if they're pretty, even if their breeding is impeccable, they're all useless to me. In fact, some of them are even hindrances if I pair up with them. I have searched half the hegemony and failed to find a single boy who pleases me. Why did you think I visited Centerpoint in the first place? And VS, here is your answer? Brother, please understand that I'm not only a hexer, but also a mech designer. I will do anything to pursue my goals in mech design. Of all of the mech designers I've met, none of them can possibly help me fulfill my ambitions more than VS. Without him, my chances of attaining my goals are poor. Now that I've found a compatible partner, my chances have doubled or even tripled. I am absolutely certain that the two of us can achieve the wonders I've already dreamt about. I won't let alone, including you, spoil my opportunities. Brutus looked discomfited, and so did Rania. Cousin, aren't you moving too fast? The exobiologist questioned. How long has it been since you met with him? A year's time is not enough to make up your mind. The lovesick hexer stubbornly shook her head. It doesn't matter. My love for VS is real, and so is my desire to collaborate with him. The two of us are made for each other. What does it matter if his breeding is poor? As a mech designer with as much potential as me, Ves can easily match or surpass all of the mech designers from the hegemony. This is why I've already made a promise to my mother for him to prove himself. Just wait, in about 2 years' time, he'll blow your minds with what he can accomplish with me at his side. Both Rania and Brutus were already aware that Gloriana's desire to be with Ves was more than a casual attachment, but now that Ves was back, she expressed her obsession in full. Her ferocity astounded her brother and her cousin. In the face of such a strong attachment, Brutus could no longer dismiss his sister's fascination towards Ves as a momentary crush. He knew his sister well enough that she was always serious when she became this committed. He decided to change his tack. "Sister, cousin, could you please leave me alone with Ves? I want to have a private talk with him. Please give us a moment to ourselves." Gloriana glanced suspiciously at her brother. "You aren't going to scare him away from me, are you?" "I only intend to talk." "Okay," she said simply. "Come on, Rania. Let's give the boys some space." She quickly left with Rania, but not before pecking Ves on the cheek. "Brutus can be kind of scary on the outside, but he's a big softa inside," she whispered in his ear. "Do your best to make nice with him. It would break my heart if the two of you can't get along." With that, the two women left the lounge, leaving Ves to face the expert pilot alone. Of course, just because they were the only ones left did not mean their talks were private. The monitoring system doubtlessly kept a very close on them while recording all of their words. Both of them knew that. The reason why Brutus insisted on talking to Ves alone was because he wanted to speak frankly without encountering an instant pushback from her sister. "So," Ves trailed, "what is it you want to talk to me about?" Brutus crossed his arms. "I don't know how you managed to do it, but you completely put my sister under your spell. I think you are mischaracterizing her affection towards me. I didn't seduce her. She seduced me," Ves retorted. "I never actively pursued a relationship with her from the start. Gloriana insisted on staying together with me, and eventually we learned we got along very well. We are made for each other." This only caused the expert pilot to narrow his eyes. "Just because my sister fancies you does not mean the two of you are soulmates." It was clear that Brutus still disapproved of Ves. Chapter 1786 Shared Values. When Rania and Gloriana left the compartment, the manifestation of Brutus will no longer became constrained. The protective blankets that his force of will draped around his family turned into a formless field that suffused the entire lounge with his pressure. His intense protectiveness changed the very nature of the air around them, turning it into a domain where his will prevailed. Of course, these tricks did not affect Ves the slightest. As a journeyman, his mind was not as defenseless as other humans, and the oppression radiating from Brutus hardly affected his stability. Though Ves did not actively fight back against the pressure, the fact that he managed to stay solid earned a rare bout of respect from the expert pilot. This was enough for Brutus to look at Ves in a different manner. He decided to be direct. "Let me ask you plainly, Larkinson. Do you love my sister?" "I do," Ves replied. In order to express his sincerity, he opened his mind and focused towards all of the moments he shared with his girlfriend. "I love Gloriana. I love her company, her enthusiasm, her passion, and her smile. I love her so much that I'm willing to become an enemy to the Friday Coalition. I did not hesitate in resisting Lady Curver's unsolicited advances. In order to return to Gloriana, I killed dozens of the Friday men and stole one of their ships. Don't forget that I did this all by myself. Can you imagine the depths a mech designer like me will go to remain faithful to the love of my life?" His argument appeared to sway Brutus a bit. While he took some liberties with the truth, Ves was truly being sincere in his love towards Gloriana. His entire mind and body radiated the earnest feelings he cherished in his heart. This outward expression made contact with Brutus' force of will, allowing him to vaguely sense that Ves was being entirely truthful. Ves truly loved Gloriana. This was not in doubt. From this, Brutus understood that Ves was not trying to take advantage of Gloriana. Plenty of third-raters tried to marry second-raters in order to improve their station in life. It was such a common occurrence that Brutus had already put Ves in this category beforehand. Yet now that he met Ves in person, Brutus found out that his sister's relationship was much more intertwined than he thought. He cared about his sister. It would have been easy if Ves was just scheming to take advantage of Gloriana and the Wodens. Yet if both Ves and Gloriana were sincere towards each other, then trying to break them apart would harm the latter enormously. Brutus knew his sister pretty well. How could he not know she was absolutely committed to this relationship? "I respect what you have accomplished," he conceded towards Ves. "For a third-rater, and a civilian no less, you managed to resist the Friday men, and did not show any hesitation in doing so. For that, you are a friend to our state." Ves proudly straightened his back and patted his chest. "I'm a Larkin son. While our family is not as powerful as the Wodens, there is fire in my blood and honor in my bones. I will do anything to protect Gloriana." Surprisingly, this answer did not have the effect that Ves intended. Rather than earn Brutus' respect, the expert pilot became more grave. Ves immediately sensed the change became the oppression from Brutus' force of will increased. "I worry about your influence on my sister," Brutus said while boring his eyes at Ves. "You aren't born a hexer. You are a stranger to our beliefs and our customs. The number 6 is meaningless to you. You don't respect women as much as genuine hexers. Above all, you have never been tamed." If proper hexer boys could be likened to well-behaved dogs, then Ves was a feral mutt who was liable to hit any hand that attempted to feed him. Such a rabid dog ought to be wiped out before he could do more damage. Ves realized his mistake. Hexers respected ferocity, but only from women. This was because the hexers believed in the myth that women were smarter, wiser, and more in control of themselves. A ferocious woman was a good thing, because she could be trusted to channel her energy productively. A ferocious boy was a bad thing, because boys were too impulsive and immature to take the greater picture into account. The more Ves portrayed himself as a strong and assertive man, the more hexers believed he was a deadly beast who could lose control at any time. Still, now that he had uttered his words, he could hardly take them back. Ves had been largely sincere up to now, so if he became less honest, Brutus would definitely be able to tell the difference somehow. "Gloriana is a great mech designer, but she can't design the mechs she wants alone." Ves changed the subject. "I don't believe that." Brutus crossed his arms and rejected his assertion. "There are so many mech designers that there are doubtlessly more mech designers who can benefit her as well. Even if it turns out you are the only mech designer in the Komodo star sector who complements her well, she can always find someone better from another star sector. There are a myriad of star sectors to choose from, and I don't believe there is no one in the entire galaxy who can fit her better than you. Even if there is no one suitable in the Milky Way galaxy, then I will not hesitate to find a way to bring her to the Red Ocean to continue our search. You hexers aren't exactly popular outside your own state. No offense, Venerable Brutus, but many capable male mech designers who come close to meeting her standards will likely turn away once they learn about the hexadric hegemony." That caused Brutus to scrutinize Ves even more. "It sounds like you are sympathetic to them rather than to us. What is your stance on hexers?" Oh. Ves dreaded this question. This was a very thorny issue for him, and if he gave out his unvarnished opinion, Brutus would definitely not let this contradiction go. As a true hexer, the expert pilot fully bought into all of the poisonous beliefs of his culture. Fortunately, Ves did not come unprepared. He already prepared a countermeasure beforehand. He quickly concentrated his mind and donned a mask he prepared beforehand. It was nothing but a hastily imagined impression of Hexer attitudes empowered with a decent dollop of spiritual energy. His demeanor shifted a little. He hunched his shoulders a bit and became a little more deferential. The demeanor he adopted was identical to the demeanor exhibited by the male crew members of the Stellar Chaser. One of the reasons why Ves walked around and studied the submissive male Hexers was to prepare for this meeting. The shift was quite subtle, because Ves knew that his audience would definitely question a more exaggerated performance. A more restrained performance was much more believed. Ves wanted to make himself appear as if he became swayed by Hexers without adopting their beliefs entirely. Only then would he be able to pass this hurdle. Now that he'd put on his mask, it was time to stage a show. While I'm not a Hexer, I have a lot of respect for women, Ves told Brutus while displaying his deference towards the superior gender. In my relationship with Gloriana, I feel at ease by letting her take the lead. She is so much more capable than me, and her judgment is far better than mine. One of the reasons I love her so much is because she is the woman that truly matches my tastes. I love a woman who can take charge. I'm helpless if I don't have someone like Gloriana to direct my life. His seemingly sincere performance threw the audience off balance. For a moment, Brutus doubted his judgment and observation skills. Was Ves truly deferential to women and Gloriana, or was he only trying to say what Hexers wanted to hear? Even Ves didn't know how much he said was true or fake. He just wanted to win over Gloriana's brother by any means possible. Is your so-called respect for women only limited to my sister? Brutus asked skeptically. Goodness no! Ves vigorously shook his head. Women have their strengths. From my birth, I was taught to respect women and follow their lead whenever possible. My mother, who I love dearly, has been a huge influence to me. While she died early, I still respect her strength and the behavior she instilled in me. If every woman is like my mother, then the galaxy would truly be a better place. Somehow, Ves managed to connect with Brutus. The expert pilot's eyes sparkled a bit as he fully bought into the performance. Ves sounded so sincere that even he became unsure whether he was lying. His mask was too effective. Not only did he empower it with a hefty dose of spiritual energy, it also fit him like a glove. Regardless, Ves finally found a way to connect with Brutus. Mothers are very precious. Brutus smiled. My own mother has shaped my entire life. If not for her love, guidance, and strictness, I doubt I could have become as useful as I am today. It was my greatest dream to become Gloriana's shield and protector. With my mother's help, I managed to break through to expert pilot and gain the capital to protect my sister and family. Ves nervously smiled in return. That was some serious dedication, and it all happened to be true. The fact that Brutus Forcible reacted so strongly towards Gloriana was proof that the male Hexer's ambition truly centered around protecting his sister. It made sense. The force of will of an expert pilot reflected their values and beliefs. Since Hexers always pressed down the pride of boys among their ranks, their male mech pilots all turned towards altruistic desires to form the basis of their force of will. It was a pretty good way for male expert pilots to gain acceptance from their female overseers. Hexers did not forbid men from developing skills or growing stronger. In the same vein, they did not stop male mech pilots from advancing to expert. From a practical perspective, the Hexers couldn't afford to reject their strength. While male mech officers were practically non-existent in the Hex army, there were a lot of boys serving in the lower ranks. The chance to surpass the extraordinary threshold did not differ between men and women. Even the lowliest male mech pilot could break through under the right circumstances. Since the Hexers needed as many expert pilots as possible to contend against the Friday men, they did not suppress the existence of male expert pilots. Instead, the Hexers made sure to channel their strength to the proper ends. Personal ambition was taboo among boys. Male mech pilots were only allowed to grow stronger as long as they dedicated their efforts towards protecting and advancing the interests of their betters. After Ves made this realization, he became a bit more assured in his approach. "We have more in common than you think," Ves smiled. "Our mothers are similar, and they both raised us to respect women. We both love Gloriana, and we want nothing more than to keep her safe and allow her to fulfill her dreams." "You have a point, but I'm not your enemy, Brutus, nor do I wish your sister any ill," Ves quickly said. "Please believe me. Look at how content Gloriana has become these days. Was she always this happy before she hooked up with me? Has any other boy complimented her design style as well as mine?" His argument sounded very compelling. As Brutus compared the Gloriana in the past to the Gloriana who was bubbling with happiness, he could not deny he preferred the latter. Chapter 1787 Tao. Even though Ves managed to charm Brutus by finding something they supposedly shared in common, that did not mean that Brutus reversed his stance in an instant. Expert pilots were never easily swayed. Regardless if Ves provided all of the right answers, he could never completely assuage the male Hexer's worries. While Ves noted that his altered personality managed to connect with Brutus, it was difficult to go any further. If Brutus ever asked him what he thought about Hexers rather than his mother, Ves would be placed in a difficult position. He truly didn't like the Hexers. Even if his mask allowed him to massage the truth, his contradictory thoughts would definitely weaken his performance. At worst, he might expose his falsehood, which was the last thing he wanted. Ves drew back on his act after expressing his admiration towards women in a vague sense. The conservation sound wound down as Brutus gained what he wanted. He developed enough of an impression of Ves to determine whether he was worthy of Gloriana. Brutus was still on the fence. To someone as precious as his sister, the male Woden did not wish to gamble. The reason why Brutus and the other Wodens vastly preferred Hexer suitors over Ves was because they knew exactly what the former brought to the table. In contrast, Ves was a wild card. Perhaps Ves was more suitable than the Hexers boys the Woden dynasty set their sights upon. Maybe it was true that Ves empowered Gloriana's design philosophy. If he respected his mother and loved Gloriana as much as Brutus, then how could the latter spoil her sister's opportunity for happiness? While Ves failed to win Brutus over, at the very least the male Hexer exhibited some uncertainty. Even his force of will reduced its hostility towards Ves. "I admit that you are different from what I expected," Brutus eventually said. "You've impressed me, and I'm starting to believe my sister isn't misguided when she set her sights on you. That does not mean I agree with her. No matter your qualifications, you are not one of us. That alone is a major problem. Your mother is willing to give me a chance," Ves stated. This was a very simple but a very powerful argument. Male Hexers, even expert pilots like Brutus, did not have the right to make impactful decisions. Only women were qualified to do so. And no one was more qualified to make decisions for Gloriana than her own mother. Even though Gloriana was already an adult, she was still a member of the Woden dynasty. It was not that rare for women of her age and station to follow the arrangements of her parents, or dynasty. In addition, it wasn't rare for marriages to be arranged for people who were in their 30s, 40s, or even 50s. The lives of those who were well off lasted very long. The expected lifespan of a second-rate human almost certainly surpassed a century. It was even more exaggerated for talented individuals like Gloriana. As a galactic citizen and a journeyman, it was already assured that she would be able to live for at least 2 centuries. As long as no one aimed at her life, Gloriana possessed plenty of time to find a suitable partner. Of course, just because Gloriana could afford to take her time did not mean it was a good idea to wait too long. The fact that Madame Constance Woden extended 3 years to explore this pairing was already a very concession towards her favored daughter. Ves was not a hexer. This was a problem that continued to hinder his attempts to gain acceptance. Not only was he a foreigner, he also came from a third-rate state. This was a very significant handicap that made it incredibly difficult for Ves to distinguish himself from the masses. It wasn't enough to match the capabilities of a hexer mech designer. He had to surpass his peers from the hegemony in such a decisive fashion that he left no more room for arguing. Gloriana was right. The best way for Ves to prove himself was to exhibit the capability to make a masterwork mech. Showing this ability while collaborating with Gloriana at their young age would certainly raise a storm in the mech community. The Hexers and the Wodens in particular should definitely push aside their concerns about his identity once he astonished them with such an accomplishment. The only problem was that fabricating a masterwork mech was easier said than done. Ves and Gloriana attempted it several times, to no avail. Either their passion wasn't enough, the moment wasn't right, or the chance simply wasn't there. Ves and Gloriana only had a bit more than 2 years left to overcome this challenge. If they still failed to produce their desired result, Gloriana's mother would definitely lose patience with their relationship. "I'm aware that my mother has given you the benefit of the doubt," Brutus said and stood up. "It seems she saw something in you as well. I'm willing to give you a chance as well. As long as you treat my sister right and keep her happy, I won't object to my mother's arrangement." Ves inwardly felt relieved. He managed to convince Gloriana's overprotective brother to give him a chance. Of course, it was just a chance. A curious detail was that Constance Woden not only looked out for her daughter's well-being, but also sought what was best for the Woden dynasty. Brutus did not exhibit the same priorities. While he doubtlessly cared about the Wodens, he clearly loved Gloriana above anything else. This was a very important difference. Ves realized that it might be possible to win Brutus over without committing to his state. Even if Ves rejected the hegemony, it would still be possible to gain Brutus' support. After all, the expert pilot wanted Gloriana to be happy, and that mattered more than anything else. Of course, male hexers did not have much say in their society. Even if Brutus supported Ves, his opinion hardly influenced the rest of the Wodens. Naturally, Ves did not look down on this accomplishment. While Brutus might not be of help due to his gender, he would be an awful enemy if he became hostile to the relationship. If Brutus thought that Gloriana was better off elsewhere, then he could probably take Gloriana away. He was an expert pilot after all. If he believed that Gloriana was under threat or something, he would definitely act according to his force of will. A few minutes later, Ves and Brutus emerged from the lounge. Gloriana and Rania waited right outside. Both women didn't seem to have listened in on the boys. "What do you think, Brutus?" Gloriana asked. "Let's just say that I'll reserve my judgment. I'm willing to let our mother decide whether Ves is the right person for you." Gloriana grinned and clapped her hands. "Ves will definitely surprise you. Thank you for giving him a chance. I won't stop you from pursuing this relationship, but that doesn't mean our other brothers and sisters will follow suit. If Ves managed to impress you, then it's only a matter of time before our entire dynasty embraces him. Just you wait." While Gloriana and her brother discussed her relationship, Rania turned to Ves and studied him with a curious expression. Huh. I didn't expect you to make Brutus give you a chance. I was really sure he would object to you. When it comes to Gloriana, Brutus is willing to do anything to ensure she's safe. There is no way a third-rater like you can protect her as well as a Hexer suitor who enjoys the support of an entire dynasty. Gloriana won't be better off if you keep her in a cage. Ves spoke with conviction. While I admit that I don't have the capital to protect my girlfriend as well as a Hexer, I still managed to kill a lot of Friday men. Since I have the courage to hijack a ship from captivity, I'll definitely protect Gloriana to the best of my ability. Don't look at my current strength and influence. I'm still in the early stages of my career. Once I develop for another decade or so, I'll definitely grow to the point where I can protect Gloriana against any second-class threat. Those were some very big words. Dr. Rania clearly doubted his assertions. You don't sound very reassuring. If I had to choose between keeping Gloriana safe or keeping her happy, I would rather pick the former than the latter. Let's leave the decision up to Gloriana, Ves replied. To her, separating from me will definitely ruin her career. I'm not lying about this. Since Gloriana is very passionate about mech design, robbing her of the opportunity to fulfill her ambition will definitely break her as a person. Absurd. It's the truth, Ves stated. It's a mech designer thing. Just ask her if you don't believe her. She'll give you the same answer. At this point, our collaboration has grown so close that we're practically inseparable. Neither of us will be able to make any accomplishments in our fields if we no longer enjoy each other's support. He was exaggerating a bit. The consequences to him weren't very serious. While it would be a shame to lose Gloriana's design philosophy and the synergies she enabled, Ves would live. His design philosophy still followed a direction that Ves could develop through his own efforts. Even with a collaboration partner like Gloriana or Aisling, Ves still possessed the confidence to advance to master by himself. It was a different case for Gloriana. After Ves contaminated her with his insights, she decisively shifted her design philosophy to accommodate spiritual components, or divine components in her words. Since Gloriana lacked the spiritual perception that Ves took for granted, it was extremely difficult for her to make any accomplishments in this area. There was no way she could replicate his feats and obtain a design spirit, let alone instilling it into a design. Now that Gloriana received this revelation, she could never go back. Ordinarily, the only way to recover from a possible breakup was to correct the direction of her design philosophy. The only thing she needed to do was to discard the use of spiritual components in her mech designs. Yet, could she even do that? As a mech designer who wanted to design the perfect vessel, it was crucially important for her to leverage every possible method to reach perfection. Now that she became aware to the value that spiritual components added to her mech designs, how could he deprive her perfect vessels of this powerful component? From a logical perspective, Gloriana would never be able to justice the absence of this component. For this reason, Ves did not fear Gloriana's betrayal. Knowing that his specialty was essential to her own development, Gloriana should be doing her best to stay by his side. Rania didn't know this, and she obviously didn't believe that Ves was being truthful. To her, Ves was simply blowing his horn. Typical boy. Don't think you've won. Brutus is just her youngest brother. You need to convince 2 more brothers and 3 more sisters to win over my cousin's siblings. Then you need to overcome their mother. Let me tell you that my aunt is one of the strictest hexers that I have ever met. She's harsh on herself and harsher on her children. Every hexer must meet her ludicrously high expectations, or she will make her wrath known. This sounded very worrisome. Ves truly feared Gloriana's mother. He heard so much about her to know what Ves shouldn't even be able to come within her sight if not for his excellence. He had to grow stronger. This was the only way to resolve his issues with Gloriana's mother and the Woden dynasty. His urge to design a second-class mech and fabricate a masterwork mech grew even stronger. He couldn't afford to fail. Chapter 1788 Kicking the CA. After Ves and Venerable Brutus had their private moment, they moved the mech workshop along with Gloriana and Rania. It turned out that Gloriana tweaked and updated the Star Dancer's design in the last couple of weeks. Because of her limited involvement in the design of her brother's expert mech, she could only propose some minor improvements. Gloriana brought her brother to a projection of the Star Dancer's design and enthusiastically showed off some of her latest efforts. She improved considerably when she worked alongside Ves, so it wasn't a surprise for her to be able to correct some of her shortcomings in her existing products. Normally, a mech designer did not bother to update a mech design. Any revisions they wanted to do could wait until they comprehensively combined all of the corrections as well as tech upgrades in another revision. Ves himself wanted to wait until he became more proficient in next-generation mech design before he designed the Aurora Titan Mark II, for example. Of course, if a mech designer really cared about a design or customer, there was nothing stopping them from publishing minor updates. Expert mechs were some of the most important machines to the mech community. With the insanely high skill of expert pilots, even minor differences might result in drastic swings in battles. With so much at stake, mech designers involved in these prestigious design projects often continued to iterate on them despite finishing the job. In this instance, Gloriana had an extra reason to pour more effort into updating the Star Dancer. Her brother's life depended on it. Since she possessed the capability to work on its design, she would do her best to draw out as much strength out of it as possible. Ves made sure to keep a distance from the siblings. He held back his curiosity and tried his best not to listen in or study the projected design. An expert mech always incorporated numerous advanced technologies and design applications. The Star Dancer almost certainly incorporated many innovations exclusive to the Hexers or the Wodens. Since Ves wasn't formally involved in the project, he had no right to be exposed to the Star Dancer's design. Meow. While Gloriana outlined her improvements, Clixie somehow ended up in Brutus' arms. The severe-looking brother finally softened his grave expression and played with the cat in his arms. Huh. Turns out being a cat person runs in the blood, Ves remarked. Meow. Ves turned to the cat biting at his shoes and kicked his naughty pet away. I know you're anxious to return to the Scarlet Rose, but we can't leave yet. Be patient and make do with Gloriana's snacks. Meow meow. Lucky angrily swung his tail at Ves before skulking off. Ever since they were rescued by the Glory Battalion, they hadn't been given an opportunity to return to the ship they hijacked from the Friday men. Neither Lucky nor Ves were pleased. With all of the Briar alloy the mysterious escape pod could produce, Lucky felt wrong to be deprived of what he considered to be his rightful prize. After all, it was mostly due to his abilities that they managed to conquer the Scarlet Rose. As for Ves, he formed a lot of ambitions for this valuable material. It wasn't any day that Ves randomly found a seemingly endless source of Briar alloy. As long as the loop he discovered continued to supply him with materials, he could use it to build a lot of powerful assets. He formed a lot of ambitious plans. Depending on the maximum sustainable output of Briar alloy, he could completely transform his life in a couple of years of time. Yet now that Gloriana not only dragged him away from the Scarlet Rose, but also placed a prize crew onto his newly conquered ship, Ves couldn't help but be worried. It had already been several days. Before he departed, Ves made sure to halt the loop and keep the anomalous escape pod shut in its launch tube. Would the escape pod and its frightening occupant remain in place? Ves didn't know the answer to this question. As time continued to pass, he couldn't help but dread what might happen. It would be awful if the Hexers discovered this secret. Any day now, the mummified woman might wake up, or her escape pod might start appearing on the stellar chaser. Any change was detrimental to his interests. Ves was not among his avatars, battle criers, or sentinels right now. Every single ship in the fleet belonged to the Wodens. There was nowhere he could hide this anomaly. Once the Hexers discovered the potential worth of the self-replicating escape pod, they would probably claim it for themselves. Fortunately, nothing happened so far. The Hexers didn't appear to have discovered the unusual escape pod. The undermanned prize crew tasked with running the Scarlet Rose were too busy repairing all of the damage and neglect she accumulated over the past month. While Ves chatted with Rania, Lucky decided to take solace in Gloriana's company. At least she never kicked his body for no reason. Meow. Oh, Lucky! Are you hungry, little buddy? Meow. Hi. You're so cute. I've got plenty of shiny minerals stashed in my workshop. I'll go grab some. While Gloriana left for the storehouses, Lucky jumped up to the work table and called for Clixie. Meow. Meow. The furry cat squirmed out of Brutus' grasp and landed next to Lucky. The two cats pressed against each other and conserved in their cat language. In the meantime, Brutus stared at Lucky in fascination. Gloriana returned soon afterwards and fed Lucky a chunk of medium-grade exotic, much to the cat's delight. While Lucky crunched the hard mineral with his teeth, Brutus glanced at his sister. I thought you only had one cat. She casually stroked her hand on Lucky's back while he was occupied with his latest snack. Oh, Lucky here isn't mine. He belongs to Ves. Truly? While I'm not as good at understanding technology as you, this cat looks extraordinary. Even I know that any creature that is capable of eating exotics is just as valuable as Clixie, if not more. Don't bother asking me where you can find a cat like Lucky. I've already tried to search where I can buy one myself, but not even the Terrans and Rabarthans are offering a mechanical creature that is anywhere close to him. He's unique as far as I know, and Ves upgraded him several times. His tiger stripes weren't there before. Brutus spent some time twinkling his eyes at the fascinating cat, but in the end he got back to listening to Gloriana's work. An hour went by until he finally returned to the Serendipity. The fleet was still in unfriendly space. The Cretia Republic was no friend of the Hexadric hegemony. While unlikely, the chance the Friday men might launch an ambush on their fleet was still a possibility. With the departure of Brutus, Ves felt a lot less tense. Even when he was far away from Brutus, he still experienced the expert pilot's influence in the form of his force of will. Expert pilots always influence their surroundings with their expanding spiritual manifestations. Even when Brutus decided to give Ves a chance, he still felt as if he was being scrutinized all the time. With such an expansive force of will, Ves had to go to the opposite side of the stellar chaser in order to escape its reach. What an overprotective brother! Ves muttered and shook his head. He found it curious that all of the other expert pilots he met before did not interact with their surroundings as much as Brutus. Why did the latter's force of will react more actively to the presence of people? Was it due to the nature of his force of will, or did the Hexers utilize some methods to grant their expert pilots more strength? Maybe the second-rate states truly grasped a method to enhance the strength of expert pilots. Even if that was the case, it wasn't anything Ves could access for now. His identity and power was wholly insufficient to access such secrets. Besides, Ves didn't really have to worry about expert pilots for the moment. For now, he should focus on strengthening the mundane mech pilots under his employ. The foundation must be built up first before he could think about adding upper-level strength to his forces. As the ships finished cycling their FTL drives and transitioned into the higher dimensions, they would soon be arriving back to the Elvane Protectorate. Unlike before where Ves had to avoid enemy pursuit, the Wodens clearly weren't as concerned about any possible attacks. They directly charted a fairly direct route back to the Elvane Protectorate in order to leave the Cretia Republic as soon as possible. Ves looked forward to reuniting with his family and subordinates. He still had a lot to do when he reached the Kesseling system. Both the LMC and the new family needed to find some new directions to focus upon for the upcoming years. Already, a lot of time had passed since he made the decision to leave the Komodo star sector. With the 5 Scrolls Compact's shadow starting to loom over this star sector, Ves felt more and more compelled to get away as fast as possible. At the very least, he had a very clear goal to work towards now. With the opening of the Red Ocean Dwarf Galaxy, he could couch his decision as something other than a cowardly decision to avoid danger. I still have a long way to go before I'm qualified to enter the Red Ocean. Thinking about all of the MTA merits required to earn passage through a Beyonder Gate continued to be a thorny problem. Even many mech designers from the first-rate states weren't capable of earning so many merits. Ves had to find ways to make extraordinary contributions to the MTA in order to accumulate so many merits in a short amount of time. More and more, the thought of partnering up with others capable of earning MTA merits came to mind. As long as he and Gloriana found 8 more partners, they could split up the burden amongst each other. Trying to earn with 10 million MTA merits sounded a lot more doable than trying to earn 100 million MTA merits. Yet whenever he thought about sharing power and resources, Ves quickly rejected the option. There was no way Ves was willing to put his trust in others. Only Gloriana deserved his trust. As for others, forget it. After Ganso and the Bright Republic screwed him over, Ves vowed to never put his life in someone else's hands again. With my abilities and advantages, I can definitely find ways to earn lots of merits. He needed to start with completing missions for the Rim Guardians right away. The sooner he began to earn some merits, the sooner he was done. I'll have to put all of my efforts on promoting William Urbish to expert candidate as fast as possible. While there was still plenty of time left to complete this task for the Rim Guardians, Ves believed he already took far too much time. If not for his kidnapping, he probably would have been able to move on already. Ves gained a lot of inspiration and enjoyed a lot of time to think over his plans in recent times. Along the way, he didn't neglect what he should do with Silent William. As long as he succeeded with his experiment, then not only should he be able to elevate William to expert candidate, but also any other mech pilot with spiritual potential. Of course, Ves couldn't make much use of this experimental method lest he draw the MTA's attention to himself. Besides, Ves only formed some assumptions in his mind. He still needed to test them thoroughly, and to do that he needed lots of test subjects. Chapter 1789 Dog Bull. Ves woke up in his cabin aboard the Stellar Rose. He stretched his arms and tried to rise from his bed, only to find his leg was being shackled by a 6-sided manacle. Lucky! Meow! Lucky stopped eating his messy black hair and jumped from his head in order to chew apart the metal manacle. Its material was just as hard as briar alloy, but which just happened to serve as breakfast for his cat. Once his pet freed his leg, Ves yawned and entered the bathroom. He took a quick shower while making sure to leave his Sintra Umbra underwear on. He made sure to wave his hand at the blinking eyeballs that made up the bulkheads, deck and ceiling. Certainly, Stepping onto all of the eyeballs was an extremely unpleasant experience, and VS hurried to clothe himself as fast as possible. Just like every day, Gloriana already prepared his outfit for the day for him. Her tastes grew odder and odder by the day. VS really didn't want to wear the puppy costume she picked this time, but it wasn't as if he had any choice. His cabin didn't contain any other clothes. The closet was completely devoid of any fabric, and he sure as hell wasn't going to beg a hexer for some scraps. After he put on his dog collar on his neck, he exited the bathroom, only to meet Lucky's ridicule. Meow meow. It's not as if you are wearing a collar as well. Meow. Don't make fun of me any further or I'll exchange our collars. At least yours has a stealth module. Meow meow meow. What do you mean its radius is not enough to hide my body? There is plenty of room as long as I compress myself into a ball. I'll show you how it's done. Before Lucky could skedaddle, VS concentrated his mind and tried his best to wrap his scaredy cat up with his spiritual projection. Shortly afterwards, they exchanged collars. While Lucky tried to scratch the dog collar from his neck, VS affixed a miniaturized stealth generator onto his neck. Once he activated it, a stealth field with a diameter of 1 meter partially enveloped his body. This led to a very weird sight where his legs and parts of his waist still remained visible. Though VS thought about crouching and rolling his way to the dining hall, there was no reason for him to hide his presence. He shrugged and decided to walk upright. This resulted in the strange sight of a pair of legs exiting the cabin and heading towards the dining hall. In contrast, a cat wearing a dog collar was nothing special. Once they reached their destination, Queen Gloriana had already seated herself on the throne. His queen wore a regal outfit that consisted of a multilayered dress. The finest fabrics of the galaxy as well as sparkling exotic jewels all enhanced her majesty to an incredibly majestic sight. Percent at $*% dot. Yes, your majesty. VS did not approach the dining table in the center of the compartment. Instead, he moved to the side where a brightly colored doghouse had been placed and squirmed his half-invisible body inside. $%, at dot. A number of bots carrying various breakfast dishes entered the compartments. While most of them carried exquisite gourmet foods, only a single bot arrived to serve VS breakfast. The bot carelessly dumped the 6-sided dog bowl in front of the doghouse. VS looked pleased as the bowl contained the exact same nutrient-packed mixture he tasted more than 1,000 times already. Bon appetit, he said to himself with a smile. VS lowered his face to the bowl and began to eat the dry mixture without any hesitation. He gorged himself so fast that it only took a couple of minutes to finish his morning meal. Since nutrient packs didn't contain any moisture, VS had to quench his thirst with the second bowl delivered by a bot. He lapped up with water with his tongue, which was a very inefficient way to hydrate himself. It couldn't be helped. VS was a dog after all. Once he waited for Queen Gloriana to finish her breakfast, she rose from her throne and slowly brought her highly decorated robe to the doghouse. At this time, the stealth generator's charge had run out, thereby revealing VS in all his glory. His silly puppy costume made him look like a pug. His fuzzy pale yellow coat and his curled tail looked extraordinarily cute on him. VS could probably win some prizes if he appeared at a dog show. At this time, Queen Gloriana extended a leash towards his neck. Even though his miniaturized stealth generator didn't come with a hook, the end of the leash unfolded and clutched the collar like a claw. ##%, #@%*U0026. No, VS answered. Queen Gloriana scrunched her face. At hashtag backslash U0026% at backslash U0026%? Even though VS was still hunched over in his doghouse, he still grinned at his girlfriend like a shark. Your Majesty, if you are truly the Gloriana I know, you would have kissed me 6 times by now. Also, dressing me up as a puppy and making me eat from a pair of dog bowls is an excellent act. I don't know where you got the idea from, but you obviously don't know my girlfriend well enough. As soon as I laid my eyes on a dog bowl, I realized the flaw in this dream. Queen Gloriana's face turned ugly. At $backslash U0026 backslash U0026% at. The true Gloriana is a cat person, not a dog person. She would have dressed me up like a kitty. Just because most hexers had a tendency to refer to the boys in their state as puppies didn't mean they were all inclined to see them this way. At the very least, if Gloriana was truly in charge of this charade, she would definitely dress him up like a cat. I admit that you managed to hoodwink me for a time, but apparently you don't know Gloriana well enough. Now that I've spotted the flaw in your illusion, there's no way I'm letting this farce run its course. Break! VS leveraged his entire spirituality and pushed it out, breaking some sort of shackle that had taken hold over his mind. A dreadful scream emanated from Queen Gloriana as the illusion broke apart. Instantly, her radiant skin and her regal dress disappeared, revealing the true culprit behind this trap. I knew it! It's you! A mummified female body wearing an outdated vaxsuit uttered an unnatural scream at VS. Her raging voice overlapped like 1,000 screaming hags. At y hashtag backslash U0026 asterisk hashtag asterisk percent caret at hashtag backslash U0026 asterisk hashtag dollar caret hashtag backslash U0026% caret asterisk. Unfortunately for them both, VS didn't understand Cassandra Brayer's words at all. This was incredibly odd as VS could talk with cats and exobeasts with no problem. How come he failed to understand the mummified woman's voice? If he was unprepared, then the woman's unintelligible screams would have damaged his mind. However, it was too late now that he actively shielded his mind. The spiritually charged words washed against his mind without gaining entry. VS became as firm as a rock as he let the attack pass him by. Begone! The remnants of the illusion tore apart entirely after another outburst. VS managed to free himself from his hijacked dream. As VS woke up for a second time, VS immediately leveraged his spirituality and inspected every part of himself and his surroundings. Lucky woke up from his place at the foot of the bed and looked at VS with curiosity. Meow? Looks like you're real. VS sighed in relief. Now that he was alert to the possible threat, VS scrutinized everything in far greater detail. Nothing seemed amiss, both visually and spiritually. Though the illusion that had trapped him somehow managed to bypass his defenses and contaminate his mind, it wasn't perfect. VS inspected his own mental space over and over again, but found no hidden threats or other abnormalities. What a frightening attack! VS whispered and touched his face as if to confirm it was still real. The illusion that engulfed him seemed to be completely nonsensical, yet VS behaved as if it was all completely normal. Being shackled to his bed, surrounded by eyeballs while he showered, putting up a dog costume and eating his breakfast like he was a puppy should have alarmed him right away. The fact that he didn't question it until he spotted an obvious flaw was very concerning to VS. This mental attack was far more sophisticated than anything he experienced before, and the frightening part about it was that it could very well happen again. This witch! VS cursed. He had no doubt that the undead woman was behind this insidious attack. Whether she wanted to kill him or take over his mind, there was no doubt in his mind that she had bad intentions. Of course, it was partially his fault for inviting such an attack. He knew that Cassandra Breyer was clearly an extraordinary spiritual sorceress, yet he greedily exploited her self-replication ability anyway. If Cassandra didn't counterattack in some way, then she wouldn't have lived up to his expectation of her strength. It seems I'm truly in trouble now. One of his fears came true. Now that he stopped the production loop, the mysterious escape pod was left intact, giving the corpse inside plenty of time to perform some tricks. Ves had a lot of questions right now. For one, how could she launch an attack on him while the fleet entered FTL travel? Can she ignore the obstacles isolating the Scarlet Rose and the Stellar Chaser? Perhaps Cassandra possessed the capability to launch an attack on him no matter the distance. A more important question came to mind. Can I resist this attack again? While the illusion that gripped his mind was extremely sophisticated, it didn't actually carry much strength. Ves was able to break it after 2 spiritual outbursts. Either Cassandra held back, or her condition limited her strength. Ves guessed that the latter was the case. Cassandra was already dead and there was plenty of weirdness going on with regards to her circumstances. His best guess was that spiritual sorceresses like Cassandra and his mother both employed techniques that preserved their lives after death. However, everything had a price. His mother had to live like a ghost, while most of Cassandra's spiritual strength was occupied with maintaining the existence of her corpse and escape pod. If Ves assumed that most of Cassandra's strength was locked in maintaining her own state, then she didn't actually have that much strength left to mess with his mind. He relaxed after coming up with this theory. While he wasn't sure if this guess was correct, he intuitively felt that he wasn't far from the truth. In any case, the automatic operation that allowed her body and escape pod to replenish over and over again must place an incredible burden on Cassandra Breyer. Even if she was one of the strongest spiritual sorceresses in the galaxy, continually converting energy to matter was an enormous burden. Ves grew confused as he recalled some of his experiences while he fell under the illusion. Even though he treated it as an attack, was that truly the case? It could have been a nightmare. Maybe he was overthinking the matter. It might be that he had just been subjected to a dream created by his own unconscious mind. Ves shuddered. That's certainly not the case. This is definitely a deliberate attack. It doesn't have anything to do with me. I would never enjoy such an odd dream. After making up his mind, he grew somber as he began to consider how to guard himself against a similar attack. Cassandra Breyer could pull him into an illusion once. What stopped her from doing it again? If Ves was awake and alert, then he had plenty of confidence in foiling such an attempt. Now that he was aware of the possibility, he could easily detect if his mind was being influenced. Yet the problem was that Ves wasn't always awake and alert. Even when he was awake, he couldn't concentrate his mind every single second of the day. As for the times when he fell asleep, there was no question that his mind would fall into its most vulnerable state. This is a calamity. Chapter 1790 Radical Approach. After surviving a suspected mental attack, Ves grew incredibly grave. Since he woke up a few hours before his usual waking time, he didn't hurry to get out of his bed. Instead, he scratched Lucky's chin while he contemplated ways to guard himself against this insidious attack. The most frightening part about this attack was that it could sneak up to him without alerting him. Before he knew it, the illusion warped his cognition until he completely took its absurdities for granted. I need to find a way to guard my mind. Before, Ves always thought that his mind was a fortress. As a mech designer, his design seed guarded the core of his mind. Anything that encroached on its territory would invite a terrible counterattack. Not even V's attempt to investigate Gloriana's mind yielded much result after her design seed detected the intrusion. Even though his spiritual projection turned into a dormant spiritual fragment in her mind, it only maintained its existence because Gloriana adored his presence. Ves thought that his design seed would be just as alert and guarded. Yet when Cassandra Breyer tampered with his mind, his design seed completely dropped the ball. Was there a difference between their functions? Was Gloriana's design seed much more sensitive to abnormalities due to her specialization? Was his design seed defective? No. It's because my adversary is too strong. Even if he suspected that most of her strength was locked away, she still possessed all of the knowledge and advanced techniques she accumulated over her shrouded lifetime. How old was she? 1 century? 2 centuries? 7 centuries? Whatever the case, Cassandra was definitely strong enough to outmatch him on these fronts. Ves could only take consolation in his defensive advantage and his edge in the amount of spiritual strength he could leverage. This is problematic. If Ves had to make a choice, he would always prefer finesse over power. This applied both to mechs and spirituality. What was the use of maximizing power if it couldn't be controlled? Right now, Ves felt as if he was a child in front of Cassandra Breyer. He only received a minor lesson on how to employ his spirituality. He learned the rest of his spiritual repertoire on his own. Without a teacher, without a textbook, how can I possibly match against a master in this art? Ves believed that Cassandra was definitely connected to the Five Scrolls Compact. The Compact appeared to be the highest, or even only organization in human space that developed a systematic understanding of this phenomenon. Even though the MTA seemed to be aware of spirituality, or psionic power as they called it, Ves suspected that they weren't even close to matching the cultists. He was quite jealous of those who had been taught their arts. Instead of groping in the dark like Ves, these compact members all received teachings accumulated over centuries or even millennia. Comparing Ves against Cassandra was like comparing a caveman to Nita in full battle gear. There was no contest. Is it even possible to block every attack? Ves couldn't assume that his defenses were infallible. As long as he slipped up even once, he would definitely be vulnerable to hallucinations. I have to resolve this problem as fast as possible, he whispered. Fortunately, it only took half a week for the fleet to arrive at Kesseling 8. Once they reached the LMC's new headquarters, Ves would probably be able to gain possession of the Scarlet Rose. Hopefully. He wasn't sure yet. What if the Hexers tried to make a claim at the ship? That would be a disaster to Ves. Not only would he lose a valuable second-class vessel, he would also lose the mysterious escape pod or provide it with opportunities to plague him with spiritual attacks. I need to get some clarification from Gloriana, he muttered. Until he regained control over the Scarlet Rose, Ves needed to employ a stopgap solution. He needed to find at least some way to repel or mitigate follow-up attacks. He didn't have a lot of good ideas except for the obvious. After a lot of thought, Ves simply shrugged and formed an empowered spiritual shield over his mind. He invested just enough spiritual energy in it that it would take an entire day to replenish. His mental space instantly felt more secure now that he invested in its defense. He estimated that he was a lot more resilient against external pressure now. Whether it was a spiritual attack from a suspected compact associate, or an aggressive force of will from a hostile expert pilot, as long as he maintained a shield of this strength, he would definitely be better off than if he relied on his natural defenses. Ves made an important realization. I should have done this before. Anytime he didn't need to accumulate his excess spiritual energy into a peastone, he should use up his spiritual energy instead of letting it go to waste. Even if the chance of suffering a spiritual attack was almost zero, it was better to be safe than sorry. Just like a shield generator, Ves didn't need the protection most of the time, but when he came under attack, he would be infinitely grateful for his decision. As the shield settled down and wrapped around his mind, Ves tried to judge its defensive capabilities. It would definitely work against most attacks of a spiritual nature, but would it work against a master in the arts like Cassandra Breyer? She's way too fearsome. He shuddered. It could be that Cassandra could easily pierce or bypass his attempt at shielding his mind. Compared to other products of spiritual engineering such as the Grand Dynamo and Cassandra's insidious illusion attack, his shield was completely devoid of sophistication. It wasn't as if Ves wanted to strengthen his spiritual shield, but he didn't know how. When Ves inspected his spiritual toolbox, he discovered to his dismay that most of them pertained to mechs and design spirits. As a mech designer, Ves devoted most of his research on spirituality to developing his design philosophy and enhancing his ability to empower his mechs. There was very little reason for him to develop other applications of spirituality. Perhaps he unconsciously repelled other applications of spirituality because he didn't want to follow the footsteps of the Five Scrolls Compact. Just thinking about its insane cultists and researchers shook his very soul. There was no way he wanted to descend into madness. Mechs are familiar. Mechs are safe. Mechs are normal. Ves believed that as long as he anchored his spiritual gift towards his passion for mech design, he'd be able to avoid the madness that seemed to afflict the entire Five Scrolls Compact. If this assumption held true, wouldn't he be sabotaging himself by letting go of his restraint? I have no choice, he sighed. If I don't do anything, I'll continue to be susceptible to these kinds of attacks. It was as if he was designing a night mech that was impervious against physical damage, but extraordinarily vulnerable against energy damage. As long as his night mech fought against opponents wielding ballistic rifles, it could probably last for hours. Yet as soon as a single laser rifleman mech showed up, his work would quickly fall. Only under certain conditions was it acceptable to design a mech with such clear vulnerabilities. For example, his desolate soldier and deliverer designs ordinarily fared poorly against enemy mechs, but that was okay because they were only meant to fight against the Sandmen. Ves had fallen into the trap of assuming that he would only have to fend against normal attacks. This was why he placed a lot of importance on his shield generators. Yet now that Cassandra Breyer exploited one of his vulnerabilities, he had no choice but to divert some time into patching it up. Even if he didn't intend to follow the path of his mother, he should at least develop some self-protection capabilities. When Ves studied his simple shield made out of pure, solid spiritual energy, he became increasingly more dissatisfied. I'm a mech designer and an engineer. How can I possibly be satisfied with such a simple product? Could he apply his professional expertise in spiritual sorcery? His eyes lit up. Though it would be difficult to translate his expertise in mech design towards spiritual applications, at least some principles should be the same. Could he design and fabricate a spiritual version of a mech in his mind? It was easy for him to construct an image of a draft design. Yet drawing out a complete and viable mech was incredibly difficult, especially at his current cognitive capabilities. In order to construct a spiritual mech in his mind, he needed to be extremely accurate about its sizes, dimensions, and material composition. This was practically impossible. Not even seniors or masters might be able to keep track of so many technical details. In fact, not even VS was capable of tracking more than 100 components at a time. His mental multitasking simply wasn't that good. As long as he made even one mistake, the mech was liable to fall apart or become inoperable. Naturally, VS did not necessarily have to replicate a spiritual version of one of his full-fledged mech designs from scratch. Anything involving spirituality was partially based on intent rather than reality. In other words, it was fine if he was a little fuzzy on the details. As long as he possessed a clear intent about the outcome, his spiritual products would still come online somehow. Yet, was he willing to dumb down his mech design and adopt a different approach to construct his spiritual mechs? It was the easier path, and one that would definitely push him towards developing completely new paradigms in mech design. Yet VS did not wish to pursue this path. Relying on intent to make up the shortcomings of his spiritual mechs was a lazy approach. It would also make him dependent on the more mysterious aspects of spirituality, which might push him even stronger towards the Five Scrolls Compact. VS much preferred to stick to his roots as a mech designer. He specialized in designing mechs. The core of his spiritual strength, his design seed, solely existed to amplify his primary profession. If he tried to abide as closely as possible to conventional mech design, he could focus on translating as much of his existing mech design capabilities into the spiritual domain as possible. While this would prevent him from broadening his spiritual applications, it was the more efficient option. VS was a mech designer. He should be pouring all of his time and efforts into making a masterwork mech and finding ways to earn 100 million MTA merits. The only reason why he was willing to divert some time into creating mechs out of pure spirituality at all was because he needed to address a shortcoming. As long as he was creating something that did the job, there was little reason for VS to invest more time in this field. Now that he made his choice, VS had to find some way of realizing this method. I don't have to design a new mech. I can just reconstruct one of my existing mech designs in my mind, he muttered. He knew his own designs the best. He could recall a lot of aspects of the Black Beak, Crystal Lord, Aurora Titan, Desolate Soldier, Deliverer, and his custom mechs. Yet, while his intelligence attribute was high, VS did not think it was capable of tracking hundreds of thousands or millions of components that made up a modern mech. How can I possibly memorize and keep track of the properties of so many components and subcomponents? VS scratched his head. A solution came to mind. Wasn't his Archimedes Rebel implant dedicated to expanding a human's memory and data storage capacity? As long as he successfully integrated this CFA implant, he could definitely employ this unprecedented approach to empower his personal spiritual capabilities. Chapter 1791 Imaginary Mechs. How should he call this new kind of mechs? Spiritual mechs? Technically accurate, but too revealing. If there was any instance where he had to reveal the existence of spiritual mechs, then he shouldn't call it by this name. Though VS did not assume he would ever reveal the existence of something so thought-defying, he used to adopt the same thought towards the X factor and its manifestations. Since he had a tendency to reveal some of his capabilities over time, he might as well prepare ahead and have a good name in place to explain his concept. He weighed several possible suggestions, from false mechs to psionic mechs. Eventually, he settled for a suitably vague but accurate phrase. Imaginary mechs. VS snapped his fingers. It fits! The reason why he settled on this name was because it described the essence of his latest idea. The work he tried to create would be formed of pure spiritual energy, or matter. It did not exist and left no trace in the material dimensions. Ves created these mechs completely in the realm of mind and spirit, hence why he called them imaginary. As he silently explored this idea throughout the day, Ves steadily expanded the concept and tried to find a way to translate this innovative idea into a practical creation. It's all well and good to come up with great ideas, but if I can't turn them into reality, then what is the point of wasting time on them? Before I develop this idea any further, I have to determine whether it's even feasible. After all, Ves had ever heard of creating intangible mechs. The idea was so inconceivable that Ves guessed that he was the only mech designer in the galaxy to even consider it seriously. The main reason why Ves wanted to turn this idea into fruition at all was because it completely matched his professional inclinations. Perhaps other spiritual sorcerers developed techniques that allowed them to create spiritual swords and shields, but why should Ves reinvent the wheel? He was a mech designer. Designing and fabricating mechs was what he did best. Even if creating a complete and functional mech from reality was 1,000 times more complicated than forming a primitive spiritual weapon or tool, Ves possessed a clear advantage in this aspect. The existence of the Grand Dynamo hinted to Ves that spiritual engineering was a flourishing discipline. Plenty of spiritual sorcerers managed to apply advanced techniques to create incredibly wondrous spiritual applications. Ves yearned to explore spiritual engineering and develop it into one of his strengths, yet he could not devote his entire life to it like other spiritual sorcerers. I am not my mother, he emphasized to himself. He was incapable of performing all of the tricks displayed by the likes of his mother and Cassandra Breyer, and he didn't feel any passion in following their ways. Rather than following in the footsteps of the Five Scrolls Compact, why not leverage his existing strengths and treat spiritual engineering as a minor? Ves had a hunch that as long as he succeeded in coming up with a method to create an imaginary mech, he might be able to translate his gains in this field back to his main profession. Whether he could use his imaginary mechs to enhance his design spirits, or infuse a mech with an imaginary equivalent, the potential to empower his physical mechs was boundless. Perhaps this direction was a possible way for him to design and create a true living mech that he had always dreamt about. As long as he combined a physical and an imaginary mech into a single entity, he might be able to create a combination that posed a threat to every possible enemy, whether they were real or spiritual. He became more excited when he fantasized about these possibilities. This was not only a way to broaden his specialty, but also completely integrate spiritual engineering into his core profession. Once he developed this field, no mech designer in the galaxy ought to be able to match him. Unless another mech designer existed who specialized in spirituality and possessed his spiritual competences, then Ves would definitely be able to hold a monopoly over spiritually empowered mechs. This is the key to earning lots of MTA merits. Whenever he thought about the astronomical amount of MTA merits he needed to earn, Ves always felt pained at the burden. The quantity was too huge. With his capabilities and growth trajectory, he figured it wasn't a big deal to accumulate 100 million MTA merits in 50 years. Yet if he waited that long, Ves would miss far too many opportunities. Already, stories about all of the gains the first movers had gained were spreading all over the galactic net. The red ocean dwarf galaxy was ripe for the picking, but if he came too late, much of the harvest would already be gone. Therefore, Ves really needed to fulfill this requirement within a decade in order to keep his hopes alive. He did not wish to explore a red ocean that was already filled with established states. I also can't forget the time it takes to travel to the nearest Beyonder Gate, he muttered. Shortly after the Big Two revealed the existence of Beyonder Gate technology, they immediately formed an ambitious plan to revolutionize space travel in the old galaxy. As humanity plundered an increasing amount of phase water from the Red Ocean, the Big Two rapidly started to erect Beyonder Gates throughout the Milky Way. Just like with the COM Consortium, the two most powerful human organizations in the galaxy formed a subsidiary organization to operate and manage these smaller Beyonder gates. So far, the Gate Consortium was only in its infancy, but already its existence shook up human civilization. The dozen so-called lesser Beyonder gates already started to provide an enormous amount of convenience. Space travelers who urgently needed to travel from one end of the galaxy to the other end no longer had to waste decades of their lives to reach their destination. Unlike the greater Beyonder gates, which enabled intergalactic travel between the Milky Way and the Red Ocean, the lesser Beyonder gates were not as costly to operate. In order to access the Milky Way Galactic Gate Network, a passenger could still pay for their trip in MTA or CFA merits. No one with a shred of sanity in their minds would ever accept this price. Merits were too precious and difficult to earn. Not only did the payer have to earn the merits themselves, they weren't transferable. This meant that there was no possibility of inheriting them. It was impossible for a group to accumulate them without putting in some actual effort. The other major issue with merits was that they were essential in redeeming goods and services exclusive to the Big Two, of which life-prolonging treatment was their biggest prize. If someone had to choose between extending their lifespan for a century or instant travel from the edge of the galaxy to the center of the galaxy, most would choose the former. Since many people had been conditioned to hoard their merits until they could redeem something truly valuable, the Gate Consortium reluctantly opened up their Galactic Gate network to passengers who paid in money rather than merits. Even though the price in fleet or mech credits was rather exorbitant, at the very least it was a lot easier to earn them. Ves himself did not worry as much about this issue as he had 1,000 ways to accumulate funds. For example, aside from earning money by selling mechs, he could also collect fees from rich people eager to reach the Red Ocean or attract investment from a wealthy patron. As long as the Gate Consortium built a lesser Beyonder gate close to the Komodo star sector, then Ves would only have to spend a few years to access the network. From there, he could pay for passage to a hub destination which contained a greater Beyonder gate. Only greater Beyonder gates were capable of facilitating intergalactic galactic travel. In any case, the formation of the Galactic Gate network already solved one of his most urgent problems. His expeditionary fleet didn't have to waste too much time to reach a greater Beyonder gate. "That's something to consider for the future," he muttered. For now, he still needed to form a list of issues he needed to solve in order to pave the way for the creation of imaginary mechs. As the fleet silently entered the territories occupied by the Ilvain Protectorate, Ves obsessively ignored everything and devoted his complete thoughts to realizing this fantastic concept. After a lot of consideration and experimentation, he finally ended up with a succinct list of points he needed to address. Ves activated his spiritual vision and inspected the miniature mech he made out of his own spirituality. He wasn't proud of his first attempt. Outwardly, his very first imaginary mech was an identical copy of the desolate soldier, scaled down to the size of his hand. Yet it was simply a toy in his view. The mech was actually just a spiritual projection that Ves carved into the shape of a mech. He hadn't been able to tinker what lay underneath as his spiritual control wasn't that precise. This meant that the mech didn't possess any internal components at all. It was just a solid collection of spiritual energy. Even though his first attempt was an abject failure, Ves learned a lot from this attempt. At the very least, he found out what he had to do to turn this failed product into a working product. The first step was to find a way to turn spiritual energy into permanent spiritual matter. To be honest, spiritual energy was not an entirely accurate name for the clouds of energy that powered most spiritual applications. It actually possessed the properties of both energy and matter. Not only that, but its state between the two extremes existed on a spectrum. As long as Ves willed it, he could shift the state from one end to the other end, or just settle it in between. The problem is that energy is its default state. For some reason, it took active effort to sustain the matter state. The more spiritual energy slid towards matter, the more Ves had to work to keep its burdensome state. As long as Ves withdrew his concentration, his spiritual matter would quickly decay into energy. This was a frustrating problem, and one that hampered him enormously. He wanted to create a true imaginary mech. How could he painstakingly reproduce millions of components and put them all together, only for it to devolve into a cloud of spiritual energy the moment Gloriana distracted him? Such a shortcoming was intolerable. For this reason, Ves thought long and hard to address this perplexing issue. Unless he found a way to form spiritual matter that was able to maintain its state without active support, the whole notion of creating imaginary mechs was moot. He would never waste time on something so inefficient. He gained some inspiration after watching Lucky munch an exotic for lunch. Wait a moment. Spiritual matter couldn't sustain its state because there was nothing fixing it in place. It was like trying to build a sandcastle with liquid water. How could water obediently defy the laws of reality and behave like a solid object when its nature compelled it to behave like a fluid? What if Ves could fix spiritual matter into shape by feeding it or blending it with materials? While he wasn't sure whether this was doable, he thought this was a viable solution. Certain exotics reacted to spirituality. What if he could take advantage of this property to process spiritual matter? I'll have to wait until I get back to explore this idea. Ves developed other theories to form permanent spiritual matter, but only this idea gave him the hope of solving this problem. Chapter 1792 Viability. Discovering a way to create permanent spiritual matter that was able to sustain its state indefinitely was only the starting point. In order to turn spiritual matter into the building blocks of his imaginary mechs, he needed to develop a means to change its properties. After all, a real mech consisted of many different materials. From the incredibly hard armor plating to the energy-resistant materials that made up the power reactor, each component needed to take advantage of the properties of different materials to reach a satisfactory level of performance. If Ves failed to transform the properties of spiritual matter to match with the properties of the materials that made up his real mechs, then his imaginary creations would only have the form of a mech. Like a mech made out of paper, an imaginary mech made out of uniform spiritual matter would not possess any strength. What Ves sought was a way to turn paper into other materials such as palladium or briar alloy. For now, Ves didn't have a clue how he could accomplish this. He hadn't even been able to form permanent spiritual matter yet. Nonetheless, he was confident he could develop a solution to this problem in time. A particularly thorny issue related to this problem was how he could translate energy and data transmission to imaginary mechs. It wasn't as if an imaginary mech would behave exactly like a physical mech. Ves would probably have to make at least some adjustments and develop a spiritual variant to a physical mech design. Assuming that he found a way to overcome this issue and successfully created an imaginary mech, what then? An imaginary mech was just a spiritual equivalent of a physical mech. On their own, mechs didn't do anything. They only became operable when a mech pilot entered its cockpit and interfaced with the machine. This left Ves with a conundrum. Should he operate his imaginary mechs directly, grant them the means to operate autonomously, or find a way to make them ever closer to mechs by providing them with spiritual pilots? The first option basically meant turning himself into the mech pilots of his own imaginary mechs. Though the temptation was great, Ves believed it was a very bad idea to pursue this direction. If his guess was true that genetic aptitude was no longer a hindrance in piloting imaginary mechs, Ves shouldn't immediately hurry up and hop into an imaginary cockpit. VS had already committed to the path of a mech designer. He did not possess the training or expertise to become proficient in piloting mechs. In addition, it was impossible for him to improve himself beyond his mortal limit. Once he advanced to journeyman, he already committed his spiritual evolution towards developing his design seed. While he could imitate a force of will due to his extraordinary control over his spirituality, he could never replicate the strength of a true expert pilot. The whole point of doing this is to save time and transfer my existing competences in a new field. Learning how to pilot mechs is a lifelong endeavor. I don't have the time and energy to branch out to such an extent. The second option was to bring an imaginary mech pilot to life in order to pilot an imaginary mech. This was not as impractical as the first option. VS believed he was already capable of creating an imaginary mech pilot. He already developed a method to create a spiritual product. As long as he created a spiritual product in the shape of a human and instilled it with fragments taken from expert pilots, then he could possibly create the first imaginary expert pilot in the history of mech design. Crazy! This is crazy! VS had no idea whether it was possible to create an artificial expert pilot that consisted of pure spirituality. Even if he managed to shape such an abomination to life, what could such a miraculous entity even do? Was it capable of piloting one of his imaginary mechs? What if it could do more? What if he could take it a step further and make it pilot a real expert mech? VS shuddered in place. Such a blasphemous idea shouldn't be possible, yet he did not immediately rule it out. Something within him made him think it was possible. This is way too crazy even for me. It shouldn't be possible. Though VS heaved with excitement, he eventually reined in this wild ambition. It sounded a bit too far-fetched for him to be able to mass-produce imaginary expert pilots and have them pilot entire regiments of expert mechs. VS could practically conquer the entire galaxy if he gained this ability. Compared to the second option, the third option was a bit more restrained. Rather than creating his own mech pilots, he might be able to find a way to make other mech pilots pilot his imaginary works. Of course, this was a bit more complicated than it sounded. First, he didn't even know it was possible. Should he harvest a spiritual fragment from a mech pilot and deposit it inside the cockpit of an imaginary mech? Would the mech pilot in question still be able to control the imaginary mech through his connection with the fragment? Or would the fragment start to behave in an autonomous fashion? Assuming that it was possible, would he really wish to expose imaginary mechs to his avatars of myth and other mech pilots under his employ? Regardless which one was right, the issue of trust and control still hung over his head. Though VS was filled with uncertainties, these questions also made him excited. He couldn't wait to explore the possibilities. Even if the result fell short of his expectation, the entire concept of imaginary mechs was already unprecedented enough to spark a revolution in mech design. These ideas are so astounding that Gloriana will probably explode when she hears about them. I wonder what she will think. She would probably think he was creating divine soldiers or something. Every god needed a heavenly army after all. Right? For now, VS intended to keep these ideas to himself. Gloriana wouldn't be of much help at this premature stage, and he still doubted whether she could contribute at all to the creation of an imaginary mech. This was something that closely matched his specialty, but the same could not be said for Gloriana. This is something I have to explore alone, at least for now, he concluded. Though all of these fantasies sounded great, VS still turned his thoughts back to the original reason why he wanted to create an imaginary mech. Regardless of its other applications, it at least has to be able to fight. VS needed to protect his mind from external attacks and influencing attempts. He did not have a lot of confidence in the simple spiritual shield he wrapped around his mind, Such a primitive means of defense was not only inflexible, but also simple to defeat due to its obvious strengths and weaknesses. Though an imaginary mech did not wrap around his mind like a spiritual shield, it was capable of performing both defensive and offensive actions. That meant that aside from guarding his mind, he could also actively send it out in order to attack another spiritual entity. Naturally, Ves had to make a lot of considerations concerning its strength before he became reassured that the imaginary mech stayed alive. If it turned out that even his best imaginary mechs were too weak to resist the strength of his weaker designed spirits, then Ves was better off sticking with a spiritual shield. As Ves continued to speculate, the Woden fleet almost reached the Kesseling system. If Gloriana didn't remind him of their impending arrival, Ves would have remained consumed in his unending calculations for a couple more weeks. He entered into such a creative daze that he practically ran his life on autopilot during these past few days. He was lucky his girlfriend understood the preciousness of this state. With all of the enthusiasm and passion bursting out of Ves, this was the best time to formulate his ideas. "I'm sorry, Gloriana," he spoke when his girlfriend finally decided to shake him out of his fugue. "I guess I got too absorbed into my new ideas." "Are you willing to tell?" she asked as she cuddled with Clixie while she sat down at a couch placed in his stateroom. "It seems like you've come across something truly exciting this time." Ves couldn't help but grin. "Oh, if anyone hears what's in my mind, they'll probably think I'm crazy." "You're already crazy, Ves," Gloriana stated. "Jokes aside, I'm truly afraid of the possibilities. I can't help but think my latest notions will cause a huge storm in the mech community once they become known." Though Gloriana seemed happy, she did not immediately join in his glee. Instead, she asked a question that many mech designers asked whenever they came up with a possible new innovation. "Is it practical?" "Maybe." Ves hesitated. "I only have ideas to go on. I still need to perform a lot of research and experimentation before I can determine whether this possible creation is viable. Even if I can get it to work, I'll likely have to invest a lot of resources in order to make use of this new invention." Everything had a price. Ves did not believe that something as fantastical as an imaginary mech could be formed out of pure spiritual energy. At the very least, the creation of a permanent imaginary mech likely consumed a huge amount of energy. This was fine. As long as the benefits outweighed the costs, it was still worthwhile for Ves to exploit this innovation. A few minutes passed by as Gloriana tried to pry some secrets out of Ves. Even though he found her adorable when she started to beg, Ves held up his hand and stopped her pitiful act. "This is something I have to do on my own. I'll let you in once I develop a solid framework." "How long will that take?" Ves shrugged. "I don't know. Months? Years? Decades? As long as there is a chance I might succeed, I'll continue to explore this direction regardless of the lack of results." He wasn't certain whether his current strength and ability was enough to succeed in realizing this idea. Perhaps he needed to advance to senior before he could create an imaginary mech. After Ves made it clear that he would keep his mouth shut, Gloriana pouted at him but didn't pursue the topic any longer. It wasn't as if he was the only one keeping secrets. "Since we're almost at our destination, I thought it was time to tell you what will happen to the Scarlet Rose." Gloriana moved on. "Originally, our dynasty wanted to claim the Scarlet Rose for its own purposes, but I fought hard to keep it in your possession on your behalf." "Did the Wodens agree?" "Not immediately." "Was there a problem?" "Don't worry." She placed her hand on her arm to reassure him. "I succeeded in persuading my mother and my relatives to leave the ship in your care. The fact that you conquered the Scarlet Rose through your own efforts is undeniable, It wouldn't be in good taste to deprive you of your prize after risking so much. I take it that not everyone agrees with this decision? She sighed. There are many Wodens who believe that a boy like you shouldn't even be playing around with such an expensive ship. While we are not short on ships or the resources to build our own ships, a mobile supply frigate is not something we would pass over. Are there any complications? There shouldn't be. The Scarlet Rose should be yours after we arrive at Kesseling 8. We won't be able to help you repair or overhaul the ship, nor will we be able to supply her with a competent crew. That was no big deal for Ves. Even if you offered, I won't accept. I already planned to take care of these matters myself. There was no way he would make himself more dependent on the Hexers. Only by employing his own men would he be able to maintain control. Chapter 1793 Premature Celebration. The fleet of Woden ships and captured Friday Man ships entered the Kesseling system, only to encounter a grand celebration. Even though the Ilvain Protectorate was still entangled in the later stages of the Sand War, the arrival of the Bright Martyr changed everything. This was not the Ilvain Protectorate of the past, where the leaders of the three leading dynasties treated Ves with skepticism. This time, almost every higher-up believed in the Bright Martyr. The evidence in the form of the transcendent messengers, holy soldiers and deliverers overwhelmingly proved that Ves had definitely been blessed by the great prophet. Only the most boneheaded traditionalists still argued against recognizing Ves as the Bright Martyr. Everyone else, even the staunchest inquisitors of the Poxco dynasty, fully bought into the myth that Prophet Ilvain watched out over his flock through the medium of mechs. Many churches and cathedrals even started adopting his mechs as altars. Compared to cold, unfeeling statues made in the great prophet's likeness, a deliverer mech was fully capable of strengthening the faith of the believers by its ambient glow alone. In these past several years, the Protectorate had already been inching towards accepting Ves. Yet the outbreak of the Sand War and the pressure exerted towards the state made many Ilvainans yearning for salvation. While the Cronin dynasty fought bravely against the Sandmen, not a single hero in the war managed to eclipse the Bright Martyr. While individual heroes won entire battles through their earnest efforts, only Ves managed to swing the war decisively in the Protectorate's favor. That he managed to do so by releasing a couple of Ilvain mech designs was incredible. In less than a year, the lukewarm attitude towards Ves turned into full-throated support. Many Ilvainans, from the grassroots to the very top, believed that Ves was definitely a boon to the faith. As for minor details such as his foreign origins and his apparent lack of faith, what did it matter? The mechs he designed were so clearly blessed by the great prophet himself that he deserved to be recorded into the annals of the Ilvain faith. With such a massive and all-encompassing turnaround, the Ilvainans couldn't possibly treat Ves like a regular foreign guest. They already prepared a grand parade for his entry. The moment the Hexer fleet transitioned into the Kesseling system, numerous combat carriers flanked the new arrivals and deployed some of their mechs. For a moment, the Glory Battalion became perplexed. Had the Hexers succumbed to the pressure exerted by the Friday men and switched their support? Calm down! Ves urgently tried to tell the crew. They're not hostile. He didn't need to speak out. The Cronin dynasty already contacted the commanding officer of the fleet and told them of their upcoming arrangements. The Hexers soon relaxed, though they still maintained some vigilance. While it was unlikely for the Ilvainans to turn hostile against them, the Glory Battalion still had a duty to uphold. It could never allow third parties to take over its primary mission. For this reason, the eager Ilvainan honor guard had to escort the fleet to Kesseling 8 from a very healthy distance. In no way were they allowed to get close enough to threaten the stellar chaser. While all of this was going on, celebrations already started to take place on the surface of their destination planet. Both Ves and Gloriana watched the local news feed with astonishment. The Sandman invasion hasn't subsided yet, Ves uttered. Many star systems are still being flooded by Sandman fleets. It's too soon to run the victory lap. While the Ilvanins are definitely happy to receive the bright martyr, it's partially political theater, Gloriana opined. The Ilvain Protectorate is ascendant right now due to the deals it made with other states. However, the gains it made from the Sand War can all go up in smoke once the Komodo War spills over this region. I'm already aware of the threat the Protectorate faces from the Coalition and Coalition-aligned states. What does that have to do with this overblown spectacle, though? The Ilvanins are trying to appeal to their profit by using you as medium. What? Gloriana spread her arms. The Protectorate's geopolitical landscape is highly unfavorable, as you already know. While the states closer to the frontier have all been wiped out, the Sandmen are still a threat. In almost every other direction, the Protectorate is surrounded by states that all lean towards the Coalition. What if they are encouraged to attack the only state that is friendly towards the Hexers? Though Ves already dismissed this possibility as an act that would do more harm than good for the Friday Coalition, what if it grew desperate? What if the Friday men made an impulsive decision? As long as the Friday Coalition put heavy pressure on the Bright Republic and other nearby states, it might be possible for half a dozen nearby states to gang up on the Ilvain Protectorate. That would certainly spell the end for the religious state. Though the Cronin dynasty demonstrated its valiance during the Sand War, it was impossible for them to resist the might of several hostile states. While Ves understood all of this, he was perplexed by the actions of the Ilvanins. The Great Prophet isn't omnipotent. Even if I design some fantastic new Ilvanin mech, I doubt it can defeat entire mech divisions. That's why it's not only about appealing to Ilvain, Gloriana added. It's partially an appeal to us. The Ilvanins are calling for attention and trying to impress our hegemony that they are worth investing in. As long as our state becomes impressed with their accomplishments, we might move to guarantee its independence. Will the hegemony do so? Gloriana chuckled and shook her head. How can our state spare any effort to a state that is too far away to reinforce easily? Any forces we send have to pass through the territories of numerous states aligned with the Friday Coalition. While that's not a major problem for now, it will definitely be an issue later on when the Komodo War is in full swing. Then, your people will just leave the Ilvanins to their own devices? Ves frowned. While he was not an Ilvanin, he possessed a definite affection for the Protectorate. He became a lot more grateful to the religious state after the Bright Republic profoundly disappointed him. At least the Ilvanins still offered his shelter in these troubling times. Don't be naive, Ves. Hexers don't care about what is going on in third-rate states. The only reason they pay attention to them at all is because of the exotics they supply to us and the trade that flows through their territories. In general, our matriarchs look at the overall situation instead of focusing on any specific state. Compared to states that are actually contributing resources to our state, the Ilvain Protectorate is a useless addition. It doesn't offer the hegemony anything. Certainly, there was still some value in gaining the support of the Protectorate. The state could act as an advanced Hexer outpost in the Fridayman's sphere of influence. It could form a potential base where a Hexer raiding force could harass the Friday Coalition from a lightly guarded flank. The Protectorate could even serve as a nucleus for a possible wave of defections by the surrounding states. Yet all of these benefits required substantial investment on the part of the Hexadric hegemony. While Ves wasn't entirely clear about the proceedings of the Komodo War, he knew that the hegemony was truly devoting all of its efforts in the war theaters closer to home. The Hexadric hegemony was a rather insular state by nature. Only a few branches of the state devoted any energy towards the rest of the star sector. Their leaders didn't have much say in the decision-making of the government. All in all, the likelihood that the hegemony would spare any thought towards the protectorate was virtually zero. Once Ves realized this, his expression turned grave. He watched the celebrations taking place at Kesseling 8 and couldn't help but think that they were partying before an impending crash. Is there any way the protectorate can avoid this fate? It's up to the Friday Coalition, I think, Gloriana said. That did not leave Ves with a lot of confidence. Neither Ves nor the Ilvanans had any way of influencing the decision-making of the coalition. Perhaps the people in charge might respect the protectorate's contribution towards repelling the Sandmen. Yet their leaders might also be shameless enough to ignore this merit and wipe out the state because it was an ugly stain on their maps. Time passed and the fleet slowly reached orbit. The Ilvanan patrols didn't even bother approaching the Woden ships for inspection. Only a single ship out of 5 made landfall. The stellar chasers soon landed at a spaceport at the capital city of Krent. As soon as Ves stepped out, he became buffeted by a wave of cheers and religious fervor. An entire crowd of Ilvanans gathered at the spaceport. The press was fully present while the Kronans carefully guarded the crowd with their imposing mechs. Ves was not in the mood to bask in the moment. Knowing that the Ilvanans still had to survive another calamity, he dearly wished to temper their moods. However, the Ilvanans needed something to celebrate about. Ves also wanted the Ilvanans to continue to hold him in high regard. The chance of betrayal was much less if the entire state continued to adore the bright martyr. For this reason, he eventually decided to play along with all of the pomp and ceremony. He met a number of senior Ilvanans and shook hands with them. He participated in a brief parade and he blessed a number of deliverers produced by a couple of local mech manufacturers. Seeing so many deliverers and holy soldiers warmed his heart. Not only that, their glows gave him a deeper impression of their source. Ilvain's spiritual fragment almost seemed to come alive as its presence touched his mind. Perhaps the Ilvanans were right on one thing. Their prophet had truly blessed the bright martyr. Ves and Gloriana soon pulled away from the celebration. The Ilvanans did not wish to burden the bright martyr and the Hexers too much, and an excessively long victory parade was rather inappropriate since the Kronans still lost many mech pilots to the Sandmen every day. A true victory celebration would only commence when the Sand War finally came to an end. Phew! I'm glad that's done, Ves said as he and Gloriana along with their cats arrived at their new if temporary abode. After riding a shuttle operated by the Glory Battalion, they reached a highly guarded estate that his subordinates had already bought and renovated on his behalf. Not a lot of people greeted him during this time. The local star had already dipped below the horizon and no one was in the mood to discuss serious business. That could wait until tomorrow. Only a handful of his trusted subordinates met him this time. Gavin, Melker, and Nita all welcomed him back. I knew you'd find a way to spoil Ganso's plan, Melker smirked. What if I didn't? Then the LMC would just have to find another lead designer. Bastard. Nita approached him next. She looked incredibly remorseful. Sir? I'm sorry that. We'll be having none of that, Nita. Ves patted her strong arm. You couldn't have done anything against an expert mech, let alone the entire Bright Republic. Your only responsibility is to guard me against hostile people. Only the avatars are meant to fight against other mechs, but even they are limited in what they can do. Ultimately, the fault lies in me. If I was a bit more sensitive towards the scheming of my political opponents, I wouldn't have made myself so vulnerable to official authority. Now that he experienced it once, Ves would never let down his guard against these kinds of threats. He did not dare to entrust his safety onto any state, including the Ilvain Protectorate. Chapter 1794 Petty Kingdom. No ghost haunted Ves on the first night since arriving at Kesseling 8. He started off the day with a lot of meetings on the agenda. Immediately after breakfast, he said goodbye to Gloriana and departed to the LMC's headquarters situated in downtown Krent. Ves looked back at his new residence while holding Lucky. Compared to the Cloud Estate, the Austin Estate was a bit smaller and a lot more quiet. Aside from that, the architecture of the mansion and the other buildings on the grounds of the estate all bore the touch of Ilvanian architecture. This was nothing unusual. What irked Ves a lot was that the former owner of the Austin estate appeared to be an extremely devout believer. In almost every wall or room, Ves encountered numerous statues and miniature altars devoted to the Great Prophet, the Grey Martyr, the Battle Martyr, the Dark Martyr, and even himself. Yes, himself. Just standing in front of a marble-esque statue of his own likeness but appearing exceptionally heroic was both flattering and disconcerting. "Are the Ilvanians already worshipping me like I'm a god?" he shivered. Ves did not believe in gods. At best, they were just supremely powerful spiritual entities who defied the laws of reality to mess with people. Cassandra Breyer was a typical example of a degenerate ghost who could be mistaken as a god. "If she's a god, then I'm a devil." He decided to take no more note of the religious imaginary of himself. He found the entire practice to be a farce. There was nothing divine about himself. "I'm just a mech designer." Meow. "Oh, shut up, Lucky." No Larkinsons resided in the solemn estate. His subordinates evidently bought the estate from the state and renovated its security systems in preparation for his arrival. With reinforced walls, turrets, and underground bays for mechs, the Austin estate was even more secure than the Cloud estate. The avatars of myth already secured a presence in the underground base. Not only that, the Cronin dynasty stationed a sizable garrison to protect his home. That was something that Ves really didn't like. His avatars ought to be sufficient to protect him, but the Ilvanians were horridly overprotective about his life. They did not wish the bright martyr to suffer the same fate as the great prophet when he was still alive. Rather than appreciating his constant escort of elite Cronin mech guards, Ves continually regarded their presence with caution. A portion of the mech corps with Venerable Ganso Larkinson at its head had already blindsided him once. Ves did not rule out that some nutcases within the Cronin dynasty might be plotting for his life. After all, even if he managed to gain widespread appreciation and worship from the Ilvanians, they were not a monolithic entity. There were always crazies, weirdos, and radicalists among any population, and when the latter reached hundreds of billions, that amounted to at least millions of mentally unstable threats. For this reason, no matter how popular he became in the Protectorate, Ves did not allow himself to get caught up in his own hype. He needed to remain as vigilant as possible, and he already warned Melker to keep his avatars alert. Not only did his avatars need to guard against unknown threats, they also had to keep an eye on their Cronin watchers. Though Ves handed Melker a burdensome command, the avatars ought to be up to the task. Otherwise, he might as well discard the avatars entirely despite all of the effort he put into cultivating them into an elite force. After reaching downtown Krent, his shuttle along with his guard mechs arrived at the LMC's new headquarters, at least for the moment. Much to his relief, his company's headquarters was just a modern office building. While its architecture still contained traces of Ilvanian religious iconography, it didn't dominate the workplace. Perhaps the most welcome discovery was that the headquarters lacked the ridiculous statues and paintings of the bright martyr. This was good because Ves did not wish for his own employees to worship the ground he walked upon. Once he settled down at his new office in the upper level of the headquarters, he began his workday by holding an informal meeting. "Raymond, Gavin and Kelsey all gathered at the office to discuss the new trajectory of the LMC. From what I've heard so far, you've all done a good job at managing the LMC's sudden departure from the Bright Republic. He spoke to his 3 closest confidants within his company. I'm already aware of broad strokes and I have no objections for the decisions you've made so far. It's fine to invest in another manufacturing complex on this planet, but that will be the extent of the LMC's expansion into this state. He was glad that Raymond, as well as the 2 native Cloudy Curtainers, decided to leave their homes and join him at the start of this new chapter in his life. He half expected Gavin and Kelsey to remain in the Bright Republic. Now that they decided to continue to work for him no matter where he went, he felt he could lean on them more. Why limit our presence in the Ilvain Protectorate? Kelsey asked. She appeared genuinely confused, but Raymond didn't look so surprised. VS has probably considered the precarious situation of our current host state. The chief operating officer answered her question. The Sand War may have ceased to be an existential threat for the time being, but the Komodo War is still ramping up. Whether this enormous conflict will spill in this direction remains to be seen, but it doesn't hurt to be prepared. Raymond is right. VS clasped his hands over his desk. The entire star sector is in flames. Several wars have erupted, of which 2 of them have the potential to upend every state. Under these circumstances, sinking more money and resources in real estate that might get wiped out the next day is highly unwise. In truth, VS eagerly adopted this argument because it also supported his greater agenda. His future plans rested on his grand expedition, not his petty kingdom in the Komodo star sector. While the 4 Brighters held their discussion, Lucky explored and sniffed every corner of his office, destroying microscopic spy bugs and listening bugs along the way. The cat already found quite a lot of suspect devices. What exactly is your plan for the medium term? Gavin couldn't help but ask. Are we going to expand in other third-rate states? Right now, your reputation and the LMC's brand awareness has reached a new height in this region. Even though many states are economically devastated, we can still take our gains to other parts of the star sector and resume our company's rapid growth. That's too risky, Benny. You don't seem to let that stop you, boss. This is different. I only take risks when the rewards are great enough. This is not an instance where I think we'll have much gain. Have you forgotten that we sold over 1 million mechs ever since the Sand War erupted? Even now we are still selling a lot of soldier mechs in many foreign states. As long as we use our successful product line as a springboard, we can establish a strong presence in each of their mech markets. VS shook his head. I'm not chasing after market dominance anymore. I'm not interested in increasing our revenue. We have plenty of money, and the soldier product line will ensure our economic prosperity for at least a couple more years. This gives us the luxury to do something different. Which is what? Reimagining the living mech corporation. He outlined his plans and some of his visions for the future. Before he left for the Red Ocean, VS felt obliged to leave his mark on the Komodo star sector. This was something he emotionally desired in order to leave this star sector with no regrets. While Gavin and Kelsey didn't understand his motivation, Raymond was older and wiser. His eyes sparkled as he nodded thoughtfully. VS wants to leave a legacy behind, Raymond explained to the 2 younger Brighters. Now that the LMC has secured a solid and stable cash flow, VS is looking to use the LMC to develop himself in other ways, is that right? VS smiled. At least one of them understood his thoughts. As a mech designer, my personal development is more important than the concerns of the LMC. My company is always meant to serve my purposes, not the other way around. Now that I've regained some shares and own 59% of the company, I can do anything I please. That was right. Even though VS would still retain effective control over the company if the Ilvanans hadn't gifted him with some of their shares, he wouldn't be able to act as unscrupulously as now. Owning 49% was a massive difference from owning 59% of the LMC. The former forced him to take at least some of his shareholders into consideration. The latter allowed him to run his company as he pleased without anyone able to hinder his moves. Of course, the reality was not that absolute. If he was determined to run his company to the ground, the local jurisdictions would certainly move to counteract his ruinous actions. Therefore, as long as his decisions didn't cross a line, VS had no reason to pay the other stakeholders any mind. So what's in store for us, boss? Will you dedicate yourself completely to designing second-class mechs? Who are we even selling our mechs to? The Friday Coalition hates our guts, and the hexadric hegemony is a notoriously difficult market to enter. The former is off the table, VS immediately answered. The latter is a possible prospect. I'm not sure yet myself. I need to discuss the matter in further detail with Gloriana and a partner. For now, there's no reason to be concerned about this issue. I'm confident enough in my mech design abilities that my second-class mechs will find a market somehow. This was the confidence he gained as a successful mech designer. He possessed an undeniable advantage with his monopoly on spiritual components. Adding glows to third-class mechs already turned them into valuable machines. Doing the same to second-class mechs would definitely become a sensation. What about our third-class mech operations? Raymond asked. They are the root of our company. All of our workers and all of our current operations are geared towards the design, production, and sale of third-class mechs. Many of them can't be transferred to second-class mech operations. Mech technicians who were qualified to work on third-class mechs needed to learn all kinds of advanced skills and knowledge to participate in the production of second-class mechs. Marketing managers who knew the brighter mech market like the back of their hand would be as blind as a bat if they were tasked with researching the hegemony's mech market. The accountants in the employ of the LMC were intimately familiar with the finance-related laws and customs of the Bright Republic and surrounding states, but they would have to start from scratch if they were dumped in a completely foreign state. And this only accounted for the people who pledged to work for the LMC even as the company left the Bright Republic. VS could not abandon them, and he didn't plan to do so. His foundation still lay in third-class mechs, and he never intended to turn his back on them. It was just that his current priorities lay in mastering second-class mechs as fast as possible. He explained this to his confidants, and they understood his intentions, though they didn't entirely agree. Don't worry, guys, he reassured them. As long as we expand the company's design department and add some more design teams, we can maintain several different design projects at once. Expanding his design teams was his most immediate priority for the LMC. If he wanted his company to expand its mech catalog as fast as possible, VS urgently needed to address this chronic shortcoming. Chapter 1795 Second Design Team. He spent 2 whole hours discussing his short to medium-term goals with his confidants. Though Raymond, Gavin, and Calcy questioned most of his decisions, VS did not change his mind. His recent vacation gave him plenty of time to sort out his priorities. For now, his overarching goals were to keep himself alive and free while doing his best to gain the approval of both Madame Constance Woden and the Rim Guardian fraternity. Both of them formed the keys to enable his grand expedition, especially the latter. After making sure that his confidants knew what they had to do, VS left his office and descended to the underground and highly secure design labs. 2 design teams as well as a group of Larkinson students greeted his arrival. VS noted with surprise that all 5 Tovar mech designers chose to follow him to the Ilvain Protectorate rather than stay in the Bright Republic. The Tovar family still wishes to maintain relations with you, Miles Tovar humbly explained. If you will accept our continued presence, then Senator Tovar and the rest of our family will keep looking out for your interests in the Bright Republic. Miles spoke plainly, perhaps aware that Ves had no patience for duplicity. Though Ves did not really want to tangle with the Tovar family any further, it wasn't wise to cut off this relationship. While he no longer depended on the founding family's support, the LMC still possessed a hefty presence in the Bright Republic. Many workers refused the offer to move to the Ylvain Protectorate, which meant that the mech nursery at Cloudy Curtain and the offices and manufacturing complexes at Bentheim were still viable. As long as the crisis of the Sand War subsided, those facilities could get back in operation and resume the production of Silver Label LMC mechs. Since the LMC no longer focused on the Bright Republic, it became even more important to secure backing that could watch over these sites. Another consideration was the old family. The majority of the Larkinsons declined to join the new family. Most of them were already happy with their current trajectories and had no desire to upend their lives. In order to protect them against the plots and schemes of the power players in the Bright Republic, Ves wanted the Tovar family to continue to watch over his ignorant relatives. Naive and unambitious they might be, they were still family to him. Despite their recent disagreements and separation, he always considered both branches of the family to be tied. Even if Ves was determined to lead his side of the family in a new direction, he could never shed his affection for his grandfather and the other Larkinsons he was close with or befriended over the years. He also continued to respect the noble calling that the stubborn traditionalists continued to abide by. Idiots they may be sometimes, Ves could not fault them for their unflinching loyalty and dedication to the state. It was a shame that some of the Larkinsons he liked, such as Melinda and Riella Larkinson, decided to stick to their current careers in the Bright Republic. Perhaps Ves would never see them again once he truly left the Komodo Star sector. He turned his attention back to his design teams. After affirming his willingness to continue hosting and guiding Miles and the other Tovar mech designers, Ves moved on to his second design team. Kedis was absent, which disappointed Ves a bit. His recent preoccupation with Gloriana and other matters left him with too little time to spend on his first student. He forgot that he was supposed to bring a pet to her. Ves had genuinely been too busy to find a suitable pet. He swore to make it up to Kedis. While he missed her company, Ves also felt proud that Kedis was confident enough to branch out and blaze her own trail. He sporadically received reports on her recent activities, and he was glad she grew close to Riella Larkinson. His feisty cousin was definitely a good fit for Kedis. Ves did not have to worry about his student getting into trouble with no one to bail her out. So why was there a second design team at all? Ves had already instructed the LMC to employ a couple of new mech designers. Ves inspected each of the newcomers. From the worship and respect in the eyes of four of them, he immediately identified them as Ylvainans. Considering his popularity in the Ylvain Protectorate, thousands of mech designers fanatically knocked on the LMC's doors to apply to join its design teams. Yet Ves had already issued a very firm command back when he was still escaping from the Friday Coalition. The LMC did not need any talented or ambitious mech designers. What the company needed the most were those who were willing to remain loyal to Ves and the LMC regardless if they stayed or left the Ylvain Protectorate. For this reason, the LMC slowed down its recruitment and meticulously sorted the applications until they settled for 4 Ylvainan mech designers who were willing to sign extremely restrictive employment contracts to work under Ves. While the LMC could have hired hundreds of eager Ylvainan mech designers at once, it would be impossible for Ves to control them all. It was better to adopt a measured pace and integrate the newcomers in batches. Another reason to restrict the LMC's recruitment pace was to limit the amount of Ylvainan mech designers in its design team. Ves refused to turn his mech company into an Ylvainan organization. If he did not set this limitation, then everyone around him would soon sing the great prophet's praises. That was not what VS wanted to see. Please introduce yourselves, VS curtly instructed. Start with your names and specialization. I need to know what you are capable of. Since you managed to pass the LMC's recruitment process, I trust that all of you are competent in your own fields. I don't employ useless mech designers. Despite the ominous warning, the Ilvanan mech designers only had respect in their eyes. Oscar D. Martin, apprentice mech designer. Specialized in efficient musculature design, Your Excellency. The first person who spoke was the oldest of the bunch by far. VS estimated Oscar's age to be in the mid-40s. He already appeared to be in charge of the second design team, which was a very convenient surprise. That last bit made VS frown. Being referred to as Your Excellency sounded awfully close to being called Your Holiness, which was the proper way to address a holy son of the Five Scrolls Compact. We'll be having none of that Your Excellency nonsense here, VS firmly commanded. The four Ilvanans looked confused. Your Excellency, you are a saint of the Ilvanan faith. The Poxco dynasty has already declared. The Poxco dynasty doesn't speak on my behalf. Just call me as if I'm a regular mech designer or citizen. Then, Mr. Larkinson? Oscar apprehensively ventured. VS nodded in satisfaction. That sounds better. The introductions resumed after this minor interruption. Renee Zeeland, apprentice mech designer. I excel in programming mech operating systems. A software specialist. VS immediately lit up. He recalled the missing and presumably dead Alec Brandtad of the 6th Flagrant Vandals. VS learned firsthand how much value a software specialist could add to a design team. I'll be counting on you to optimize the operating systems of our upcoming mech designs. I will endeavor to meet your expectations, sir. The next woman introduced herself. Erica Sprint, apprentice mech designer. I specialize in light mechs. That's not specific enough. What exactly about light mechs fascinates you? What value do you bring to my design team? I am good in maximizing mobility, Erica described. Light mechs embody speed, acceleration, and agility. Balancing these aspects while making sure the design doesn't become too fragile is a very interesting challenge to me. My works have always boasted superior mobility compared to some of my peers. That sounded very interesting to VS. If designing light mechs was all he did. This was not the case, however. Are you aware that the LMC isn't limited to designing light mechs? Are you still able to contribute to projects centered around more massive mechs? That won't be a problem, sir. I can still leverage my expertise on mobility onto heavy mechs if necessary. She sounded confident to pass his test, so VS did not concern himself with her specialty any longer. Since the LMC decided to hire her in the first wave, then she was definitely capable. The fourth Ilvanan mech designer finally had his turn. Pascal Curran, apprentice mech designer. I specialize in heavy armor systems. VS wanted to scratch his head. Was it a coincidence that he got both a light mech and a heavy mech specialist? Does that mean you work exclusively on heavy mechs? Not exactly, sir, Pascal respectfully replied. I am capable of working with any armor system of any thickness, but the heavier they are, the more I can do. I am very comfortable with optimizing the armor systems of medium defensive mechs such as your Black Beak design. I see. That sounds satisfactory. After hearing out the four Ilvanan mech designers, he finally turned to the fifth and only non-Ilvanan in the second design team. Mayor Torto, novice mech designer. I intend to specialize in communication and control systems, but I still require more study to flesh out my specialization. What a welcome surprise to see you here. It's a long distance away from your home. Did you finally graduate from Rawlings University, or did you drop or something? The mild-looking mech designer nodded. I studied extra hard to finish my semester early. I am still committed to working for you. Even in the Sentinel Kingdom, my former classmates and I have heard of your accomplishments. Ves was a pretty famous mech designer in the Star Sector, now. His desolate soldier and deliverer designs both affected the Sand War to such an extent that it was impossible to leave him out the conversation. This explained why Mayor Tordo decided to take the risk to travel all the way to the Elvain Protectorate immediately after he graduated early. He was shrewd enough to determine that he might be able to ride on V's coattails. Ves respected such determination, though it also indicated that Mayor possessed a strong ambition. After all, with 2 wars raging throughout the Star Sector, it took a lot of courage for an elite Rawlings graduate to leave the safety and comfort of the Sentinel Kingdom for a state that was still under active attack by the Sandman race. As long as you do your part, I'll take good care of you. Ves spoke gently to Mayor. Mayor Torto ranked higher than all of the Elvainian mech designers in his heart. This was because Mayor was the only mech designer in the second design that possessed spiritual potential. Though Ves found it to be a shame that Oscar and his fellow Elvainians in the design lacked the potential to advance to journeyman and higher, he didn't really require them to grow too much. The primary responsibility of a design team was to assist the lead designer in completing his design projects. They addressed all of the lesser design issues and solved all of the trivial problems that didn't require the expertise of a high-ranking mech designer. From this perspective, it made little difference whether a design team contained a journeyman or not. In fact, Ves deliberately commanded the LMC to reject any applications from journeymen and seniors. If Ves wanted to, he could probably hire at least senior to join the LMC, but that was not what he wanted to see. Not only would he not be able to exert enough control on them, but it was an industry standard for high-ranking mech designers to be remunerated with equity. The last thing Ves wanted to do was to dilute his stock or pass some off to other mech designers. Even if a devout Elvainian senior went on his knees and begged the bright martyr to take him on for free, Ves would steadfastly refuse. To him, maintaining control mattered the most. Chapter 1796 Training Opportunities. His second design team all consisted of relatively young and junior mech designers. None of them made any exceptional achievements, but all of them bar one were experienced in working in a team environment. This was exactly what Ves wanted. For a design team tasked with assisting his design activities, he did not need any strong personalities or talented prodigies. Ves also declined to add any older and more competent mech designers to his design team because he wanted to train his assistant mech designers. It was much easier to indoctrinate and adjust the mentalities of younger mech designers. If Ves employed a bunch of highly competent but older journeymen or seniors, it would be virtually impossible for him to shape them into his desired forms. Even if every Elvainian mech designer worshipped him as the bright martyr, they were still mech designers, and it was genuinely hard for older and better mech designers to follow the instructions of a younger upstart. By keeping his design teams young, Ves might not get as much immediate value out of them, but they would slowly grow over time and become more suitable for his needs. Not only that, but the mech designers here would predominantly stick with him for many decades. Younger employees possessed a much longer lifespan than older ones. As long as Ves kept investing in them, they would continue to provide him with value over a very lengthy period of time until they finally neared their expiration dates. It was safe to say that Ves opted for a strategy that pursued long-term prosperity over short-term benefits. The two design teams the LMC employed so far were just the beginnings of a formidable design operation that solely worked for Ves and Gloriana. After getting to know the new mech designers some more, Ves handed over a couple of assignments and routine work to them. Just because he hadn't started any design projects didn't mean that his design teams could slack off. Aside from keeping his bees busy, he also wanted to take their measure. Ves would be able to make much better use of his new mech designers when he learned what they were actually capable of in a new design environment. If they failed to meet his standards, then Ves would not hesitate to kick them out. There were thousands of mech designers eager to take their place. Of course, Mayor Torto required special consideration. As a freshly graduate novice, Mayor might possess an excellent foundation due to his elite education, but just because he possessed spiritual potential didn't mean he had what it took to become a journeyman. While Ves treated the other mech designers as disposable assistants, he wanted to cultivate at least a couple of talents to handle the more important design responsibilities in the future. Whether they eventually set off on their own or continued to remain in his employ, Ves needed to develop a network of loyal and aligned mech designers eventually. Every senior and master appeared to do the same, and for good reasons. Once Ves settled his design teams, he returned to his office to meet with the commanders of his three mech forces. Commander Melker Larkinson, Commander Magdalena Larkinson, and Commander Cinnabar all gathered together in the same room. While Melker and Magdalena were already familiar with each other, they hadn't interacted at all with Commander Huggins Cinnabar. Fortunately, the mood between them wasn't as awkward as Ves feared. Commander Magdalena was an old dog while Commander Cinnabar was an experienced mercenary commander. Both of them soon got along like comrades. Ves took his seat while Lucky started dozing on his desk. "Well, commanders, we're all finally here. Welcome back, Commander Cinnabar. I've heard you've made fruitful gains in your last excursion. We completed your assignments as best as possible, Mr. Larkinson, though I'm sorry to say we failed to track down some of the people you wanted to find. That's okay. It's unrealistic to obtain everything on my wish list. Let's discuss this matter later in private. For now, we have to discuss the future of all of your troops." He met the gazes of each of his mech commanders until he finally settled on Magdalena. "We haven't been able to discuss this issue over the comm, but now that I'm here, I'd like for you to speak frankly. Are you willing to commit to me and take part in my grand expedition?" Commander Magdalena shrugged. "Why not, sir? While I still have family, my children are all grown up now. They can take care of themselves. While I'm not as young as the more eager Larkinsons in the new family, I think you need a steady hand like me to keep them in line." "Thank you," Ves sincerely said. "I am truly grateful for your continued support." He turned to the youngest commander next. "How are you, Melker?" "I'm okay," he said as he shifted the visor over his face. "I have been having some doubts lately." "Is it anything serious?" "It shouldn't affect my ability to do my job, sir. Magdalena and the other veteran Larkinsons have already offered me plenty of advice." Since Melker seemed reluctant to voice his doubts, Ves dropped the matter. If the commander said his issues didn't impact his productivity, then it wasn't worth pursuing. Now that Ves became responsible for hundreds of Larkinsons and thousands of employees, he was too busy to manage the lives of his subordinates. "The reason I've called you here is to make it clear what I am seeking from each of your three forces in the future." He turned to Melker again. "I've already made it clear that my avatars of myth are supposed to be my elites. I've also said that I intend to turn every avatar in a second-class mech pilot. That is very difficult. I know, but I believe it's doable as long as I supply enough funding and resources. It helps that none of the avatars are average mech pilots. Each of them should not only be skilled or elite, but also battle-hardened. With their excellent foundation, my avatars ought to be able to pass this challenge. Though Melker didn't appear as confident, Ves revealed a welcome piece of news. One of the biggest hurdles in this kind of training is the lack of real mech piloting experience. Let me tell you that your men will each be able to pilot a real second-class mech and accrue valuable experience. Do you mean? It's exactly what you think. The Scarlet Rose I've captured from the Friday men also come with a quartet of 4 premier second-class mechs. If footage of my battles in the Great Zona Republic have leaked, then you should know how powerful they are. The fact that they can already crush hundreds of third-class mechs despite lacking mech pilots should give my avatars a very exhilarating piloting moment. Will these practice mechs be exclusive to the avatars, sir? Magdalena asked. The avatars deserve this privilege, Ves emphatically stated. As far as I know, the living sentinels all declined to meet the demands I've imposed on the avatars. Since your men are unwilling to step up or commit to my grand expedition, then they should accept the circumstances. I've been discussing and considering the security needs of your grand expedition with Commander Melker. The veteran mech officer pressed on. Since you are planning to cultivate the avatars of myth into an elite mech troop, then they are not suitable to perform every security need. For ordinary guard duty, it is more suitable to deploy a large amount of mechs that can stall any potential hostile while your avatars launch a counterattack. Her argument had merit, but Ves did not immediately buy into it. Will they even take part in my grand expedition? Many will. I have already sounded out my sentinels and many of them have started to change their minds. Give them some time, and they will definitely choose to join your expedition rather than stay behind. That still doesn't address the strength disparity between the sentinels and all of the threats we might possibly face in the Red Ocean. One of the reasons I'm so insistent on upgrading every mech pilot I bring is because we'll be facing forces from the entire galaxy. While there are rules in place to prevent bullying from superior forces, it's best to rely on our strength. As a second-class fleet, our grand expedition will at least be able to explore most of the zones in the Red Ocean. Not only that, but second-class fleets were also considerably faster than third-class fleets. Ves did not wish to waste too much time in accessing the Galactic Gate network, or remain in the outskirts of the Red Ocean for several decades. How will you take care of the need for guards for your grand expedition, sir? If you truly intend to form a fleet numbering 20 valuable ships, then you will need at least several hundred mechs to guard such valuable assets. This was a conundrum that Ves admittedly hadn't considered very much. He initially passed on this responsibility to the avatars, but due to their arduous standards and customs, Ves did not expect to be able to expand them quickly enough in the next couple of years. Apparently, Magdalena already had an answer. What is your proposal? Ves asked directly. Let some of the living sentinels who are willing to join your expedition join the second-class training program. As long as you don't hold them to the highest standards, they won't fail. Remember that many of the Larkinsons in the new family have opted to join the living sentinels over the avatars. They will definitely be able to pass this hurdle. Then what? You supply my living sentinels with enough second-class mechs to allow them to perform their duties. Because of their lower training standards, you don't have to supply them with top second-class mech models. Just a mid-range or budget equivalent of the mechs we are already familiar with are fine. Not only does this allow you to expand the number of mechs that can guard your valuable fleet, but also avoid burdening your finances. He had to admit that Commander Magdalena offered him a sensible proposal. Ves weighed in his mind and decided to take a small step in this direction. I'm not fully on board with this plan, but I'm willing to see how well your sentinels can transition to second-class mech designers. Mind you, the avatars of myth have priority access to the 4 second-class training mechs. As long as they aren't currently using the training mechs, then your sentinels are allowed to make use of them. Of course, Every training session will be supervised, and I'll make sure to install some control systems in the mechs to prevent abuse. The last thing I want to see is someone trying to drive these expensive machines to ruin." Both Melker and Magdalena nodded in understanding. Ordinarily, they would have objected to such an insulting proposal. Installing kill switches or backdoors in mechs was a considerable taboo in the mech community. This was because any kill switch could always be taken over by adversaries. However, this was not that big of a deal when it came to training mechs. They weren't meant to participate in actual battles, so they were never at risk of destruction as soon as the mech lost power or something. In this case, the matter was 10 times more sensitive due to the insane value of the Kraven, Selzer, Paraven, and Fliskin. Each of Ashling's former bodyguard mechs was worth a fortune even in a second-rate state. Theft prevention should be a top priority to the avatars and sentinels tasked with keeping them safe. Ves continued to outline his plans for his mech troops. All 3 had to serve a distinctive purpose, and none of them were redundant. After a good talk with the 3 commanders, he eventually dismissed Melker and Magdalena. Only Commander Cinnabar was left. The bearded Kinner was finally ready to report on his activities while he was on assignment during the Sand War. Chapter 1797 Trusted Customer. A virtual member card hovered in front of Ves just after he activated a jamming field. The card looked almost identical to the invitation card that Ves won from the Church of Hotamak years ago. He remembered the competition where he competed against Myra, Ketty's mentor. Even though he lost, he still proved himself worthy to receive the card. Of course, Ves had no good feelings for the weird and abnormal cult. Their strange powers and ability to make themselves undetectable through spiritual means almost caused the downfall of Lydia's Sworn Maidens and the Flagrant Vandals. Afterwards, he always intended to make use of the invitation card to get initiated in the so-called Angel's Wing Foundation, yet he never found the time to make an excursion. The virtual invitation card not only acted as a means of entry, but also transmitted the moving coordinates where the powerful black market organization gathered. According to several sources, the Angel's Wing Foundation was one of the biggest and most expansive black market organizations in the Galactic Rim. In order to avoid stepping too much on the toes of other competitors, the AWF almost exclusively dealt in biotech-related goods and services. It might not be the best place to obtain the best illicit mechs or hire the best assassins, but when it came to purchasing extremely valuable exobeasts and bioimplants, there was no other underground marketplace that could compare. It took us a long time to reach the site where the Angel's Wing Foundation opened for business, Commander Cinnabar calmly explained. The organization set its gathering point in the frontier, which forced us to cross into unregulated space. What? Did you enter Sandman territory? Rest assured, we didn't encounter too many Sandmen. The AWF set up shop well outside the sphere of influence of the Sandmen. Aside from some sporadic Sandman fleets that went astray, the space we traveled through was fairly safe. Since nothing went wrong during the round trip, Ves put down his worries and instead focused on the gains. What did you accomplish while you were at their place? We encountered a large fleet, including a capital ship that served as their main trading hub. The experience was incredible. The Angel's Wing Foundation is truly powerful enough to be able to extend their reach throughout the entire galactic rim. Commander Cinnabar explained the procedures he went through. The invitation card wasn't locked to V's identity, so the mercenary commander managed to become a registered member without any problem. Rather than risking his own life and reputation, Ves was fine with allowing his Kinner cash in the invitation card. If he needed anything from the AWF, then he could just dispatch Commander Cinnabar in his stead. So what's it like to be a member? It's not that special, sir. Inside the massive trading ship are countless rare and lucrative trading opportunities. Every member who enters dons a cloak or employs other means of obscuring their identities, so no one knows anyone there. It would have taken too much time for us to explore them all, so we placed all of our efforts into obtaining the items on your list. Ves leaned forward. Did you? I'm sorry to say we only obtained some samples of just one item on your list. The trading vessel only offers scattered trading opportunities for exotics. They're mostly offered by members and clients who are in urgent need to raise hard currency to purchase or bid on the biotech goods they want. Just like any other true black market organization, the AWF did not accept or deal with regular currencies such as bright credits or coalition credits. Instead, the use of cabinet coins and other forms of bartering governed most transactions. When Commander Cinnabar passed on the list to Ves, he erupted into a smile. This was because the battle criers obtained one of the materials he needed the most. 13 pea stones. Though the pea stone was one of the most basic spiritually reactive materials he discovered, its uses were myriad. He could use them as spiritual energy batteries to capture his excess output, or he could use them as makeshift containers for spiritual entities. Yet that only scratched the surface of their possible uses. He suspected that he could employ the pea stones to other ends. If one of his hypotheses were correct, then perhaps the pea stone was an essential component in making permanent spiritual matter. With 13 chunks of minerals that Commander Cinnabar tentatively identified as pea stones, Ves did not have to be so stingy with their use. Though Ves still planned to stash most of them in his vault, he could afford to experiment with a handful of them without feeling pained over their loss. Make sure to move all of the pea stones in my vault. They're very precious and I don't want anyone else to touch them, including my own girlfriend. Ves commanded. We'll take care of it, sir. Now what are your other gains? After we departed from the AWF, we attempted to search the people on your bounty list. It was difficult. While the Sand War allowed us to move anywhere without attracting too much attention by blending in with the refugee ships, the lack of tracking makes it almost impossible to locate specific people. How did you solve this problem? The red-haired mercenary commander smiled. We employed the use of an underground intelligence broker. We had to go through a significant amount of our remaining budget to obtain the coordinates of some of your targets. Who did you get? Cinnabar passed him another data pad. The pad only contained a single list, which Ves silently read. Ronnie Blast, Merrill Truman, the Alloy Sculptor, the Hand of Sin, Timothy Moriarty. The moment his eyes spotted the first name, they grew red. Of all the people on the list, Ves hated the first one the most. After all of those years, this pirate designer finally fell into his hands. Ha ha! Ves erupted into laughter. I bet you never expected me to nab you. I can finally repay the indignity you've subjected to me. I can't stand almost getting killed by my own design. His fury became especially heated when he recalled he'd been threatened by a plagiarized version of his own work. If someone wanted to kill him using his own designs, then they'd better use his authentic works. This was what his professionalism demanded. Good. Keep the prisoners secured somewhere secret. Don't let anyone else find out. We have the prisoners secured in the brig of the Ion Tracker for the time being, sir. Since we've parked our ship in orbit of Kesseling 8, no one ought to be able to enter our ship without permission. Make sure to guard against infiltrators and other hidden troublemakers. I'm way too high profile these days. My reputation with the Ovanans has reached an insane height, but that also means that lots of people will desperately want to investigate me. We can't rule out the possibility that someone will want to sneak onto your ships since you work directly for me. Remain alert and stay cautious. Don't let the friendly attitude of the Ovanans fool you into letting down your guard. As a Kinner bondsman, Commander Cinnabar was programmed to obey any instruction. He took V's orders seriously. The battle criers made some other gains during their time away, but Ves didn't care about them anymore. After discussing everything else the Kinners encountered during their travels, Ves issued some new orders. For now, I want your battle criers to remain close and act in coordination with the avatars and sentinels to guard my life and property. Since we are in unfamiliar territory, we can't take anything for granted, and the Sandmen are still a threat. Understood. Aside from that, I'd also like you to take over control of the Scarlet Rose. This is an extremely important second-class ship for multiple reasons. I want you to pick out your most trustworthy ship crew and take control of the vessel. After that, I want you to coordinate with Michael Crinden in overhauling the ship. There is probably an orbital drydock in the Kesseling system that we can hire to perform the necessary repairs and renovations. I'll tell Crinden to cordon off the mech workshop and some other compartments. I have something special in mind for those sections. Crewing your new ship will be a problem, Commander Cinnabar warned. I'm not a naval expert, but second-class vessels are a lot more difficult to operate. You can seek help from the crew of the Barracuda. Captain Sylvestra and her subordinates have extensive experience in operating a Friday-man vessel. I believe their insights will be exceptionally useful. The only reason why I didn't reassign them to the Scarlet Rose is because I don't want anyone but Kinner bondsmen on my new personal ship. The mercenary commander studied the projection of the Scarlet Rose and shook his head. We can do that, but that means pulling essential crew away from our existing vessels. If the Scarlet Rose is as complex as she appears to be, then I can only draw from my best and most senior spacers. That will leave my ion tracker and other vessels short-handed of competent officers and crew. Bear with it for now, Ves commanded. If possible, I'd like you to expand the battle criers by supplementing it with more Kinner bondsmen. Is there a way to buy more Kinners without traveling all the way to the Kinner tribe? If he had to travel to the Kinner tribe, then he would have to cross through the entire length of the Friday Coalition. That was not only a massive waste of time, but also an extremely perilous journey. Of course, he could always take a lengthy detour, but such a trip would probably take at least half a year. Fortunately, the Kinners weren't as unreasonable as he feared. Ordinary customers of the Kinner tribe aren't allowed to buy out our Kinners remotely, Cinnabar explained. This is because the parties buying our Kinners may not be as trustworthy as they advertised, or withheld crucial information. This is one of the main reasons our Kinner tribe highly values face-to-face meetings. Any Kinner bondsman bought remotely will be facing a difficult dilemma if their new owners turn out to be different from that they expected. Ves understood the nature of this problem. He had no doubt that the Kinner tribe had been burned many times in the past. Even if the Kinner bondsmen were allowed to break away from a partner who transacted with their tribe in bad faith, the reputation of the Kinners would still take a substantial hit. In order to avoid such regrettable reversals, the Kinners paid careful attention to the people who wanted to buy a permanent Kinner bondsman. Either a client or a trusted representative had to visit the tribe in person in order to buy the coveted human products offered by the tribe. However, once some level of trust had been established, the Kinners were much more accommodating to existing clients. Normally, you aren't eligible for this service, but you're a special case, Cinnabar pointed out. As the famous Ves Larkinson who designed the two greatest mechs of the Sand War, your reputation and fame has skyrocketed. Our Kinner tribe is always interested in maintaining relationships with notable people. I'll have to contact the tribe to be sure, but I can virtually guarantee you that it's no problem to order more Kinners. Good. Ves nodded as if he half expected this response. I'll inform Benny to release the needed funds to expand the battle criers and secure more crew. Is it possible to triple your numbers? The mercenary commander grimaced. I would not advise that, sir. Even though we share much in common with other kinners, the battle criers are still distinct. Expanding too quickly will dilute our martial tradition. I suggest doubling our number of mech pilots and other crew at most. While this expansion will still put us under strain, I'm confident we can integrate the new kinners in our outfit over time. Acceptable. Make sure you hire the best you can obtain. I'm not lacking for funds these days. After discussing some of the details, both of them came to an agreement on how to expand the battle criers. This small former mercenary corps needed to expand and grow in strength in order to keep up with V's growing ambitions. Chapter 1798 Great Preparation. After a lengthy and confidential chat with Commander Cinnabar, the kinner left his office, leaving Ves alone for a time. He leaned back against his office chair and noted with pleasure that it was even more comfortable than the one in his office at the mech nursery. Automatic settings came online and firmly massaged his back. His entire body vibrated in a peculiar rhythm that almost lulled him to sleep. Meow? Hey, don't even think about it. This is my chair. It's not suitable for cats. Meow. Ves picked Lucky up and inspected his pet from every angle. Meow, meow, meow. You've been eating really well lately. Where have you been putting all of it? You haven't given me any crystals lately, and besides these tiger stripes, you don't look any stronger. Meow. If you want to continue to enjoy your Sharebriar alloy, then you better start working. Stop pumping everything into upgrades and start working your rear end. Meow meow. Ves placed his deflated-looking cat down on his lap and stared at the ceiling for a time. He had plenty of meetings to go through before he could go back to his core activities. He longed to go back to his studies or begin his research on imaginary mechs. He deeply desired to start a new ambitious design project with massive implications for his future design direction. Yet Ves was long past the time he was all alone. He carried too many responsibilities. As a leader, he needed to set directions and move his pieces in order to advance his goals. Right now, he was far from ready to set off for the Red Ocean. A huge gap remained, and it would take a monumental effort for Ves to overcome it. Ordinary journeymen couldn't even dream of making so much progress, but he never doubted his ability to overcome the odds. I have to get back to making progress as soon as possible. For the rest of the day, Ves met with various people such as Crindon, the Ilvanans, and so on. Each of the meetings proceeded briskly as he was not in the mood to waste any time. One of the more notable meetings he held was with Dr. Lupo. Ves tasked the exobiologist to work together with Dr. Rania Woden to prepare for the upcoming implantation surgery. The Archimedes Rebel is essential to some of my upcoming plans. He spoke to his pet exobiologist. Drop every unnecessary assignment for now and spend most of your efforts on preparing the implant as best as possible. How is the cranial implant, by the way? I've studied and carefully formed a patch to update the firmware of the implant, the doctor confidently said. I'll hand you a report later so you can view my suggestions. I've been very conservative and made sure to draw from the most trustworthy-looking source code. There shouldn't be any hidden exploits or backdoors according to Mr. Crindon. Please keep in mind that it is only possible to alter the source code when the bioimplant is inactive. Once it is integrated into your brain, it is incredibly difficult to change its bioprogramming. That sounded concerning. An installed bioimplant often grew into such an indispensable part of the human body that altering or changing its programming essentially changed the person it was attached to. This was why they needed to do everything possible before the implantation procedure. I'll review your suggestions later. If you want, you can work together with Dr. Rania to improve the firmware and possibly the cell structure of the Archimedes Rebel. I don't want any hidden dangers in the bioimplant, but seeing that it will form an essential component to my improvement, it needs to be as powerful as possible. CFA implant or not, it's undeniable that it is 300 years out of date. Though it was true that a product like the Archimedes Rebal would only evoke disdain from the fleeters who were used to enjoying the best, to someone like Ves it was still a great treasure that surpassed anything the Friday men and the Hexers could possibly offer. None of their bioimplants matched the sheer data storage capacity of this 300-year-old implant that Ves scavenged from an old wreck. Since the Archimedes Rebal represented a powerful upgrade to his cognitive abilities and couldn't easily be changed or removed after it settled in his head, Ves needed to give Lupo and Rania plenty of time. "I understand, sir," Dr. Lupo said, though he didn't seem pleased at being pulled away from his more interesting assignments. "I will endeavor to complete the preparation within 2 months." Good. After talking to Dr. Lupo, Ves held another important meeting. Calabast had come. This time, she chose to adopt the guise of Madame Cecily Curin yet again. When she entered his office, Ves instantly recognized that the new entrant wasn't the decoy that Calabast put in place. Oh, her act was perfect. The Cecily who appeared in his office just as noble, dignified, and reserved as one could expect of a Curin. However, Ves became more sensitive to identifying people through their spiritual signature. Though Calabast did not possess spiritual potential, Ves nonetheless made sure to memorize her tiny spirituality as best as possible in order to avoid getting hoodwinked by her again. The existence of Calabast proved that humans didn't necessarily have to possess spiritual potential to be an extremely fearsome existence. There were plenty of ways to stand out and be capable without relying on extraordinary means. Once a jamming field came online again, Ves addressed her directly. "Let's cut the games and speak plainly. I'm in no mood to waste any time." Lady Cecily's expression turned ugly as Calabast straightforwardly dropped her act. "You're no fun. You know I'm not very pleased with you right now. You're expecting too much from me. Intelligence gathering is inherently difficult and unreliable. I've already told you how difficult it is to infiltrate the state apparatus. Though I admit that I have not been on guard against the machinations of the Mech Corps, it takes an immense amount of effort to infiltrate its headquarters." Though it sounded like an excuse, Ves knew he couldn't fault her too much. "It is still a very significant failure." "I made it up to you, didn't I?" Calabast leaned on the chair opposite of the desk and grinned. "You would have never been able to astound your attackers with your remote-controlled mechs if it wasn't for me supplying you with all of the essential software and instruction guides. In any case, I've expanded my network and made sure to insert more eyes in the local states. While I haven't penetrated the entire Ilvain Protectorate, my agents are currently keeping tabs on all 3 leading dynasties. If any of them are about to move against you, I'll be able to warn you in advance this time." Hearing that relieved Ves a bit. Both of them had learned from the previous incident. They'd be stupid if they got caught with their pants down. They spent some time to discuss some security and spying arrangements before moving on to the next topic on the agenda. "When we communicated a month ago, you said that there would be an opportunity for me to design a second-class mech for the Hexers." "That's correct," Calabast said. "I worked together with Gloriana to make the arrangements. You can view it as a commission, one that is rather sensitive and controversial." "Oh." Ves smelled trouble. When Calabast said that something was fishy, then she was definitely not exaggerating. His eyes narrowed at her. "What is going on?" "Let me begin by explaining the Hex Army. What is your impression of the hegemony's main military branch?" She smiled coyly at Ves while she waited for his answer. "I've heard that the Hex Army is the most powerful force of the hegemony. It's led collectively by the 6 matriarchal dynasties and is an expression of their might. Unlike the Friday men whose partners each operate their own mech militaries as their own entities, the Hex Army fights on behalf of the hegemony as a whole, and is highly centralized and uniform. That's a good textbook answer. Calabash nodded in satisfaction as if she was a teacher who was pleased with a juvenile pupil. The Hex army is capable of fighting the collective might of the Friday Coalition. None of the 6 matriarchal dynasties have held back in investing in its strength. However, do you think that the Hex army is the only military branch that is participating in the Komodo War on our side? Ves shook his head. It shouldn't be. That would be too simple. At the very least, there are many intelligence agencies fighting in the dark, including Diva that you used to be a part of. Am I correct? You're right again. The Hexadric hegemony is arguably the biggest state in the Komodo Star sector. While the Hex army is capable of fending off the main forces of the Friday Coalition doesn't mean it is universally good at anything. We are well aware that its high degree of uniformity and the lack of diversity and versatility means that its strengths can be countered and its weaknesses can be exploited. Then how do you solve this problem? Mostly, we just trust in our strength. We know our strengths and we have trained all of our lives to become good at what we do best. Calabash confidently grinned. That's all? Of course not. Though we don't advertise it, we also employ auxiliary forces and irregular forces from time to time. Don't look down on the latter. Hexer Mercenary Corps are Hexers first and mercenaries second. They're not as cowardly and craven as the mercenaries you are accustomed to. None of the outfits in our state are incompetent. So the commission you are referring to is related to one of these private sector outfits? She nodded. That's true, but it would be a mistake to think that every outfit is truly private. The hegemony abhors chaos and unregulated freedom. We don't allow any outfit that operates in our space to be independent. Behind each mercenary corps is at least one hexer in good standing. This keeps them under control, because the backer must always pay for the misdeeds of the offending outfit. Ves had to admit that this was a viable way to contain the damage these outfits could do when they fought. However, only a state as strong and unified as the Hexadric hegemony could impose such restrictive conditions. There was no way the Bright Republic could enforce such rules, especially when its space hosted a significant amount of foreign outfits. So tell me about the commission. It's not the time yet to discuss the nature of the commission. We're still fine-tuning the details. It will take some time for us to finalize the contract. What can you tell me then? I am free to tell you about our client. First, do you think hexers are all the same? Of course not. Ves immediately shook his head. Even if you hexers have a strong culture, none of you are the same. There is still a lot of diversity between hexers. Even the Wodens such as Gloriana, Brutus and Rania are far apart from each other. In addition, the larger the state, the greater the differences between subpopulations. I can imagine that the Vrakens such as you are distinctly different from the Everns. Since you understand this, then you should understand that there are always outcasts within a population. The hegemony is no different. Due to the complications regarding your identity, it's not possible to offer your mechs to conventional hexer organizations. It's also difficult to enter our market. Because I'm a boy. Quite. Calabash sniggered. So the only hexers that are willing to make use of your products are those who are desperate and under special restrictions. After a lot of searching, Gloriana and I managed to find a hexer outfit that is willing to pilot a mech designed by a male, foreign mech designer. When she described him in this manner, Ves did not feel appreciated at all. Which hexer outfit was desperate enough to resort to him for mechs? What are they called? The Penitent Sisters. Chapter 1799 Religious Doctrine. Calabash gave Ves the time to process the name of his future client. The name of an outfit often revealed their essence. It described their values, their history, or their aspirations. Ves suspected there was a remarkable story behind the formation of the penitent sisters. If their names accurately reflected their history, then it was impossible for it to be an ordinary mercenary corps from the hegemony. The word sister sounds ordinary in most contexts, but when combined with a word like penitent, it sounds like there is a religious connotation. Ves threw out his guess. Calabas nodded. You're on the right track. Go on. What else can you figure out? Penitent is a word that is related to feeling remorseful and seeking forgiveness. Someone who is penitent wishes to repent for their sins, whatever they may be. This makes it distinct from general guilt. All of this leads me to conclude that the penitent sisters have something to do with religion. Are they related to Hexism? The Temple of Hexism founded the penitent sisters, but to say they are backing them is not entirely accurate. Because the sisters are guilty of something, right? Right. The penitent sisters are basically made up of devout followers of Hexism who went astray. All of them consist of Hexers who believed in deviant interpretations of Hexism. They're extremists, basically. Not only that, but every sister believed in the same radical doctrine that made them run afoul with the Temple of Hexism. This sounded rather thorny to Ves. He really didn't want to participate in another religious dispute. What is so serious that caused these sisters to run afoul with what passes for your state's religion? Did Gloriana tell you about the 6 phases of existence? She did, though it makes no sense to me. It sounds too much like a fabrication. Ves couldn't determine from Calabas' vague expression whether she bought into this nonsense or not. He believed her to be a secularist like him, but who could tell with women and Hexers? Well, to many Hexers, the 6 phases of existence is an inviolable truth. I highly advise you to never mention your true feelings about it to Gloriana or other Hexers. I can assure you they will go absolutely mad if they hear you disparage their beliefs. I know. Ves sighed. I'm not so cautious in your company because I know you aren't like the other Hexers. He never dared to question Gloriana's beliefs. She would probably turn into a terrifying monster if he pushed her buttons. Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. Calabas chuckled and tapped her finger against her forearm. The point is that the concept of the 6 phases of existence is so accepted within our state that it is a very touchy subject to suggest any changes to any one of the phases. This is important because the penitent sisters all belong to a cult that once dared to suggest a correction. What's the controversy? List out the 6 phases of existence. Calabas adopted a schoolteacher tone again. Ves recalled the so-called phases from the back of his mind. The 6 phases are life, death, godhood, damnation, dust, and woman, right? His schoolteacher nodded in satisfaction. Good boy. At least your memory is better than your apparent age. Now what Gloriana probably didn't tell you is that the order of the phases is important. It describes the cycle of life, death, and transcendence, with women as the penultimate phase that is the reward of all living entities. To become a woman is to become a top existence in life, death, and the beyond. How could Ves accept such a self-serving explanation? Only Hexers could come up with this stupid belief. He predictably grew sour. Hexism didn't even bother including males. That's right, and there are several different interpretations why that is so. The orthodox belief is that the initial phase, meaning life, is essentially a euphemism for boy. Accepting this interpretation means that every human life starts off as a boy. Only after they pass through some of the other phases will they shed their inadequacies and become a woman. The reason why this is the most widely accepted interpretation is because it explains why boys deserve to be treated the way they are in the hegemony. They are newborns who have not experienced any waves or winds in their short existences. Boys are too immature and incapable because they haven't grown up, as it were. A woman has gone through at least several lifetimes that has slowly sublimated their existence to the peak form. Compared to the majesty of the superior gender, a boy will always be a juvenile no matter how old they grow in their initial lifetimes. What a creative story. Ves widened his eyes as he took in some of the implications of this interpretation. Believing in it basically excused all of the derogatory behavior of female hexers towards their male counterparts. Men were boys, and each of them were toddlers compared to the wise and mature women who had already gone through several different evolutions. This twisted logic gave no room for boys to gain any measure of equality in hexer society. Since Gloriana was a devout follower of hexism, Ves finally learned why she could never stop regarding him as a boy no matter how impressed she was at him. Even if he did his best to prove he was a man, he was still a couple of eons too young to match her status. A strange thought flitted through his mind. Didn't this mean that Gloriana was a pedophile? Despair struck his eyes for a moment before he quickly shook himself out of it. No matter what Gloriana believed, she genuinely respected him and always treated him more than just a boy. Perhaps in the future, Ves could slowly wean her away from the more extreme beliefs of hexism. As long as he kept her out of the hegemony and away from other hexers, Ves was confident he could temper some of her more undesirable hexer traits. His inner thoughts didn't escape the keen perception of Calabast. A twinkle appeared in her eyes. It was as if she looked forward to a show in the future. She quickly recovered. Regarding the phase of life as the initial form of existence that every human has to go through at the start is a very fitting narrative that neatly explains why boys are boys. They are young because they never grew up. They are irresponsible because they haven't been tempered. They are incapable because what could you expect from a bunch of brats? They are in need of care, guidance, and protection because we women are older and wiser. That explains your attitude to me, Ves snorted. I don't need to resort to hexism to justify my treatment towards you, Calabast snarked back. Let's get back on track. Now, since it's possible to infer that one of the 6 phases stands for boys, what if you apply it to the other phases? This threw Ves for a loop. I take it there are a lot of implications and symbolism involved with equating or substituting the other phases with boys. If boys stand for death, doesn't that mean that every male must die? There are indeed hexers who believe in this deviant strain of thought. Even then, it's not necessarily the case that all boys must die. It's complicated and involves a lot of scripture, so I won't bore you with the details. Get to the point, then. What phase did the penitent sisters mess around with that caused them to be punished this way? It's the 4th phase, Calabast finally answered. The penitent sisters believe that the phase of damnation is equivalent to boys. The basic premise of this train of thought is that boys aren't young, innocent, and deserving of care and protection. Instead, boys are a malignant existence, a cancer to life and a threat to society. Boys aren't dangerous and prone to brutality because they weren't raised right. They're outright evil and corrupted. The penitent sisters essentially regard every boy as an irredeemably evil demon who needs to be strangled in the cradle before they grow powerful enough to cause untold suffering. The latter half of the Age of Conquest is the clearest example of what could happen if boys are allowed to grow in strength. How brutal! From the way Calabast described these deviant hexers, he had no doubt that they would truly kill babies just because of their extra appendages. Is this really an unorthodox belief? Calabast glanced at Ves as if he affronted her personally. We hexers don't exactly have the best reputation, but we aren't mass murderers. Not only does that lower us to the same level as boys, we're quite aware our beliefs will never be tolerated by the male-dominant power structure of human civilization. Ves already understood this argument. The hexers aren't totally insane. At least they knew how to moderate their values and beliefs to avoid getting squashed by the big two. Then, what is the matter with the penitent sisters? If their beliefs are so dangerous when spread, then why doesn't the Hexer equivalent of an inquisition lock them away or put them to death? These punishments are too straightforward, she replied and crossed her legs, showing off her smooth, bare legs that shone like glass. While death or imprisonment are heavy punishments, the Temple of Hexism is not satisfied with letting the cultists off. No. They deserve a harsher punishment. They must undergo the cruelest punishment for their temerity for challenging established doctrine. Ves grew confused. Gloriana said that belief in Hexism is rather relaxed. Oh, it's fine for Hexers to be relaxed or outright dismissive of Hexism. The Temple of Hexism never bothers too much with them. It's when strong believers think they know better that touches their bottom line. Okay. Now, the members that now make up the Penitent Sisters riled up the Temple of Hexism so much that they have been issued with one of the cruelest punishments that they have come up with. It is so abhorrent that the very idea is incredibly repulsive to any Hexer. What is the punishment? The Penitent Sisters are forced to form a mercenary corps and wash their sins in battle. Only until they have made sufficient accomplishments in the Komodo War are they considered absolved. That doesn't sound so bad. Ves blinked. Wasn't this basically conscription? The mech pilots among the Penitent Sisters would have fought in the war regardless of what had happened. Of course, it was never as simple as that. Calabas grinned. That is not the extent of their punishment. You see, the Temple of Hexism has imposed a cruel restriction for the Penitent Sisters. They are only allowed to pilot mechs designed by boys. What? Ves practically jumped in surprise. That's considered to be a punishment. Oh, to a Hexer mech pilot, it is a great shame to pilot a mech designed by a boy, because how competent can they be compared to august women? Mechs designed by boys are considered shoddy, cursed, or inferior compared to mechs designed by the superior gender. Ves continually felt more and more insulted. This was ridiculous. I suppose it's especially cruel for the Penitent Sisters, right? Calabas chuckled. This is the brilliance of the Temple of Hexism. The Penitent Sisters, who used to believe that boys are unredeemable, are forced to pilot mechs that are designed by those very same demons. Sure enough, if the Hexers truly believed in this nonsense, then they genuinely preferred to die rather than to work with a mech designed by a boy. Where do I fit in? Why come to me instead of some random male Hexer mech designer? Well, when the Temple of Hexism came up with this punishment, it didn't take the laws, customs, and traditions of the hegemony's mech industry into account. Boys are forbidden by law to design their own mechs. They're not even allowed to be the lead designer. In addition, the only mechs that Hexers are allowed to pilot are those approved by a panel of matriarchs. However, it is a great shame for any panel to approve the use of a mech designed by a boy. I see. That really sounded like a messy situation. Though the Temple of Hexism could have revised its punishment for the Penitent Sisters, it would only humiliate itself in the process. Then what makes me eligible? If the Temple of Hexism wants to solve this conundrum, some rules need to be bent, she said. You just happen to fit in the picture. Chapter 1800 Female Supremacy. Women reigned supreme in the Hexadric hegemony. Founded by an extremist group exiled from the more prosperous parts of the galaxy, the hegemony stood strong as a testament to the indomitable will of its citizens. Each woman in the state lifted their heads with pride, believing themselves to be the superior gender and the most supreme form of life. Unlike the rest of the galaxy, the Hexers believed that their state was the only one that was governed properly. With only the wisest matriarchs at the helm, the hegemony was infinitely greater than the states where equality reigned. True equality didn't exist. Males and females were undeniably different, and of the two, the latter were clearly better suited to rule the galaxy. What happened when boys gained power without restraint? They abused their might like children shooting a gun for fun. Boys were too young, stupid, and inexperienced to know what was best. In the long history of the human race, males always played an indispensable role. Though human civilization had reached a new apex in the Age of Mechs, the Hexers believed that their race would have swept the entire galaxy were it not for all of the idiotic decisions made by boys. If humanity were to ascend and reach its true potential, then something must change. The Hexers had been raised and taught to believe that only women were suited to guide their race to its maximum potential. It's a wonder how humanity hasn't gone extinct yet with all of the blunders made by the boys in charge. No more! We must stand up and stop these irresponsible children from leading us to ruin. The Hexers dreamt of ruling the galaxy. Their ambitions ran deep as they each believed that women were destined to take over the galaxy. We shall thrust our boots against the necks of the MTA and CFA and force them to step aside. We will smash the alien empires and turn all of their territories over to our race. We must bring the boys to heel and put them in their proper place. Such slogans invigorated the Hexers and drove them to aspire for more. The Komodo star sector was one of the most trivial star sectors in the Milky Way galaxy. The density of stars close to the edge of the galaxy was very low, and many of these stars possessed so little energy and matter that humans disdained occupying them. This was not the stage where Hexers should embark on their ambitious takeover of human civilization. Defeating the Friday Coalition and taking full control of the star sector was a necessary test. If the Hexers couldn't even defeat the weak and divided Friday men, then what capital did they possess to conquer the rest of the galaxy? If Ves heard what many Hexers dreamt of, he would have labeled them all as hopping mad. How could these women ever think of taking over human civilization? The countless states in their way would never agree to adopt their warped ideology. The first-rate superstates could squash the hegemony 1,000,000 times over without putting any strain on their war-making potential. The Big Two were so mighty that their leaders wouldn't even be aware of the existence of hegemony from beginning to end. Clearly that didn't bother the Hexers. They were so confident and assured of their eventual victory that they did not hesitate to bring forth the war that had the potential to shatter their entire state. We must not falter, sisters. We are Hexers. We are superior. The Friday men are weak, divided, and cruel. Through espousing false notions such as gender equality and respect for diversity, their boys keep their women shackled. Do not be fooled by their utopian facade. Once we break into the coalition, we must liberate their women and teach our freed sisters their true birthright. The Komodo War began with Operation K as a declaration of Hexer resolve. The female supremacists did not hesitate to start the conflict with a strong punch in order to unbalance the Friday men and widen the cracks between their partners. Unfortunately, reality did not proceed as they envisioned. The Friday Coalition showed some surprising resolve and banded together more rapidly than the Hexers initially predicted. By all accounts, the Komodo War that was ramping up was about to turn into a giant slugfest. In this backdrop, the penitent sisters came into being. Rounded up by the Temple of Hexism and other authorities, the militants among the cultists who believed that boys were irredeemably damned were sentenced to a crime that they considered to be worse than death. The cruel followers of Hexism damned the deviants into participating in the war while fielding mechs designed by a boy. It was said that when the cultists received this verdict, the distressed women all kneeled and cried out in anguish. It was said that when the penitent sisters came into being, each of their members slit their palms and let the blood drop onto the deck of their flagship, a century-old relic mothballed by the Hex army, and swore to wash the shame of piloting a mech made by boys by seeking death on the battlefield. None of the penitent sisters wanted to survive the war. All they wished for was to kill as many Friday men as possible until they died. When Calabas described the character of the penitent sisters to her partner, Ves frowned in confusion. This doesn't sound like a mercenary corps at all. It's a religious death corps. That's an apt way to describe them. The former spy nodded. The combatants of the penitent sisters all consist of radical followers of Hexism. Think Gloriana, but much more fierce and trained for combat. And they're all willing to accept this punishment? Ves asked skeptically. It's a matter of honor and belief, Ves. Their names, their legacy, and their pride are at stake. It might surprise you, but there are some things worth dying for. I thought you of all would understand since you are a Larkin son. Ves twitched his mouth. There's a difference between fighting for a cause and dying for a cause. I would rather stay alive, thank you very much. Can you get back to the topic? How many mechs do I need to design? Must they be land-bound, space-borne, or both? How many copies of my designs will the penitent sisters field? How will my designs be able to pass the panel of matriarchs who are allergic to mechs designed by males? You only need to design one second-class space-borne mech with Gloriana. It must be fairly versatile, capable of attacking up close and from afar, and be useful in multiple different combat scenarios. That. Second-class mechs and second-class mech pilots are different from the inferior mechs and mech pilots you are used to. Don't mistake the mech pilots of the penitent sisters as the dregs of the hegemony. Each of them are highly trained and possess at least basic competences in both melee combat and ranged combat. That made things a lot easier for Ves. It sounded as if the mech pilots of the penitent sisters were close to meeting the elite standard in their state. Still, her requirements sounded a bit thorny, and suspicious as well. Why must I design a single mech? An outfit must field at least several different mech models to form a balanced makeup. Calabas shook her head. The Penitent Sisters is a punishment outfit. Its purpose is to grant their members a shot of redemption. That doesn't mean that absolution should come easily. From what I can gather, the Penitent Sisters will be thrown in a variety of high-intensity battles and be made to perform dangerous and vital tasks. Those are some very steep demands. What is my budget? The mechs can't be too expensive, so you can assume your mech must cost around the same as a mid-range mech. He winced. If they were talking about third-class mechs, then Ves would have rejected this commission without hearing Calabas out. The demands issued by the client were too much. Not only did the client expect the mech to be able to fight at various ranges, but also wanted the mech to be versatile enough to fight in many different settings. In addition, since the Penitent Sisters were expected to be employed in many desperate situations, the mech had to be robust as well. Ves might have found this commission to be tolerable if he was given a generous budget, but he seriously doubted if he could check all of the boxes if he could only design a mid-range mech. You're misunderstanding something, Ves. Calabas smirked and tapped her cheek with her finger. The hegemony doesn't expect you to design a good mech. Both the Temple of Hexism and the Penitent Sisters expect little from a male mech designer. In their eyes, it's impossible for a boy like you to understand the essence of proper hexer mech design. In other words, the client didn't even want him to succeed. Ves became indignant. How could his professionalism be tarnished by such low expectations? He couldn't stand the thought of hexers ridiculing his mech design and disparaging it as a failed product. It should never be a punishment to pilot his mechs. Each and every mech pilot fortunate enough to experience his mechs all submitted positive feedback. His mechs were a joy to pilot and trustworthy enough to depend on their performance. Throughout his entire career, Ves never encountered a situation where the majority of his customers became dissatisfied with his products. He clenched his fists. This entire commission insulted him, and he hadn't even heard the final details. What is the point of designing such a mech? What do I get out of it exactly? You will gain some favor from the Woden dynasty, who will take some credit for the success of this commission. This will help offset some of the debts and favors that Gloriana accrued to assist you. Calabash smiled. You don't want her to owe too much to the Wodens, do you? Ves sighed. Calabash knew him too well. I see. So I won't be able to gain market access to the hegemony? I advise you to dispense with such fantasies. Even if you design the best mech in the star sector, the hegemony will still reject your work because you are a boy. Not every hexer deserves to be punished as harshly as the penitent sisters. Since you hexers are so repelled towards mechs designed by males, then how will my mech even be approved? A lot of lawyers in the employ of the Temple of Hexism pored over this problem. They finally found a way to pass your work. First, the commission must be designed as a classified design project. Second, the initial lead designer must be a female hexer in good standing. Third, the project must have an opening for a contributing mech designer that is potentially open to foreigners under strict conditions. This last point is a bit difficult to work with, as hexer mech designers generally don't collaborate with foreigners on classified design projects. How will the hexers overcome this rule? We'll be taking advantage of an obscure substitution rule. The lead designer will initially appoint Gloriana as a contributing designer of the project. The agreement she must sign will include a rare benefit as one of its clauses. It grants her the privilege to bring on any partner, student, or apprentice to the project as an assistant designer. That will be you, if you can't tell. Ves frowned. Will it be a problem to bring me aboard when I'm a man? It's not a big deal if you are just supposed to work as an inconsequential assistant designer. Plenty of female mech designers employ male mech designers to perform all of the grunt work. What about my status as a foreigner? Calabash grinned. This is one of the brilliant parts about this plan. The privilege that Gloriana will receive just happens to be devoid of any mention about the origin of the assistant mech designer. This is a tiny oversight due to the addition of new rules over the years. It's never been a problem because no lead designer will currently allow foreigners to take part in a classified design project. And it's okay this time? She nodded. Once you come on board as an assistant, the lead designer will find some way to be elsewhere and indisposed. If she is absent for too long, Gloriana will automatically be promoted to lead designer. Since her old position is empty, the project urgently needs a new contributing mech designer. This will certainly be you as long as you are the only assisting mech designer on hand. And that's allowed as well? What can I say? The hexers who wrote and amended the rules never took such an abnormality into account. They simply assumed that any meaningful mech designer involved in a project will only consist of female hexers. So how will I get all the way up to lead designer then? That's another interesting part.